Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2017 North American Challenger Series Summer Split Playoffs. I am Optimus Tom Sirifoss, and keeping me honest for 2 days in a row is Mr. Mark Zimmerman.
That's what people know me for, right, Tom? Honesty.
That's probably not your best quality, but it's one of your qualities.
It's on there, right? Somewhere on the list.
Yeah, if you had like a character sheet, like I would put it on there at the bottom somewhere. But
anyway.
As we gear up for our second semifinal match, let's take a quick look at the bracket. Yesterday, first seed United claimed victory over Big God's Jackals and will advance into our finals. And tonight, we'll see the conclusion of the bottom half of the bracket with second place finishers Gold Coin United taking on Tempo Storm. And one aspect of the playoffs that we talked about yesterday was, of course, the matches are now best of 5. But that did not stop United from taking a quick 3-0 sweep over Big God's Jackals.
I mean, it totaled less than 90 minutes of game time throughout the entire series. Obviously, that makes United kind of seem like the team to beat now in the playoffs. But what was especially impressive about this was the fact that they were able to do it without necessarily snowballing from minute 1 or something like that. There were a number of games. I think the second and third game is around even going to 15 minutes, maybe even some small advantages for Big God Jackals at points. But despite that, United, as soon as they got a lead, were able to explode the game open and close it out sub 30 minutes.
Yeah, we saw them utilizing Baron extremely well, and we saw them utilizing some very interesting kinds of team compositions because yesterday was our first chance we got to see 7.14. We saw some full patch changes in effect last night.
Yep, and the two big highlights, of course, were the Dustblade Kha'Zix going for lethality and Cho'Gath. Dandy was able to use Kha'Zix to snowball, good matchups early on, got in the enemy face, and then built that Dustblade. Cho'Gath got snowballed a little bit by the help of Dandy, but it was obviously a very strong pick. It has great sustain. It was in some against some ranged matchups with the Doran's shield and the passive to be able to live through it. And FLICKR, the one who was playing it last night, was talking about how he thought Cho'Gath might already be in a decent spot, and that's before the 7.14 changes came in and kind of gave him that little buff on his E. So with the ultimate change and a couple other things, a lot of people were saying that Cho'Gath was pretty good, and he looked very strong last night.
Yeah, and we also saw earlier today in the EULCS, it was picked in the jungle, so we potentially could see Cho'Gath being one of those first pick or first ban priorities. But just like last night, we have another rematch of our spring semifinals on our hands in tonight's matchup with Gold Coin United taking on Tempo Storm. However, unlike yesterday's series, we can expect this match to be much closer as these teams have been neck and neck all split. They went 1-1 against each other to finish out the split, just one match apart.
And that one match difference is off of Gold Coin United's victory over E-United last week, and they're the only squad to have beaten that first place team. Fly has proven to be a solid replacement for Phoenix in the mid lane, trading some of that raw mid lane prowess for a broader array of styles that Fly is able to play. Similarly, Rakara has been holding up on his own, putting up really big numbers down there in the bot lane, and this is his first postseason appearance for the Challenger Series. He did play with GCU last split, but when it came time for the playoffs, he was subbed out for MASH.
Yeah, and a little bit perplexing. You saw on screen, he was pretty much first place in every single category we tracked for the ADCs in the basically lane phase and his overall KDA. But as well as Gold Coin United has been playing, this match is going to really come down to really who performs better and shows up for today. Tempo Storm has looked pretty strong all split, and the only team they've dropped matches to is E-United twice and Gold Coin United once.
Yeah, and just like GCU, Tempo Storm replaced their mid laner to great success this split. Selfie has given the squad a really strong pillar around the mid lane, giving them a lot of breathing room because they have fallen behind sometimes down the bot lane. Something we saw as recently as last week with Delta Fox. Revan got caught out repeatedly on Caitlyn, which may have been a factor in why they're choosing to start Freeze this series, a little bit more known for that Caitlyn play being lane dominant.
Right, and you're already talking about who's going to be in the bot lane, so why don't we not delay any longer and get into the starting lineups. Loading on the blue side for game number 1, it's going to be Gold Coin United. In the top lane is Solo, jungle Santorin, mid lane Fly, bot side of the map Rakara, and his support, how could we forget Mad Life?
And over on the red side, we've got Tempo Storm in the top lane, Quas, jungle Wiggly, mid lane Selfie, getting the start Freeze, and of course, down in the bot side, supporting him, Sheep.
So both of these teams coming into this one, pretty neck and neck. Tempo Storm really started out the Challenger Series split extremely strong, going neck and neck, basically tied with E-United for first place the entirety of the time they were basically, until they faced off against them, they wound up losing that first matchup. Whereas Gold Coin United has kind of done the same thing that we saw from them last split. They started off slow and steady, but now they're really picking up the momentum.
Yeah, we talk about the differences between Fly and Phoenix a little bit. I think early on in the split, some people were saying that, oh man, it might not look like this is working out as well for them, given the fact that they started slow again and felt like they kind of took a step back from what we saw during the promotion tournament. But all that said, they have ramped up once again and seem to have overtaken Tempo Storm, given the fact that they were able to beat E-United last week, like we were saying.
Yeah, and we said that Fly brings a multitude of styles to Gold Coin United, whereas Phoenix was, you know, he's like the quintessential hard carry mid laner. We saw his share stats were always really high, but he also performed very well in these high pressure situations. His LeBlanc was very, very good. basically any sort of late game carry was the way that Phoenix was going to be able to play. Fly's been able to play things like the Galio. He's played the Orianna, but he's also got things like LeBlanc in store. So as we move into picks and bans for game number 1, we can see some pretty interesting things going into 7-14 for these two NACS teams.
Yep, and that's the big thing. We're talking about all the lethality changes. We didn't touch on everything we saw last night. We saw Alistar got a mini buff in 7-14. Not likely, I thought, to see play. It didn't seem like that big of a buff, but Zazla used them all 3 games. We saw MF down in the bot lane. We're talking about Jin and Varus coming back. For some reason, we see MF instead. Jace, another champion that we saw, this time banned out by Gold Coin United, along with that Blitzcrank. As much as you have Mad Life and you think, oh my god, the hook god, we got to put it on Mad Life. Sheep does play those exact same champions as well, and I'd say Mad Life looks more effective off the playmaking supports than Sheep does, respectively. So I can understand Gold Coin United, even though they're pinching the same pools, it's still a pretty viable strategy.
Yeah, and of course, Tempo Storm going to have to ban away the Zac. That one, not necessarily as touched, but still extremely strong. We do see the Cho'Gath being banned away. That one we heard from FLICKR last night. You said before, very strong pick on the top side. Players can think they can be flexed basically into 3 different positions, with the old mid lane Cho'Gath potentially still being viable. And now the fact that his E slows, in addition to scaling with the health damage, there's a lot of chase down potential that he just didn't used to have.
And surprisingly, a Zed ban comes in last for Gold Coin United. I can understand maybe your little bit of Selfie's ability to take over the game by himself with the lethality buffs and the Zed champion, but I would be amazed if Tempo Storm took that one in the first round of ban phase. So this kind of feels like GCU doesn't really have a ban that they necessarily really want to force on the Tempo Storm. Maybe they don't want to ban out the Elise because they want to first pick it for Santorin. Who exactly knows? So instead, they're going for a completely targeted ban onto Selfie, even if it does look a little surprising in the first ban phase.
Leaves a little bit open as the Galio will be banned away. So 3 tanks banned away by Tempo Storm. They don't want the tank meta coming into full effect here. But as you mentioned, there's still a lot of high priority pickups. Caitlyn has been left untouched. You saw a slight attack speed scaling nerf, but we did see her still highly prioritized in this series last night. Elise is the champion that I really think of being one of the more stronger champions we normally see, but it will wind up being the Caitlyn being picked up for Rikara.
And you mentioned the tank meta. I don't want to see that. Well, we saw a lot of that out of United last night. They pretty much ran 3 tanks every time around. One in the top lane, jungle, or mid sometimes, because they did play the Galio mid one time, and then they ran Alistar every single time. So they were always very, very beefy, and it was very difficult for the side of Big God's Jackals to get through that front line, because even when they were ahead, you have to chew through so much health before you actually start racking up those kills. It becomes very difficult in the mid game to win fights. We'll have to see if that actually becomes a whole meta thing, or if that's really just a Zazla and Alistar thing.
Yeah, that's true. And we did see Big God Jackals struggling to make that kind of proactive plays from ahead or behind last night, despite having some playmaking champions. The Bard was banned away from them quite frequently. They also had Bayano on Thresh, which we're going to see Sheep taking here for Tempo Storm. And the Rek'Sai, who kind of, is a de facto tank now. You used to see Cinderhulk and Titanic Hydra, then there was a Warrior stint. We did wind up seeing Sir T using that champion to full tank effect last night.
Yes, and so you might see that again this time around. Who knows exactly, but with the recent Cinderhulk changes and buffs and all that stuff, I think you can, for the most part, expect that Cinderhulk. We do see the Alistar hover here. I'll be interested to see if they actually go for it. I do still think Braum is probably better, so the Alistar change, which is a small buff to his ultimate, increasing the amount of damage reduction that he gets at earlier ranks and things like that. It wasn't the end of the world, because the problem with Alistar right now is that his laning phase is not nearly as strong as it used to be. Back in the day, you could pick him blind, max E, just heal up. Now his E is that trample effect, and they put his heal on his passive. It's not something that you can opt into saying, we want to play this lane defensively. It just becomes much more difficult. But we do see the Maokai, another one of those tanks, probably benefiting from those Cinderhulk changes. Mana regen coming in off that now. And Maokai, a pretty mana-intensive champion, has been showing up in the jungle all over the place, even as far back as 7-13.
Yeah, and we did wind up, as you mentioned there, Nori was playing it on on Team Liquid now. Yep. For a while, he's shuffled around a lot, so I get that confused in my head. I know that Jat was very specifically talking about the jungle. Maokai has a very high solo queue win rate, too, so potentially going to be going into the jungle here for GCU, whereas Tempo Storm are going to be picking up the Kalista for themselves. Freeze has been kind of known to play the Kalista in the past. He's kind of the Kalista Draven, needed to be banned away from him, but he's been on the bench for a while, so that one kind of slips through here. Comfort pick for him.
And I'm kind of smiling because of the bans. We see the Jax ban, something that's not standard at all, but Quas played it against Delta Fox in that series that we said Tempo Storm was struggling with a little bit, but he has so many wonky champions at this point. He plays his full lifesteal Jace. He has an Alawi. He's got a Swain. You really never know what you're throwing up against this guy, so it makes sense, given the fact that the top laner hasn't been picked yet, that you just throw some bans at him and hopefully force one something a little bit more standard, but we'll have to see. Their second ban going to be LeBlanc instead.
Yeah, so they're trying to take away some of the carry potential from the other solo lane here in Selfie, but there's still a lot open in the mid lane. Syndra is still relatively untouched, very powerful champion we've seen go back and forth. The Orianna has been banned away, so the kind of safe matchup that you could pick into a lot of these blind mid lane matchups is not necessarily available. Tempo Storm taking that one away, and they are going to be hovering the Swain and locking that one in, so they're going to wind up saving the counter pick for Selfie in the mid lane, and Quas gets something that at least he is familiar with in the top lane.
Yeah, I was about to say, we had seen Swain, I think it was week 1 or week 2 out of him, didn't see it the whole rest of the Challenger Series, and then here it is again. You just never can count it out of his champion pool. He can bust it at any point. He's known as the Swain Master. Way back in the day, playing from Venezuela on 200 ping, he was able to actually get Challenger, I believe, with it, which is just an insane thing to think about. So that's why he is so renowned for this champion.
We see the swap between Jarvan and Allow. It's most likely going to be the Jarvan pairing up with the Corki in the mid lane, something that we've seen in the NALCS rise back to the occasion ever since he's been buffed a couple of patches ago. So we're going to wind up having Fly on that one in the mid lane. It will be the Jarvan lock in here. So most likely going to be Solo taking that into the top lane, and then that solidifies the Maokai into the jungle.
Yeah, you're talking about the rise of Jarvan again. He did, of course, receive that W buff for him, and it kind of comboed him perfectly with some of the other changes that were coming in the meta at the same time, with Gargoyle Stoneplay becoming extremely strong, giving you a lot more health. It plays perfectly into his playstyle as well, because Jarvan's kind of mash all the buttons kind of playstyle, EQR on top of somebody, hit him with your passive proc, and then you just pop that Gargoyle Stoneplay because you don't need to be doing damage for the next couple seconds.
Yeah, and we are going to wind up seeing, was Hover of a Victor, but it's going to be a Karma that gets locked in by Tempo Storm. So putting a couple more eggs into the freeze basket. You know, Karma has the wave clear availability in the mid lane, but not necessarily known for being a burst or carry-centric champion. This one with more of a support kind of style coming in.
It is very surprising to see, given the fact that we were talking up Selfie as kind of one of these mid lane pillars on the side of Tempo Storm. Now you're putting him on a champion that does not have great carry potential. Its laning phase is still relatively strong, which is one of the reasons you probably see it picked into the Corki, known as a little bit of a bully against some of those standard mage champions. But the big thing here is the fact that come late game, you can't really count on Selfie to hard carry, which is a little bit of the style we have been seeing out of Tempo Storm recently.
This is not the first time we've seen the Karma picked up for him either, although it wasn't exactly successful. The last series we saw the Karma in was the Delta Fox series, where they actually struggled against the team that wound up not being able to win an entire match in the Challenger Series. But here they're going to be going back to the Karma, as they are in the semifinals of the North American Challenger Series Summer Playoffs. Gold Coin United Tempo Storm, this is a rematch of last time. It was a 3-0 for Gold Coin United. Tempo Storm and GCU both have a new look for them, though, so this one's going to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, you have to look at Selfie, like we were saying, the big upgrade in the mid lane. He's basically been the top-performing mid laner in the entire Challenger Series by most metrics, and he's had a great champion pool while doing it. We talk about the Karma not being exactly his style, but he has shown multiple different styles. He can play the more team-centric things like the Talia and the Orianna and work with the rest of his team. Sometimes he plays the Cassiopeia, going for that hyper-scaling. And then, if he really needs to, he can be playing the Assassins as well. We saw him bust out the LeBlanc and Cassin at multiple points as well. So a really complete player overall.
You know, one of the things you mentioned at the top of the show is the fact that Tempo Storm is playing Freeze in game number 1 over Revan. And when Tempo Storm plays Freeze, they tend to heavily prioritize that bottom side of the map. And here they've done so throughout Champion Select as well. The Karma provides extra utility, has been on Thunderlords though, so it is going to be a little bit more oppressive during the lane phase. But they really do want to protect Freeze on that Callista. They have basically like 2.5 damage threats, because Karma could count as kind of one. They have the Callista, and then the Swain in the later game will be super tanky and kind of sustain himself through these fights. But they really are putting all their eggs in the freeze basket, whereas on the side for Gold Coin United, Rikara has been the best performing bot laner in the Challenger Series in the entire split.
It is surprising to see that Thunderlords on the Karma. I understand it's much better for laning phase, but come late game, Karma's best ability is, of course, her E, and especially when you empower it with her ultimate, and so it is a little bit surprising to see the Mantra Shield not going to be as effective without that Windspeaker's Blessing. The more common support Karma, even sometimes in the mid lane, showing up, because when you pick Karma, generally it is for that little bit more stable laning phase, given how hard she is to bully out of there.
Right, one of the things that made the mid lane Karma a little more viable is the fact that the Athena's Unholy Grail change went through. You kind of get a little burst of AP based off your overall mana regeneration, so that made that item a little bit more viable for these mage supports, and then eventually transitioning them back in toward the mid lane here. So Selfie could potentially be looking for something like that. It will give him extra resistances against the Corki, who's kind of more 80-20 in his magic damage field as well. But we'll see if Selfie becomes kind of the wave clear bot in the later game, or if he is really going to be buffing up Freeze, as we already see on the bottom side of the map. This Caitlyn lane going in favor of the Caitlyn.
Yeah, and I think the Thresh Callista is the lane that can actually contest this a little bit early on. The range matchup feels very bad for the Callista in terms of just straight auto attacking, but with the Thresh able to back you up, as well as some of the all-in threat that you often have, where if you hit 2 first, you know, a hook flay into Callista hopping around can actually threaten the Caitlyn pretty hard. That's one of the things that people talk about to deal with the Caitlyn. is ganking it, which is Thresh Callisto's forte. But here we see Quas early on, under a little bit of pressure, but he is the Swain master, has the wave coming into him, going to be safe under this turret, not going to be gankable for Santorin early on.
And he does wind up putting a ward down after Santorin passes by, but pings on the top side of the map. They see that Tempo Storm does know that Santorin is over on that side of the map, whereas on the opposite side, Wiggly is waiting down on the bottom side. So he's clearing out a couple of Krugs. Has not actually yet been spotted by that ward, it looks like, but Solo going to be coming around the side as well. Looks like they just want to shove that Swain in on the top side, but pings going down from Tempo Storm on the bottom side. Wiggly knows that the enemy jungler's not around there. Is going to wind up utilizing that Scryer's Bloom to clear away the ward coverage on the bottom side and make that kick play a little bit safer. Whereas in the mid lane, it's a little bit of trades back and forth, but not really expecting a lot of kills to happen around this Corki Karma lane.
All right, that's why I was saying I was a little bit surprised to see the Thunder Lords, because while it will help your laning phase, generally Karma shouldn't need that much help anyways. Here we see that hook onto Caitlyn.
Oh, well, they scared Rikara and Mad Life back a little bit, but she plans one of those crowd control moves, and the Ignite goes down as well. The heal coming out after the healing reduction. One more auto attack won't land. The Braum passive is there. She flashing forward, trying to get the last auto attack. Can't get the flay, and first blood for Rikara.
Overall, what should have been a great all-in out of Tempo Storm ends up horribly wrong. They give up first blood as she tunnels on going for that kill. It was a bit of a misplay as Freeze did miss his Q spear to try and get that extra bit of damage once that missed. They looked like they still should have been able to get that all in, maybe a little bit early of a rend, maybe not ready for the exhaust to cut some of that damage. We'll take another look at it here. And a nice hook by Sheep to start it off onto Rikara. There you see the Q just go a little bit wide, not ready for the flay to displace the side of Rikara. And then here, just barely the heal able to keep him alive. The Braum stun is actually what kind of came through there and stopped Freeze from being able to continue on. And then Sheep just not knowing when enough is enough goes under the turret.
Thinks he can get that last Flay-empowered auto attack down into Caitlyn to pick up the kill, but unfortunately not going to get that one.
And it's important to note that you didn't need that kill, because just look at the CS discrepancy in the bot lane right now. Even if you didn't get that kill, Rikara's going to be forced out of lane, and he has to go back, heal up, fall down CS, and this whole time Free should be building a lead. Now, because he got that kill, even though he's going back early on, he's still able to pick up a pickaxe. Not nearly as bad as it could have been, where he's forced into just a second Doran's or something of that nature. Probably would grab a call, who exactly knows, but then you're winning the laning phase, and that's a big mistake out of Tempo Storm there.
More importantly, you're winning the laning phase with a normally bully-centric lane against the Caitlyn pickup, which is used to keep yourself safe through lane phase. And you're doing it against one of the best AD carries we have in the North American Challenger split. But now Mad Life going to be getting some vision control down, finds Wiggly actually in his own jungle, going to flash away, utilizes the blast cone, just barely gets out of range of that Thresh hook, and he will be A-OK.
Well played by Mad Life there, doesn't lose his cool, able to have that flash up despite that all in the bot side, keeps him alive. Yeah, nice idea of the Sheep to come in through the Dragon Pit and try and get that hook, but just not quite able to get there before he gets to the blast cone.
You can see here with the vision toggled off, nobody has seen Santorin get into that brush on the bottom side. There's no vision control in the brushes here for Tempo Storm. Wiggly thinks that he's going to be able to get this and has the flash available, but now they're going to wind up finding Santorin waiting. There's TP in channel, but Freeze is already gone down. Solo's going to complete his, Quas cancels his, and Gold Coin United get another kill.
Nice answer right away by Gold Coin United. Smelling that pressure down the bot side. The first all-in attempt out of Tempo Storm didn't work. They want to take another play while Rikara was down those summoners. And they also just got Mad Life's flash out, and the laning phase was pushing away. So it's very obvious that GCU is going to be out of position in a moment, and they are already out ahead of that play of Tempo Storm. Good game sense by Santorin.
Yeah, and actually they split the first tower gold between Solo, who utilizes teleport to get down there, and the Caitlyn coming out from Rikara. So they get the first tower gold, they get the first blood gold, and they get all the kills on the board so far. There will be a little bit of trade damage in the mid lane, but this is Tempo Storm trying to come back and attack the lane where they burn the summoners, but Santorin was waiting.
Yeah, like we said, the lane is not in a good spot at all. It's pushing away from Rikara and Mad Life, who have no summoners. So of course GCU knows, okay, this is the most obvious lane for Tempo Storm to gank. Santorin sneaks in because that wave is pushed up, and then it's just an easy counter gank from there. Really intelligent play out of GCU, already out to a 2,000 gold lead off the back of those two bot lane plays.
Yeah, this is Tempo Storm. So far, all the focus for them has really been around that bottom side, and that's kind of the telegraph play style that we mentioned when Freeze is in for them on the bot side of the map. They tend to play around him, and when he can't get the advantages he needs throughout the lane phase, Tempo Storm tends to not keep the tempo up. They slow things down. They wait for Freeze to get his item spikes, and they seed objectives on the map. So Gold Coin United with this Goldie might start looking around the different sides of the map. They rotate Caitlyn up to the top. There's a Mountain Dragon on the bot side, and we'll see what Tempo Storm's going to react with.
Well, they do land the hook on the Mad Life to start things out. A lot of CC down there.
Yeah, Wiggly's actually been able to come over the wall. The exhaust is down on him, but Mad Life's going to pay with his life for that one.
Nice play out of Tempo Storm there. Both bot lanes flip up to the top side in response to the first turret going down. And then they just sit over the wall. Now FLICKR too far forward again.
Oh, Wiggly's going to get the knock up there from the Umbrella. A bunch of damage coming through, but a heal's going to help him dodge. The ultimate comes out there, and Freeze is going to be able to spear through for a kill.
What is FLICKR doing? Walking back up into the landing phase with no extra support or wards going down. It's so easy for Wiggly to just take that tunnel over again. Repeat gank, get the knock up, and even though he's able to dodge out in the hook, hold on, Solo.
Yeah,
doesn't want to finish the point.
There's a package coming in from Fly as well, and they take down the Swain Master.
This game's getting pretty hectic early on. Swain extended in the long lane, not known for being particularly safe, given the lack of mobility. A good roam out of Fly. This is one of the things that we were saying he does a little bit better than Phoenix, is get out of the laning phase and coordinate with his teammates. Solo brings the CC, Fly brings the damage. Yeah,
so like you said, a little more bloody so far than we had expected, as Sheep was just waiting in the brush here, and it looks like Tempo Storm got the first, counter rotation after the lane swap went down.
It's just a little bit ahead. Obviously, Tempo Storm knows that the GCU bot lane is going to head up to the top side to keep pressuring with that Caitlyn, who had just grabbed her BF sword, but then FLICKR gets super greedy, thinks he can just heal sidestep out of that, but Wiggly showcasing in that new Rek'Sai ultimate, able to get the extra chunk of damage in, which allows Freeze to get that cleanup kill with his Q.
Yeah, and we saw FLICKR thinking that he took the tunnel down enough time, but we did see Wiggly just coming through and just knocking him up right afterwards. So Gold Coin United, well, they had about a 2,000 gold lead before. Now it's been cut down to about 1,500 gold leads. That's not the worst thing in the world, but they've seen the advantages that seemed like they could have just transitioned out of the early game and continued to keep that lead.
And it's especially tragic given the fact that it is a Kalista, a champion that often wants to be ahead of the game. It doesn't build armor pen for a long time. It relies on getting a ton of stacks in, using attack speed and lifesteal to remain relevant with its short range. And if it ever falls behind, it's one of those champions that feels like it's doing nothing, and it just basically comes down to a utility bot with the W Sentinels being able to scout out vision while using the ultimate to throw people around. And the fact that you've given this influx of gold back over to Freeze means he might be able to stay relevant in this game. Yeah,
and as we mentioned just earlier, Tempo Storm, when Freeze is in, they like to utilize him as the way they win the game. So giving their win condition a little bit of extra gold here from the side of Gold Coin United. However, they are going to continue to get their dual lane on the top side of the map. Nobody really wants to touch the Mountain Drake quite yet. One of the things that Gold Coin United have been known for throughout the Challenger Series is really their top-notch vision control, but Tempo Storm so far, since this rotation up to the top side, has been really good at making sure that Santorin and Mad Life have been able to group up together and really establish it on the top side. As Solo on the bottom side here. Got a kill on Quas earlier, but now Quas is making him pay for it.
Solo did get the Merc Treads as his early MR buy, also gets him out of that Never Move a little bit faster, but it's still a bit of a tough lane to be in. Quas has plenty of harass. Now we see a potential dive being set up to the top side.
No, Mad Life has been able to put one more down, and that's going to be the one that spots out Wiggly as he blast cones back over to his side of the map. Does have the tunnel available, though, so Mad Life has to be a little bit careful. Mid lane, not all too much action going on. Selfie's been able to build up that Athene's Unholy Grail, so he has gone for that item a little early on. As Santorin's to make his first appearance on the top side of the map with his dual lane in tow. So it's just going to be a hop, skip, and jump away from Freeze and Sheep to keep them alive, as Wiggly is still hovering around this top side of the map.
See a ton of vision control for Tempo Storm up in this top side. Santorin and the rest of GCU have a little bit of work to do to get some of this back. Otherwise, their bot lane will continue to be under pressure because Tempo Storm will know exactly where Santorin is and if they're safe. Now you see a little bit of tri-laning as GCU tries to get this wave under the turret. Not a fun spot to be in.
Yeah, I really want to see if Tempo Storm is going to be able to keep up this vision control, because it seems like they have a lot of this pressure because they had the first rotation top side and because they were able to pick up that kill on the dual lane up there. So we'll see if they're able to transition this vision control they have in the early game, in this lane phase, into the later stages of the game, because we just mentioned before how Gold Coin United's vision control has been one of their strengths and lets them move freely around the map in the later game and keep up that objective control. If Tempo Storm can keep contesting that, then they can wind up keeping this gold lead to about 1,000 and keep it relatively close.
One of the things that people kind of criticized GCU about last split a little bit was that they played slow in some regards, where it felt like they could have picked up the pace. And once again, despite getting that early 2 kills in the bot lane, they grabbed that turret right away. The game has mostly stalled out. Good plays out of Tempo Storm to find some more kills on the top side, of course, to slow them down. But they haven't really roamed around that much more. Fly had that one move down to the bot side, but that was just a kill because the objective was already down there. They weren't able to grab the dragon off that kill. And so once again, GCU in a slower pace game.
Yeah. If Rikara and Madley stayed alive on the top side, things might be a little bit different, but the pace of this game has slowed down significantly. It looks like both of the duo lanes, actually, duo lane from GCU had already gone back. We see a BF sword added to the pickaxe in the inventory of Rikara, whereas now it looks like the side of Tempo Storm is going to be going back for their own pieces of the Blade of the Rune King, and Berserker's Greed is already picked up for Freeze, and Sheep actually going for a very early pair of mobility boost and motor around the map here on this playmaking stretch.
Overall, a nice CS lead for Freeze, given the fact that that game started pretty sour for him. It's one of those things where you can kind of understand why they put Freeze into the lane against Rikara as opposed to Revan. Rikara, one of the strongest laners, like you were saying, in the NACS, and Freeze was someone who was actually very good in lane as well when he was on the right champions. And it was one of those things where they thought maybe the meta probably suited Revan a little bit better previously with some of the changes that have been coming in. Kalista came flying back into the meta, and that's something that Freeze is very competent on, as well as that Caitlyn pickup.
Very good comfort pick for Freeze. And as we mentioned before, Rikara's laning stats, he's normally +7 CS differential at 15 minutes. Right now, he's behind by about 20 or so. So he's got a little bit of work to get that stat back up. But Freeze potentially, definitely a very strong laner, so you can see why Tempo Storm has put him in for this matchup against another very strong laner, but also very interesting to see how he gets out of this lane phase, what happens when they have so much support kind of built around for him. Even the Swain pickup on the top side of the map has a lot of CC and a lot of abilities to slow down the enemy advance onto their backline, as now we see both of these junglers potentially, or actually both, it was a jungler and a top laner, as the Swain was one roaming down up from the top, the bottom side of the map, trying to make a play on the mid lane, but nobody really biting the bullet for that.
I do think the Karma makes some sense within the comp of Tempo Storm, of course, given the fact that Swain has a lot of that lifesteal tanking, that stuff that Quas loves so much. The shields work well with that because it buys, that tanks damage while you heal back up. It has a very nice synergy. Also speeds Swain up, a champion that sometimes feels like it's a little bit hard to get involved in the fights, as you know, well as the fact that Kalista is a champion that's very short range. There's a lot of short range champions here on Tempo Storm, and Karma kind of empowers a lot of them. Like we were saying, though, the concern is just, is this what's best for Tempo Storm, given Selfie's own playstyle strengths, and the fact that he is such a competent carry, and he's stuck a little bit here on a more team-focused champion.
Well, the Karma then also makes a lot of sense since you have a lot of poke on the side of GCU. You have the Caitlyn, who's the quintessential long-range ADC, has the ability to sit back and throw out these built-over Peacemakers, and then you pair it with the Corki, who's kind of, you know, your quintessential poke champion. He stacks up rockets and just shoots them at you, and you take damage while you're underneath the tower. So if you shield that up, you're the ones that can get the jump on them. You potentially close the gap between you and that poke composition. But so far, so slow, as this game, around 15 minutes in, kind of settled down a little bit. GCU is still maintaining a meager about 1,000 gold advantage. The vision control for them, though, has stepped it up a little bit. We saw Mad Life roaming around with Santorin towards the mid lane. They've established control over the Rift Herald pit. Not quite a Baron pit yet, but they have re-established control of the top side river, whereas Tempo Storm themselves have put a little bit more vision for Quas on the bot side, as he does have that long lane and is a little less safe.
As the game stalls out, I do think you have to look at GCU's comp as the better scaling comp. Three huge frontliners, with the Braum, Maokai, and J4, providing a lot of protection for the double 80 carry backline to rip people apart. You have good damage spreads, a lot of magic damage, a lot of physical damage. Caitlyn and Corki, both will become extremely potent in the late game damage-wise, and as well as hard to lock down on the side of Tempo Storm, who really don't have that much guaranteed CC.
That's true. They have a little bit on the Swain and a little bit on the Thresh, which seems to be their way to really engage on these fights.
Guaranteed CC is the big thing, because Swain has a very hard skill shot to hit with his Q in the late game when someone's running around in front of your turret and you're trying to hit them. The only person who really has anything guaranteed, you could say, is maybe the Flash Unburrow, and even that is a large commitment if you are going to try and force a fight with that. Whereas on the side of GCU, you got the Maokai W, you got the J4 ultimate, even Braum ultimate in a sense is relatively easy to hit in comparison.
You had at least 2 point and clicks to lock somebody down as they step out of position. You can bet that Kalista's going to be the one they try to jump on here, as you see already Freeze almost getting stunned up by the Braum passive. Teleports a plenty coming in on the top side of the map here, as it looks like Mad Life now will be worse for wear. Selfie gets taken out very low, has to flash away from the Cataclysm coming out from Solo, but now Quas has joined the fray, and in that Ravenous block form, he's continuing to lifesteal his way back up. There's a lot of fighting going on, but nobody falls down.
Very dangerous on the side of GCU, given the fact that it's double teleport on the side of Tempo Storm. It's been a long time since the last fight, so of course all summoners are available. That the skirmish breaks out, both junglers already in position, but the double teleport Tempo Storm, making sure that GCU can't actually turn that fight in their favor. Fly was unable to get involved with that. but he was able to stay mid lane and start chunking out this turret.
Yeah, he was able to get a little bit of poke damage on Selfie before he wound up teleporting away as well. And as you mentioned, the poke damage on this tower almost picks that one up. Actually, eats a tower shot first, troubles with Selfie, returns to the mid lane because of his speed boost. Tempo Storm, however, after disengaging the top fight successfully, will be able to enter the tower of their own, so that's going to even the gold right back up to even.
Very, very close game so far. That Dragon still untaken, not getting enough love. And here we see that top fight. Mad Life caught a little bit out of position, but baiting for Santorin. Sheep goes in to try and counter out that engage, slow it down. And here you see both teleports being channeled, but Fly have been staying around the mid lane. Solo goes for an EQ combo onto Wiggly, one of the low health members. Selfie was very low, like you said, but GCU not actually able to get onto anybody, and we're afraid about overextending given the fact that it was a 5v4 situation for Tempo Storm.
After GCU goes back and heals up, they just brute force down that mid lane and take that tower that Fly had poked down oh so low, completely down to 0. So now they've gotten 2 towers for themselves. They still got a quirky package, so we'll see if they try to rotate this momentum over towards the Dragon Pit as Tempo Storm are pinging down on that one, but it looks like GCU are A-okay to just go back to some normal lane assignments.
And here's where GCU needs to be a little careful. With Tempo Storm heading down to that Dragon, the ultimate is almost up off of freeze again, so if they take this fight, the engages will be much easier for Tempo Storm because there's no flashes on Rakara, Santorin, or Mad Life. So if you're able to pick out a target, it will be a pretty much guaranteed engage. So you can see here GCU not even wanting to test this objective, giving it up for free, saying we don't want to take another fight right now, we want to slow this game down again.
Yeah, well, at the same time, Tempo Storm will send Wiggly to the Dragon, and the rest of the team down to this bottom lane tower. So Selfie picks up the Ardent Sensor, full support Karma mode here coming out of the mid lane. We'll see if Santorin's going to be able to lock down onto Freeze. Actually locks down to Sheep as well, who has to flash away from being under tower. Wiggly's going to get stunned up around the backside here as Fly rotates down from the mid lane as well. So Tempo Storm trying to put pressure on this bottom side tower, but GCU there to cut it off.
Good idea out of Tempo Storm to go take that Dragon and then instantly try and pressure down the bot lane. Santorin was in position to deter that aggression, but got chunked out really early on, and if Fly didn't come down to stop that turret dive, it could have gone very bad for GCU.
So GCU just in the nick of time to stop that push coming out from Tempo Storm. And Tempo Storm wanted to utilize the Mountain Dragon pretty much as soon as they got it by putting pressure down on that bottom side. But now we have some pretty big item spikes. We had Corky picking up the Trinity Force, who was not involved in that last fight, but still had that item spike for himself. Now going for potentially a Static Shiver rapid fire canning with the Zeal item. I mentioned just briefly before, Karma's now completed like the 2 quintessential supporty mid lane Karma items, has the Ardent Sensor and the Athenian Zone Holy Grail to sustain up whoever they want from the side of Tempo Storm. We even see a Knight's Vow being completed as a first item after the Cinder Hulk, and Ninja Tabby coming out from Wiggly. So all the eggs are in the freeze basket.
I mean, similarly, Santorin grabbing a Knight's Vow as well. Just a very strong item in the current meta. Gives you everything you kind of want, as well as a bit of utility, keeping your carries safer while giving yourself a little bit of that weird sustain given the synergy between you and the person you've targeted with it.
Yeah, so I guess in a tank meta, you still kind of need some marksman or AD threats in order to keep yourself sustained up through these fights. As we saw yesterday in the United versus Big Gods Jackals series, some of those fights went on for quite a long time with those tanks in the front line.
Very difficult to chew through all of that, especially if your only real damage is going to be a Kalista and a swing. Karma will be able to throw some damage in, but you've got to imagine that the side of GCU's tanks will eventually get enough resist and health that Tempo Storm are going to have a hard time. They really don't have any % health damage. Maybe at some point Swain will grab a Leandries or something, but until then, I mean, there's not many ways of chewing through all this HP that's going to come in for GCU.
You got a Blade of the Ring Key on Kalista, but you mentioned earlier, she doesn't really build, armor penetration. She doesn't really go for a lot of those armor shredding items until she has a core build down pat. And even then, she's got the quintessential, I'm going to wail on the front line and lifesteal tank myself up and have my supports basically keep me alive through this fight as Tempo Storm is building for. As soon as you wind up factoring in the Bramble Vest or something into here for the likes of Solo or Santorin, or even Mad Life could potentially pick up, that all of a sudden cuts that lifesteal efficiency because of the Grievous Wounds passive on the Kalista. And you guys have in a little bit of a sticky situation. You mentioned the short range composition for Tempo Storm.
Right, I mean, obviously, like you said, Kalista wants to hop around and hit Maokai, but if she ever gets too close, Maokai gets that W on her, and she's locked down for the follow-up that will come in from Solo, Rakara, and Fly. That's the nice thing about them, is that they can just kind of throw their ultimates, their poke damage at whoever the front line decides to lock down. That said, there will be a lot of opportunities for Tempo Storm. Given the fact that they have the Kalista, they'll probably have a better objective control over the course of this game. So we just got past 20 minutes in the game as we see a skirmish on the top side.
Yeah, as I said, the split push power of Fly's Corki is the factor we haven't necessarily mentioned. Is he and Selfie are going to be trading blows on the top side of the map. And while GCU does have the Swain with the teleport available to really match where the Jarvan or the Corki is going to go, they don't necessarily have another member. Sure, Karma has a teleport available, but Karma kind of wants to be near the Kalista and near where those fights are going to be breaking out at the basically from the get-go. Whenever Corki has a package available, whenever Corki wants to put down a tower, he has that side lane pressure as another member from GCU that Tempo Storm just doesn't have.
It's a little bit of a push and pull, though, because if you ever find yourself slightly extended without a teleport in the side lane, let's say Fly is up in the top lane, matched by Selfie, and then a fight breaks out on the bot side, Fly will not be able to get involved in that fight. So while GCU has a little bit better pushing power when they're set up in a 1-3-1, they don't necessarily have the summoners to match a team fight if it breaks out. And on the side of GCU, your comp, despite the fact that it can kind of split, is much stronger as a unit. Both unit teams really are. So you can probably expect to see some explosive team fighting. And the point I was making with the objective controls, of course, Kalista can't talk about Baron control without talking about this champion when it's in the game. With that Mountain Dragon, at some point, I'm sure Tempo Storm will look for an opportunity to set up in front of that and make GCU face check them and really run into all that engage that Tempo Storm can throw at them.
I mean, talk about Selfie being on a little bit more of a supportive style. Still a lot of ability power in this kit coming out from Karma as he chunks through half of the HP on Rakara's Caitlyn, as now Tempo Storm seems content to just kind of go back and forth with a bit of a ARAM style, while GCU are the ones to be A-okay to farm it out and wait for Fly's Corki to split push down the last outer tower on the top side. It's now 3 towers just to 1, but only about a 2,000 gold advantage to the side of GCU, and Tempo Storm might be making their move aggressively into the enemy jungle.
Getting flanked, though, we see Solo collapsing in from the bottom side. Santorin's going to drop his ultimate, but it's pretty far away.
Slow Maokai actually still roots down on the 2 members of Tempo Storm, but Gold Coin United are not going to follow after that one. They were even slower to that fight than the Maokai ultimate.
It did feel like Solo had an angle if he wanted to jump in there. He would have kind of been the only guy going forward, so it would have been very easy to be focused down for Tempo Storm. So I understand why Solo did not want to just jump in kind of 1v5, but as a result, Santorin's ultimate is too slow to actually get in there. Karma speed, very good against Maokai if he's just going to throw his ultimate down a lane or area like that. One empowered E will get them all out of there.
One of the big factors of the reworked Maokai ultimate is he's really good at fighting in close quarters, but if you just run away from him, it's not going to be the best of ultimates to wind up utilizing. And they get that big cooldown out right before the Infernal Drake is going to be spawning. So Tempo Storm not wanting to give up this position on the map. They really want to get that second objective for themselves, but there's a Corki package they have to contend with.
Corki package giving them a lot of strength right now. Really good vision control in their own jungle. There is still one ward behind them in the Dragon, right behind the Dragon Pit to give a potential TP, but Quas is not on a champion that's going to have an explosive TP. So with all the vision control they already have, GCU look like they're in a good position to force down this Dragon, but Tempo Storm's going to contest.
Yeah, the Corki package uses a bit of a zoning package since that one's about to run out. Quas in the front line trying to lifesteal tank it up while Wiggly tries to get the Dragon, but it's Rakara that gets the last hit on the Maokai ultimate. Actually comes right back up. That's a very short cooldown. Locks down 4 members to the side of Tempo Storm. Wiggly kind of going vulnerable with that Rek'Sai ultimate, will be taken down by Fly on the backside. The Cataclysm splits up Tempo Storm. They got their damage on one side and the rest of the team running away on the other. This is Gold Coin United crashing down on Tempo Storm, taking the Drake and taking the fight.
And there we see the strength of GCU's comp. They try and force down onto Santorin. He drops that ultimate to kind of disengage their attempt. And then as soon as that root lands on one person, Wiggly a little bit further in front than the rest of his team. Very easy to be focused down by that double marksman composition in the back line, like we said. And then as soon as Wiggly's down, Solo has more re-engaged tools. It's going to keep jumping forward into the fight. Very risky Dragon overall, though, basically a 50-50. Nice that Rakara is able to secure it with the Piltover Peacemaker. And here you see disengage, Santorin drops the ultimate. Very hard to get involved. Solo up on the top side, kind of just playing a little bit of zoning duty, making sure that they can't get involved. So Wiggly is really the only person in that fight. GCU focuses him down, then they continue on to Sheep after Solo went in with his EQ combo onto Selfie. Selfie too low to help, freeze on the wrong side of that fight, like you said, not able to continuously auto-attack. One of those champions that can be very hard to make work from behind, like we were saying you know, Freeze isn't necessarily losing, but he's not as ahead as he would hope to be at this point, given the fact that he has 3 tanks going to be blocking him out.
Right, and the fact of the matter is that even though he's 35 CS up on his lane opponent of FLICKR now has 3 kills and an assist to his name, so we already see the Energizer build for Caitlyn almost fully online, just needs that rapid fire cannon as his last item. But he's stopped and picked up an Executioner's Calling, which of course is going to cut through whatever healing Freeze is going to be getting from the rest of his team, but in addition to that, the swing coming out from Quas.
Really big to pick that item up. Bramble Vest as well now gives Grievous wounds, but Quas can just avoid auto-attacking, and then that will never proc on him if he's being smart about it. And so Corki will not build Morel Namacon, of course. Might grab doesn't need an Executioner's Calling, excuse me, because all the damage magic is magic damage. So really the only person who will ever be able to apply Grievous wounds in this situation is Rikara. So very smart to pick that up early on.
And so Tempo Storm now, bit on the back foot. It looked like they really wanted to try to pressure down on that Dragon area, but were zoned out by the Corki package and then eventually zoned out by Solo in that fight. Find themselves at about a 3,000 gold disadvantage, but now it's going into GCU style of play. Slow and steady. More importantly, vision control, the enemy jungle between Santorin and Magic.
And we talked about the objective control that comes in for a Kalista team. Well, we got to talk about it for the Maokai side. Yes, Karma's great for empowering her whole team to run away from the Maokai ultimate, but if a Baron is behind that Maokai ultimate, you actually need a way through it. And that's one of the things that makes Maokai so annoying in team, competitive settings is you can start this Baron off like they're doing right now, and when Tempo Storm comes to contest, you just throw that Maokai ultimate to stop it. But already, Wiggly kind of in range to go for a steal.
And actually, GCU is burning through this one relatively quick, already down to about 4,000 HP, dropping to 3,000. We see Quas on one side, Solo actually going to zone away on the other. Santorin flashes out of the pit. They decide to try to lock down on the Quas. There's the Maokai ultimate, cutting them off from their top laner. Roots up basically everybody except for Freeze on Tempo Storm, and Swain's already dead.
Probably going to need another one of those slow-mo kill cams to see how quickly Quas actually died there. There's been a lot of those where people just instantly pop. And off that kill, GCU still forcing around Baron.
Yeah, we see Mad Life and Fly playing some zone control duties. The Baron, about 4,000 HP again. This is where GCU turned off a bit last time.
In there.
Wiggly's coming in for a steal. He's got 1 stack, 2 stack. Oh, the stacks in the Brawn passive. But Freeze is taking down Mad Life. The Baron has gone over to the side of GCU, and Wiggly has died. Now GCU are turning on to the fight here. It's still a 4v3 situation, but they decided to just take their Baron buff and hightail it out of there.
Nice play out of GCU. A little risky on the side of them because they were trying to force that Baron down. Wiggly made it into the pit. They did a good job stopping damage onto it, but it looked like they were having a hard time killing Wiggly, who was trying to drop the Baron lower until it was in smite range. Looked like they were able to hold off long enough that Wiggly had to smite for health, and then they could kill him and then take the Baron. I need to see it exactly again to know what happened, but now Selfie, after pushing up the mid lane, caught out of position.
Maybe staying around a little bit too long as Solo cut off his escape on the backside here. Corki's gonna wind up going forward. One last auto attack, empowered by that Trinity Force, takes down a Selfie.
And here we see GCU getting a firm grasp of this game now. Nice call to go onto Quas right away. You see all these engage threats. Santorin with the flash over might seem relatively aggressive, but he's able to drop that ultimate at a really nice angle to stop the rest of Tempo Storm from being able to save him. This is when they go back onto the Baron. You see them melting it down. Wiggly has to wrap back around, and then here he does get over the wall. The Rek'Sai Tunnel extremely strong for that. Goes in at around 3,000 health. It gets relatively close to 1,000, but they are completely focused on killing him. He has to smite or the health, like we were saying, because otherwise he would die. And then once it drops it down lower, then you see Santorin smite come in afterwards. Really nice control and smite usage out of the GCU jungler. Yeah,
and we saw the Maokai ultimate being used to zone them away from the Baron pit in the picture-in-picture on the bottom of your screen. While that replay was happening, we saw them utilizing that again to zone Tempo Storm away from their own inhibitor. So they take down the mid lane inhibitor, take down the mid lane inhibitor, and they still end up having the Baron buff on them for about 1 minute and 50 seconds. So this is looking like shades of E-United, where even though they were very close to Big God's Jackals, one Baron and then one push after that was all they needed to end a game. Tempo Storm got to be a little bit more together than Big God's was to defend against this.
That's what I was about to say. Is this seems to be the thing in Challenger Series, where once that Baron's on your side, you do a great job of closing games out. Rush up that mid lane after picking up Selfie. Really not great wave clearing on the side of Tempo Storm if that Karma is down, and wouldn't even be that effective against Baron minions given the magic damage reduction. So they're able to charge right up the mid lane, take that turret. We talk about the strength of really tanky team comps right now. You can just walk under that turret and say, hit me, I dare you. And if you actually get in range to auto attack them, then you just pull the trigger and engage. So a very aggressive positioned team of GCU grabbing these objectives.
A lot of teams usually have a crowd advantage as a sixth man. GCU is opting for Baron Nashor as their sixth man in this one as they take down yet another tower and are beginning to pressure this top side of the map. Tempo Storm's short-range composition that we kept talking about earlier on, we could really see the kind of pitfalls of that is, you mentioned the lack of wave clear against these Baron buff minions coming in from the Karma ability power base champion, but also the fact that they just really don't have a safe way to clear out these minions without being poked down upon by this Corki, poked down upon by this Caitliner, completely grouped up for this Maokai ultimate, which once again will be used here on zoning duties. Tempo Storm might not be deterred by this one though. Quas got a couple of auto attacks in the face. The healing debuff is on him. He has to walk away from this. And it looks like GCU are ready for the fight. Solo wants to go in, but maybe a little bit too far. Getting taken down extremely low. Tries to flash away. Will get popped by Freeze. They do wind up answering a kill onto the tower, though, and will follow up down onto Sheet. Santorin staying alive a lot longer than Solo did, but he will eventually fall as Freeze gets a double kill in the fight. Now Fly very, very low, and Mad Life trying to do his best to protect his carries. Rikara and Fly, though, have to try to back away. Wiggly jumps down onto Rikara on the back line, but he's going to be able to stay alive. Takes down Wiggly. They do wind up picking up the duo lane, though. It's a 4-for-2 overall in an extended fight. Flash away from Fly, saves the ace, but Selfie's on the chase.
Don't know if he'll be able to get out of here. Might want to use any sort of, I guess, is Valkyrie available. Never mind, he's fine. Fly should be out of here at this point. Selfie's still trying to get
He wants it. He's going to pull a sheep. He's going to tower dive. Oh, he's going for it. He's healthy enough. He can do this. He could go under, but Fly picks up the kill on the Selfie. That was selfish.
Yeah, that was very selfish and greedy on the side of Selfie. They just managed to get a 4-for-2, ends up trading it back a little bit, so ends up a 4-for-3. Here we get to see one of the problems with Solo's potential itemization. He drops his combo like a Jarvan likes to do. Does a good job zoning away the members of Tempo Storm from this turret, but he doesn't have a Gargoyle Stoneplate completing it, so he can't just pop that and sit in the middle of the team and kind of tank that up. Goes down pretty quickly, and then once he's already bursted, they just focus down the next frontline member, and this is where we get to talk about the strength of Freeze when he's able to just auto-attack tanks constantly, stays healthy, gets them low, rends them, and then it's just a simple chase down from there. You see them trying to kite this out, but they have a fair amount of sticking power with the Karma being able to continually speed them up. They grab 2 more kills, and then Selfie goes on a little bit of a solo mission.
Yeah, just a little bit too far there, as we could see. Big factor in the fight was the fact that Freeze was left relatively untouched, able to just wail away on the front line.
And a goose egg out of Solo, not actually able to contribute at all in that fight. I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised at the Randuin's Omen, given the fact that there's really only one auto attacker that you care about on the team. So surprised to see that. It does complete his Gargoyle Stoneplate now. Maybe some different itemization choices could have helped them out a little bit better there, but at the end of the day, it did feel like GCU had gone a little too far forward. They did grab the inhibitor turret during all of that, so didn't actually lose that much in terms of objectives. Just handed some gold over the Tempo Storm that they would have done pretty well to avoid.
Yeah, right. They still had a lot of gold coming in because of the Baron buff, and basically the fact that they took down 4 towers altogether, and then the mid lane inhibitor as well. That bottom lane tower was also under a lot of punishment, as we saw basically almost falling down to minions, but just Quas's Swing going down there to clear that one out safe and sound. Tempo Storm, though, they kind of pushed back into their own base for a little bit. One of the things that we talked about Gold Coin United is always strong with is their vision control. Tempo Storm doing a good job of trying to deny that so that GCU is not going to be able to just kind of rotate between the open inhibitor, which will respawn in just a couple seconds, as we heard the announcer saying that, and the top lane inhibitor, which is left completely exposed.
Tempo Storm definitely on the back foot. Hard to walk forward with their comp. The only person who's really tanky is Wiggly. You see him the furthest position forward. Sheep sitting behind him with a lantern, potentially save him if he gets hit with any kind of CC. But that does mean it is difficult to get some of this vision control back, especially with Caitlyn trapped here. Solo looking for an opportunity. There's that lantern onto Wiggly to save him, but they've lost mid lane control. GCU going to charge up there for that inhibitor. Yeah,
GCU looks to set their sights on the freshly spawned inhibitor in the mid lane, but Tempo Storm will rotate around through that base gate, keep themselves A-okay in the positional race to try to defend against that inhibitor in their own base. We see Sheep hook wide to the right on the rest of GCU, and Solo's going to have to use that flag and drag combination just to run away. Gold Coin United has an inside track to the Baron, but Tempo Storm might go wide for this still alive outer tower, and it looks like the Gold Coin United are going to pull the trigger for a fight. Wiggly's going to wind up going down as the first casualty. The Maokai ultimate zones away everybody. Freeze picks up Sheep, throws him back in, but they've already lost Selfie. It's a double kill for Rikara as he picks up another one onto Sheep, and now it's going to be a double kill for Fly as they take down Quas, and they don't even need the Baron to end this game. They're going to be pushing into the base of Tempo Storm.
A nice 4-for-0 on GCU. we talk about that vision control that they had already taken care of. Even though they get shoved out in the mid lane, Tempo Storm still feels like they need to check that Baron. They walk up a little bit, and then it's just a one-man focus at a time out of GCU. They take down Wiggly, they take down Selfie, they take down Quas and Sheep, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, we'll take down the game off the back of that fight. So Goldcoin United, though things are a little bit close in the beginning stages of the game, and they might do it a little bit slower than the other Uniteds in E-United, game number 1 is going to be going their way in this best-of-5 series against Tempo Storm. This might be shades of last Challengers semifinals past, as Goldcoin United took a 3 over Tempo Storm there and are already up 1 game.
And gotta say, the way that they won was a huge team effort for GCU. If you look at those scoreboards at the end, I'm pretty sure Fly and Rakara had all of the kills on the team. I believe it was about 15 total, while everyone else was just there supporting them. And that's what we were talking about with the team comp being completely designed to be a setup tool, just be this big beefy frontline, CC them one at a time and let your double AD carry backline, just poke targets down. And even though Tempo Storm did have some aggression early on, it wasn't actually able to be quite converted into kills, into gold lead, into snowballing through objectives. It was always a little bit too close, and eventually GCU outscaled.
Yeah, and you mentioned during the actual game the fact that there was no guaranteed crowd control, really, aside from a flash on Burrow, which is still not 100% guaranteed coming out from the side of Tempo Storm. 8-0 on Fly's Corki, 7-1 on Rakara on the Caitlyn before they wound up fountain diving towards the end and maybe buffing some KDA stats. But things were kept relatively close until we got into that kind of big team fight phase. Even though Fly wasn't necessarily grouping up with Goldcoin United in the beginning stages of the game, once they knocked down all the outer towers and then focused on the vision control and focused on fighting over these dragons, GCU's team fight prowess really shone through.
Yeah, and I think that first Infernal fight is the one that you have to look at. 26 minutes into the game, we see a bit of a 50-50 Dragon Smite, but after it goes in the favor of GCU, Tempo Storm wants to keep walking forward. You see them chasing down the river. This Maokai ult deters the chase, locks up Wiggly, and then the front line just completely chain CCs him. Solo works on a bit of zoning duty onto the back line of Tempo Storm, forces Selfie out, and then once Wiggly's down, the front line continues to chase forward. Freeze gets split off on the left side of the fight, not really able to kind of kite this one out, hopping away all fight long. Never really got a ton of Ren stacks on a target to try and burst them down. And after that fight, they get the Infernal Dragon that makes their team fight even better after it was probably already the stronger team composition for GCU.
Yeah, not only does it make their team fight stronger, but it also makes their threat of taking another objective, whether it be the towers on the map that they eventually push down or the Baron that they were able to kind of dance around for a little while and utilize that proactive vision control between Santorin and Madlife, that they were able to just kind of split up Tempo Storm and catch Quas off on the side with.
This was always one of GCU's biggest strengths. Last split's continued over this split is their vision control. They get complete vision control of Baron. Tempo Storm does know they're on it, and they try and potentially wrap around and set up a fight, but Quas gets picked off early on as they saw him up there. They very aggressively turn onto him, and then from there, they get the Baron down low. Wiggly goes in. Really good job of stopping damage on the Baron. It does get very close to being in smite range, but about 300 health away, and Wiggly was forced to go right away and stay alive with that smite. Santorin reacts to it. He sees the smite come in early, smites it to secure it, and then they're able to turn off that, get a couple more kills. And then like we said, apparently in Challenger, as soon as you get Baron, the game's supposed to be over because they took the mid and hid during the replay of the game when we were trying to break down what was happening. Yeah,
and they pushed on that mid lane inhibitor, they rotated up to the top side, and things got a little bit dicey around there as we finally got to see kind of what Tempo Storm's composition wanted to do. We saw about almost 6,500 to 7,000 damage coming out from Freeze's Kalista, able to get those rend resets and just hop his way through a team fight. But it was really Goldcoin United who, once they actually collected themselves after that Baron buff faded away, they realized they had priority on the map, specifically in the mid lane. Even though Tempo Storm was trying to hard push down that mid lane and threaten an outer tower, Goldcoin United had the inside track by the Baron, and we were able to get the jump on them in that last fight of the game.
And here you see that once again that vision control. Wiggly walks forward knowing that they have to make their way towards Baron eventually. And once again, they focus him down first, they blow him up, and then it's an easy chase down. That Maokai ultimate providing a lot of lockdown and zoning potential. They go one target at a time. They go Selfie, they go Sheep. Quas is now in Zanya's all alone. They take him down. Freeze was never able to really get in there and auto-attack multiple members of the front line once again. He's forced out of the fight, only one left alive, and there GCU is able to end the game.
Yeah, and we mentioned Tempo Storm's thing that when Freeze is in, they try to play around him. They try to utilize it well. They weren't able to really seal the deal with that one because Goldcoin United has started off this series with a win, but in Game 2 against Tempo Storm, it's just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the NACS Summer Playoffs. Won't land. The Braum passive is there. Sheep flashing forward, trying to get the last auto attack. Can't get the play. Has to flash available, but now they're going to wind up finding Santorin waiting. There's TPC and Channel, but Freeze is already gone down. Wiggly kind of going vulnerable with that Rek'Sai ultimate, will be taken down by Fly on the backside. The Cataclysm splits up Tempo Storm. They got their damage on one side, and the rest of the team running away on the other. This is where GCU turned off a bit last time. Wiggly's coming in for a steal. He's got 1 stack, 2 stack, all the stacks in the Braum passive, but Freeze is taken down, tries to flash, but will get popped by Freeze. They do wind up answering a kill onto the tower, though, and will follow up down onto Sheik. Santorin staying alive a lot longer than Solo did. Throws him back in, but they've already lost Selfie. It's a double kill for Ricard as he picks up another one onto Sheep, and now it's going to be a double kill for Fly as they take down Quas. Welcome back, League fans. Gold Coin United and Tempo Storm are setting up for game number 2 of their semifinal series after a relatively smooth sailing victory out of Gold Coin United in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of choppy waters in the beginning with the attempted aggression out of Tempo Storm's bot lane, but, you know, Sheep got a little greedy early on, was able to keep the Caitlyn in the game because she got their pickaxe off that first back as opposed to, you know, coming back to the second Doran's. Then the second time they try and get aggressive down the bot lane, Santorin's there. So really smart play out of GCU to stem the potential early game from Tempo Storm. And then after that, it's all, pretty good because they get into the late game with their tanks, still very strong. The enemy carries are not super strong, and Fly was able to become a monster over the course of that game.
Yeah, he was kind of, a bit of the, not necessarily unsung hero, as we were able to talk about him a bit in the game, but his quirky was putting pressure on the map throughout the early stages of the game. Fact of the matter is he was able to split push down that top lane was a big factor as why that mid lane tower went down shortly after the double teleport play, and the top was in, Tempo Storm's favor. But then in the late game, he didn't wind up dying. He had huge amounts of damage coming out from those quirky rockets and kind of the poke war, and between him and Rikara, there was no way that Tempo Storm was able to get to that back line. It's maybe one fight, but they were able to just completely decimate the base after that Baron.
And even that one fight was really off the back of some overdiving by Solo. Didn't have his Gargoyle Stone Plate complete, so he ended up in the middle of the enemy team. He just kind of gets burst down, and then with one frontline member down, it's a lot easier to chase through for Tempo Storm. But I think you kind of have to look at the decision to go with that comp. We were talking about the karma and does it really play to Selfie's strengths? I think we have to say no based off that game. You can also say, was Warlords the right choice? Once again, probably not. They were even in the game come late game, and it's very hard to proc that actually as a karma because you would need something like both parts of your Q to land plus an auto attack or a QW auto attack, and even then, you're probably throwing that on a frontline member. That Thunderlord's proc will not be the end of the world if you're throwing it, on a Maokai or a Jarvan.
And when you're going to have Fly on something that, during the lane phase, you just gotta be content to sit there and farm. Doesn't matter how much CS you're ahead if you're Selfie in that case, because your karma in the later game is not going to do as much damage as Fly is, and you kind of become more of like, you're trying to mitigate the damage that the opposing carry is doing rather than trying to match it for yourself. As we saw in that late game team fight, it was all about the freeze damage, and Tempo Storm are going with their bot laner again, so we'll see if the draft once again revolves around the bottom side of the map here for Tempo Storm.
Yeah, well, they already are adapting a little bit in the bans. You see, like I said, that Corki ban out. Gold Coin United does not want to give away the Caitlyn first pick or the Elise first pick, so they're banning out a lot of these power play champions, unlike what we saw in the first game where they were saying, all right, we'll ban Zed because we just want a lot of stuff up. Completely different strategy this time around. We'll have to see what they go with. They go with the Kalista first pick. I would say that makes some sense. They were doing really well in laning phase. Even if they didn't get that solo kill onto Caitlyn initially, just forcing her out of lane like that would have been very good for them if they did not get a little bit greedy underneath that turret. So if you're Tempo Storm, we're talking about why we like best of 5 so much, because you have that one extra game to play with. You can say, all right, I think our strategy last game was mostly pretty good. Why don't we change up the mid lane pick, go with the same bot lane, and hopefully it works out better for us. Gold Coin United kind of keying in on that, wants to split that bot lane up. They grabbed the Thresh this time around.
Yeah, so they're going to have the playmaking support on Mad Life of all players, so they had him on Thresh, which will be really good. They're even hovering over the Rek'Sai, potentially going to be taking that one away from Tempo Storm and mitigating some of the playmaking ability coming out from Wiggly. As, we talked about the creative jungle pathing that the Rek'Sai can go for. We also saw the heavy duo bot lane focus that that Wiggly was trying to put down on that side of the map, but they do wind up just swapping it up at the last second and going for the Maokai.
I do like this. They played the Maokai Rek'Sai last game. That matchup, the Maokai held even just fine and was much more effective in the late game team fights. So, like we were saying, how Tempo Storm might be running this game slightly back the same way with maybe a couple small adjustments. Gold Coin United much the same way, saying that Maokai worked out pretty well for us. Let's pick that up again.
Yeah, especially when they wind up getting into the post 20-minute mark where they're fighting over objectives, they're getting into these kind of grouped up team fight areas. Santora's able to utilize the Maokai ultimate quite effectively, but this time around the Jace is left open and they're going to take that one away for Tempo Storm. Could be a Quas, could be a Selfie, most likely going to be a Quas. We saw him going for that full lifesteal build, Jace, just last week.
Yep, so maybe pretty likely. Hopefully he changes the build up a little bit given the fact that lethality is so much stronger with the changes to the fact that scales off your level now, plus the Dust Blade and Ghost Blade changes, so very strong. Here we see Fly grabbing the Galio, one of the power picks that did fall through. Tempo Storm do not grab it, and GCU looks like they're going to be pretty happy to throw that one in the mid lane most likely, but here's where you get into this interesting situation where Tempo Storm do have a Jace counter pick that can go mid as well, but GCU have the last pick. So this could be a situation where Tempo Storm flexes the Jace mid, puts something else top that's AD, and hopefully gets some more magic damage somewhere if they can do it. Maybe from the support position, you can grab something like a Zyra, who really knows, and then maybe you end up in a really weird situation where Fly or whoever on Gold Coin United can't really use that Galio pick too well.
Well, we did see GCU kind of adapting to that, feigning the fact that Galio could go into the top lane, but also mitigating that extra AP threat coming out from the top solo position by banning away the Rumble. The response will be the Camille being banned away from Tempo Storm, so neither of these teams really committed to where that Galio or the Jace are going to wind up going, playing the flex pick game quite well in the second phase, and the Cassiopeia actually going to be banned away here by GCU.
This is not too much of a surprise. Cassiopeia, a decent matchup mid versus the Galio. Obviously, Galio can kind of survive it the way Galios tend to survive AP matchups, but it still can pressure it a little bit. And the Camille ban is specifically because we've seen this composition before out at TSM as well. You take the Camille on the top side, drop the Hextech Ultimatum, drop the Galio ultimate onto the Camille, and next thing you know, your top lane's dead. So, very understandable to try and split that one up. The Gnar ban is a little bit of a surprise. I mean, it's still very strong. This is kind of telegraphing the fact that the Quas is going to take that Jace topside. Jace still beats Gnar, which is why it's a little weird to see, but who exactly knows? They just tried and limit what Solo plays well. That is one of his best champions.
Right, as I say, it's kind of like a Solo legacy staple. You know, when you've seen him basically playing through the promotion tournaments, even when he subbed in very briefly on Echo Fox, the Gnar is kind of one of his de facto go-to champions in that top lane matchup. This time, Gold Kunyata is going to put a little bit of a different twist on their bottom lane. They don't have the Caitlyn available since they banned it away themselves. Instead, though, they're going to be going for a Twitch, so there's still a lot of damage coming out for Rakara on the bottom side, but Chief's going to get his hands on Blitzcrank this time, who's going to want to get his robot hands on that rat.
And that's the scary thing, is that generally speaking, this is a pretty good matchup for Tempo Storm's bot lane. We talk about how Thresh is a little bit annoying for a Blitzcrank if you're able to pull someone out after the Blitzcrank pulls him in using that lantern. But at the end of the day, Twitch is not very mobile, can get prone to being hooked a couple times, and then we've seen the all-in threat that comes with the Kalista. And here we see that Alawi pick. Quas' staple. We were talking about, you know, how we see the fact that Solo's known for his Gnar. This is Quas' kind of signature champion this split.
Yeah, so the Alawi will wind up being picked up for Quas. So if you're going to wind up trying to fight in an AoE, Quas winds up utilizing the ultimate from the Alawi, you're going to have a bad time as all those tentacles will be wailing away on you in the middle of the fight. It looks like the Kennen is going to be the last pickup here, so this is going to be Solo taking it into the top lane.
Definitely a champion that's fallen out of people's priority pretty heavily recently, just because at the start of the split, we were seeing this kind of be like a first pick, first ban status for Kennen. As some of these tankier champions came into the meta, people sort of backed off the Kennen a fair amount, as well as the fact that itemization wasn't great for Kennen overall. Here we see, though, with the Alawi, they just want to grab something from range, but we've also seen the fact that Quas does make things work with the Alawi seemingly out of nowhere. You're in a grouped up team fight situation, something that you think Alawi's not great at, something like a siege or just standing off near Baron. He hooks out your frontline member with his test of will, pulls someone in, they get him very, very low, and all of a sudden your frontline member is chunked out despite never really getting out of position.
Right, and so the Alawi in these siege positions could be something that Tempo Storm utilized that they didn't necessarily have last time. It also means it's going to be a mid lane Jace for Selfie, something that I was excited for when they originally flexed it into the top lane. So now we're going to get to see Selfie taking maybe potentially a more lethality-centric Jace into the mid lane, but we got a bunch of different looks to a bunch of different players this time around. Fly's going to be on something a little bit tankier in the mid lane. Solo's got himself a little bit more of a lane dominant champion. It's game number 2 of the Challenger semifinals with GCU already up 1-0.
GCU still have a very strong front line through their mid and jungle position. This is kind of like what we were saying we saw out of E United last night, where they had about 2 to 3 tanks every single game. This time around, they do have the Thresh to the support position. But that said, if a Galio jumps in to follow up on a Maokai engage and then an Alawi drops her ultimate, that's playing kind of into Tempo Storm's game plan as well. For the most part, Twitch will play outside of Alawi's range, as long as he doesn't get caught out of position. But this will be a very fun game to watch just because there's a lot of physical damage on Tempo Storm side. GCU's tanks can build a lot of armor, but if they don't get good engages off and blow up a member of Tempo Storm, then that Quas ultimate will probably be able to turn these fights. It's going to be a very execution-heavy game. Yeah,
Gold Kunyata do have a guaranteed kind of way for the Galio to be delivered into a fight, as he can wind up just using the hero's entrance on top of a Maokai, who will twisted advance with a point-and-click CC on his W. But you have the Gragas coming up from Wiggly as well. He saves that explosive cast. He could use it as soon as Maokai walks in. The Galio ultimate will follow, but Maokai won't be there to help, you know, kind of set up in the front line.
I mean, there's so many different options here for GCU. Of course, Kennen being a bit of a split push threat potentially if he's able to get ahead. Hopefully then they can avoid team fights, because like we said, it is a little bit of a dicey situation with all the counter-engage tools with Tempo Storm. It's much better if you can just win the game without needing to team fight.
Right.
You also have the Twitch. You can stealth around the map, potentially get a gank off, and then you can also have the Galio join in on the submarining Twitch, one of those old kind of strategies that we saw more with Shen back in the day, now being executed again, potentially with the Galio pick in the mid lane.
So they got a lot of options on Gold Coin United, and Tempo Storm going to be looking to limit them if at all possible. We saw a bit of a a solo queue style leash coming in from GCU on the bottom side as Rikara and Madlife are leashing away for Santorin's Maokai, whereas the bottom side, Freeze and Sheep got the jump on the laning phase here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Selfie and Fly will be trading back and forth. There's Selfie with the range advantage up there. It's normally a matchup we see in the top lane. We'll see in the mid this time around. Bot side of the map, we have to be a little bit wary here, as this can get a little bit explosive depending on who hits 2 first. Most likely be Tempo Storm's bottom lane, as they did wind up getting into lane a little bit earlier. We can see that GCU have to give them that respect. They know when those minions are going to give them enough experience to get there.
Also with Blitzcrank having that execute on the Targon's passive, able to kind of kill some frontline minions a little bit faster than a Jace can, or excuse me, a Thresh can.
Well, speaking of the Jace, we see Selfie getting aggressive in the mid lane against Fly. He just delivers a quick Justice Punch to the face onto Selfie. But Fly going around the backside here, trying to cut off the escape coming out from Selfie. Santorin there as well, but with Selfie feigning towards that side of the map, they kind of smell that Wiggly's in the area, so they don't want to dive too far.
Kind of nice scout out there on the side of GCU. Selfie was not in full retreat mode, still trying to trade some damage back as Wiggly was over the wall. Kind of telegraphed to GCU where they thought he would be starting, or excuse me, where he would be on that right side. Also given the fact that he did not start in the bot lane, that was kind of scouted out by GCU as well, just given where people were, how quickly they were in lane, things like that. So good call to back off that mid lane gank.
So mid lane going push out aggressively from the side of Tempo Storm. The top side of the map, however, looks to be going a little bit more in favor of Gold Coin United. Whereas that Kennen, you mentioned the fact that he's a little bit of a stronger laner for solo this time around, but more importantly can bully a lot of these melee matchups, specifically across the loud. Going for the Cole start as well, so a little bit of shades of Huni from SKT, you know, picking up that early stacking, not necessarily stacking, but the kind of the investment.
The investment, for sure. Something that is very understandable given the fact that Kennen's going to win this lane regardless. You can go for a little bit of a, you know, quote-unquote greedy purchase, given the fact that you should not be under any pressure. You can farm up till you get that, sell it off potentially, the power spike on that Blade of the Rune King a little bit faster. Keep trying to harass, mowing down onto Quas in that Alawi pick, who does not have great tools to deal with a ranged champion.
Not quite, but we've talked about tools to deal with a little bit of range. On the bottom side of the map, we see Fly utilizing the teleport. Picks up a duo pair of Doran's rings and a extra healing potion for himself, the refillable potion that is, to keep himself sustained in lane. Bottom side of the map, we see Madlife and Sheep trading blows as we see Wiggly kind of coming around the corner, waiting to bait this one in, but Rikara and Madlife, they stiff this one out on a ward. Rikara needs to play safe, and that's why he's down about 8 CS right now, just 5 minutes in.
Santorin going for another one of these lane ganks. They've gone for a couple of them. Flash available for Madlife. Could go for a Flash Lantern Flay play. But there is a deep ward in lane, but Freeze jumps forward. Could be the go button. Yeah,
and meanwhile, Wiggly's on the opposite side as well, so Madlife flashes in. Santorin is there to follow with the twisted advance, but they lock down the Maokai. He has to flash to run away. The teleport is coming in from Quas, and he wants to play, but looks like he will get stunned up by Solo on the top side, canceling out that teleport. GCU tried to jump for the play, but they're going to back away.
Both teams getting a little bit of a read on what the other one wants to do. Tempo Storm knew that GCU was potentially coming in for that bot lane play that Wiggly had shown on a ward and seemingly backed off, but instead just wrapping around to sit in the brush and wait for Santorin to come up through the lane. I wonder if that TP was canceled out by Solo or if Quas made the decision to not finish it. Madlife was kind of already past where the teleport was coming in, and Alawi does not have any hard CC, so there's no way to kind of lock him down if he does finish that teleport.
So while the teleport was canceled on the top side, mid lane here getting very aggressive here. Fly getting the best of Selfie after getting that back early on. Selfie has gone for the straighted Dirk, so a little bit more lethality on this Jace. Fly's going to take a brunt of the damage from a Shock Blast Gate combination, but Selfie's the one who has to back away.
Forced out of lane, but already accruing a pretty big CS lead for himself. Up about 15. Just 6 minutes in the game. Extremely strong laning champion. Something that suits Selfie's style a little bit more, given the fact that we were saying he can be a very lane dominant player. The Karma going even. Jace, a champion who can really take over a lane phase.
So we'll see if Selfie's able to get the advantages in the mid lane as topside Solo actually dropping down fairly low. I did hear that it was Solo that canceled the teleport from Quas, so potentially wanting to finish that one or not. That Quas, why not getting the teleport canceled?
And there you see some unfamiliarity in the matchup. Solo gets his vessel pulled out of him, or spirit pulled out and then turned into a vessel, excuse me. Get the terminology right.
That's how your demigod, physics work. You get turned into a vessel because your spirit has been broken.
Yes, exactly. And there we see it alive for a little bit longer. Quas is going to try and finish it off. And this is one of the things that, you know, in theory, Kennen should be a good matchup onto Alawi as long as you can avoid those. But Quas understands the champion a little bit better, able to use the brushes to his advantage. And here, Solo forced out of lane, actually sticking around. But trying to just farm until he can get his first nice item power spike, probably trying to get to that Cutlass.
And we see him still taking a little bit of punishment here, whereas Quas with the Duran shield has been able to regenerate himself up, so Solo will eventually be forced out of the lane with Santorin on the top side recalling as well. Has already got the Bambi Cinder for both of these junglers here. Solo not going to quite get canceled out by that Test of Faith.
But it does instantly make him a Vessel, apparently. So that is a bit of a funny interaction. If you don't know, on Teleport, the last half second, you cannot be interrupted even by damage. So I believe that's the state Solo was in when he get hit by the Test of Will, but that still pulls his spirit out, and then the Teleport finishes completing, instantly breaking the range where that makes you a Vessel, and goes back into base all purple.
Yeah, well, that's going to be really annoying because that, of course, also means that whoever else was back in base with him, there's going to be a tentacle that spawns in the fountain, so you can see who's ever back in base, but also really annoying if you get poked down while trying to heal up on the fountain. But we are going to see that Fly has made his way back from the base into the mid lane, has picked up a cloth armor and a pair of boots for himself, but is also donated over a blue buff, so he's going to be able to spam those Winds of War to compete against this Jace wave clear in the mid lane. Jace has a blue buff of his own.
Now that said, the thing that we saw that was very annoying, that was highlighted well in Game 2 of yesterday's series, was the ability of the Galio to join in on plays. Like this one that's potentially breaking out in the bot lane right now. You see Fly already on the way down.
Yeah, this double teleport coming in, one from Quas and one from Solo, but Fly makes his hero's entrance. He's able to Justice Punch onto Freeze. First blood has already gone down. It's going to be Solo that takes down Wiggly, who is joining the fray. Quas is in the backline trying to cause some chaos, but he only winds up going down as Fly picks up a kill for GCU.
Perfectly timed to illustrate the point I was trying to make, was that with that blue buff, Fly would be able to kind of get out of laning phase a little bit. Selfie's doing his best to punish, does have a 30 CS advantage and drops the turret down to below half health, but he's making the best of a bad situation at this point as a double kill did go in GCU's favor, and now he's caught out of position.
The taunt winds up landing, and Solo is here. The stun not quite going to connect. One more shuriken toss will get it, but Selfie just walks away. Actually had to burn a flash as well.
A little surprised to see GCU just back away. They prioritize keeping that mid lane turret alive as opposed to potentially looking at grabbing that Infernal Dragon. Would have been a nice little prize to get off the back of that 2-for-0, but they decided to keep it alive for now. And here's what I was just in the middle of saying was that, you know, the problem with Galio mid is not that you can't beat him up in lane if you take a specific counter pick, but that even if you do, he can still make these kind of global plays and kind of counter out the aggression in the side lane. Shows up with a nice 3-man ultimate, needs to chain CC down there onto Freeze. This time around, Solo channels his teleport as well to match Quas, and you end up with a 5v4 in the bot lane that they're able to win 2-for-0.
Yep, and they jump down onto Mad Life as well, so the bonus resistance is coming out from Fly on somebody who's a little bit tanky with that Sight Stone. You aren't able to really melt through him, so 2 kills go over to Gold Coin United, 0 so far on Tempo Storm's side, but even though GCU has 2 kills, the gold is all evened up because it's Tempo Storm who are dominating this lane phase, even on the top side of the map where you would think that Quas would be behind in CS. He's got a 10 CS advantage, 18 CS on the bottom side, and you mentioned 30, 25-ish so CS advantage in favor of Selfie.
So that keeps the gold about even. And that's why I was saying, wouldn't minded to see GCU go for that Infernal Dragon. It's something that both teams use extremely well. Tempo Storm with multiple AD building members. GCU a little bit tankier, but they would have benefited from it as well.
We see Quas recalling on that ward, and Santorin actually going to pop the Maokai ultimate after Quas goes back. So the Infernal Dragon goes to Tempo Storm, but the fight might be going over to GCU. Selfie on the backside gets taunted up, taken down by Fly. Good Fate's call coming out from Freeze's Kalista will be able to save Sheep, so they mitigate the damage at just 1 death.
They mitigate the damage, but they do lose the Infernal, or get the Infernal Dragon, excuse me. So obviously Tempo Storm's going to be pretty happy with that trade. Unlikely that GCU can actually take this turret despite their best efforts to pressure down on it. You see them already agreeing, yeah, we're not going to be able to break this one. We're going to go back to our lanes. And there you see a bit of a punish on the side of GCU, given the fact that they could have grabbed that Infernal Dragon for themselves after that bot lane skirmish.
And Tempo Storm instead getting the jump on the objective. They were the ones that got the first Drake of the game in game number 1, though it was Gold Coin United that in the later stages of the game when they grouped up for those team fights around objectives, were able to steal one away with a tilt over Peacemaker and then take the Baron to really close out the game. But Tempo Storm's objective control early game has been a little bit better than their opponents on GCU, but GCU's ward coverage, when we were praising them for it in game 1, we praised them for it all split, still around the Rift Herald area, very solid despite losing the bottom side of the map vision.
Here you see Quas getting that Raptor's Cloak early on. It's always a treat to watch Quas play. Not only does he break out different champions, but he also has a pretty different way of building them than a lot of other people. Of course, you would say you should go for a Black Cleaver first on an Alawi, or even a Death Stance are two of the most common items. Here you see that early armor and health regen going to help him out with some of the harass that comes in from the physical damage building Kennen.
I remember a long time ago when Quas was playing the Alawi, he was going for the Death Stance and the Iceborne Gauntlet. So he had slowing fields, he had sustain for days. There was no way you could really deal with him once he had his 2-item power spike. The Raptor's Cloak going to be a little bit more of a defensive purchase here, and we'll see what he winds up turning that one to, or turning that one into as the game progresses a little bit. But Gold Coin United, while we were just mentioning the CS advantages for Tempo Storm are in their favor, Gold Coin United has been able to sneak out to a 1.5k gold advantage because those CS counts have been evened up. Plus, well, now they got 3 kills on their side.
Yeah, and while they've been able to even them up, you also see Tempo Storm's bot lane going for a curious rotation up to the top side there. Looked like they were a little bit slower than GCU, so GCU's already hitting away this turret. Now that said, Quas probably a little bit better at defending the turret. Pulls Thresh underneath. FLICKR hitting away on this, and Solo's going to vacate the top lane, so no one's going to be trying to defend that, but with Quas staying to defend the turrets, Santorin's going to start off with a dive.
Yeah, so Santorin's going for it. The Maokai ultimate is out. Maokai was taking it up first, and now it's going to be Santorin taking a lot of damage here. The Test of Fate coming in, and Santorin actually winds up going down to the Spirit popping on him. Quas gets a kill on a 1v3 tower dive.
And there you see the power of the Alawi pick doing exactly what it wants to. 3 people jump on top of it, you pop that ultimate, you get that kind of lifesteal drain tanking that Quas loves so much. And he's able to stay alive underneath his turret, not only defending the push, but getting a kill back. This allows Tempo Storm's push up in the top side to complete first, and they get first third of the game.
Guess that's why you get a Raptor Cloak.
I guess so.
Must be why. Must be why. The only reason why. But Fly going to do a little bit of a 2v1 impression of his own, getting a taunt under tower, trying to keep Selfie and Wadley from taking down the mid lane tower. But Tempo Storm, you mentioned the rotations from Freeze and Sheep onto the top lane. They've already gotten first tower gold on that top side of the map. And now Quas is going to be able to push in Ricard on this bottom side since he's got no support anymore.
Nice play overall out of Tempo Storm. You see them now pressuring around this mid turret, going to make a move for their second of the game, and it doesn't look like GCU's in position to defend this at all.
Yeah, this is already low from that fight in the bottom side. Selfie was not able to join up with that one, so he was able to just pressure down the mid lane tower, and that one falls like a domino as the second tower of the game goes to Tempo Storm. Might be behind in kills, but they're making up for those 2 towers.
Definitely making up for it. Now about 1,000 gold advantage. Here we see that dive once again by Quas. Santorin, or on Quas, excuse me, kicks this off with some chain CC. They get it into the root. They get another root from the Maokai ultimate, and they almost get him down low enough, but he's able to flash away, uses the W to reset, get some more tentacle procs off that heal you up, and just barely able to survive through that. I think Ricard might have been a little early on popping his E.
Contaminate.
Did not quite have maximum stacks, I believe. Now, it's hard to say if that would have mattered at all because Quas's drain tanking might have kept him healthy. Either way, there you see that Alawi pick and some of the unfamiliarity of teams and knowing exactly how much damage they need to take it down.
And it looked like Santorin might have popped from the Test of Fate. It was actually the last tower shot that came in and took him down. So the tree dives in a bot lane tower, it will fall down and make a sound. And now Gold Coin United on the bottom side of the map are trying to make this play happen again. But Quas is ready and waiting to make this one go in his favor. His ultimate's back available. He's hit level 11, so that one's going to be even more powerful. He's picked up a Caulfield's Warhammer. He's got a little extra damage, a little extra CDR. Kind of pretty much saying, bring it on.
And that's the thing about, you know, Alawi in this champion is that it does actually scale decently well into the late game. We think of it, a lot of cheesy picks as being kind of, I mean, I say cheesy with quotes, of course, because the Alawi pick, Quas has demonstrated, does work. We've even seen it this split on the Challenger broadcast, working out for him. But a lot of these weirder counter picks are often considered more for their early game advantages, and they're able to get advantageous matchups. Alawi is a champion that actually does decently well into the late game if you are not able to position very effectively around it. So Quas has done a good job staying relevant into the early game, and now come late game, he's hopefully going to find some opportunities to yank some spirits out of people around objectives and get some kills. But here, Selfie trying to get involved with Solo.
Yeah, Selfie coming around here. The teleport's being channeled immediately by Fly, so he will stop any sort of advance coming out from the Jace, but it will give Quas a chance to base. We did see the Rift Herald going down in favor of Tempo Storm just a couple seconds ago. Wiggly's picked that one up for himself, and we'll see as he makes his way down towards this Mountain Dragon. They utilize that one as a distraction on the bottom side to pressure that tower, the last remaining outer one from Gold Coin United, and then turn their focus towards that Mountain Drake objective.
Yeah, Stealthy wants a bit of solo, goes in, chunks him out super hard, baits the ultimate. Will get stunned up.
Yeah, he's got nothing left available. They are going to use the hero's entrance here from Fly to dissuade Weekly from coming around the side and turning that one around, but that's Selfie packing a punch already. Well, he has a Duskblade of Drakthar and an additional serrated Dirk, so lethality, pretty good statistic.
Pretty strong overall.
A little bit.
You see the passive proc of the Duskblade throwing in that extra damage on the all-in attempt by Selfie. It's one of those items that, like we said, was hot-fixed a little bit, but still considered very, very potent. GCU, though, look like they're going to get the advantage on this Mountain Dragon. Tempo Storm have basically gone for the mid lane push instead. There, Santorin's able to drop the Maokai ultimate, send all those roots up the river. Cuts off Tempo Storm's attempt to collapse.
Tempo Storm looks like they might be trying to cut off GCU here. As a flash hook from Sheep will not land as the flash response there is from Solo. But now they got to contest with this Rift Herald that's barreling down the mid lane here. So Gulkon United able to zone away Tempo Storm from the Mountain Drake and actually going to be able to respond to the Rift Herald quite well. In addition to that, so Gulkon United, they don't cede any objectives. Well, Selfie's on the bottom lane, so that bottom lane tower may wind up falling just a little bit. But they're able to trade objectives, getting a Drake for themselves pretty much, you know, just by zoning away the Maokai ultimate.
That's great and all, but the thing about the Mountain Dragon is while you sometimes see how absolutely broken it appears to be when forcing down around Baron with a team that can do a lot of damage to neutral objectives or even to turrets, from behind, Mountain Dragon's relatively worthless because you do need to hit some kind of objective to get any value out of it. And Gulkon United is far enough behind now, and they haven't really been set up in front of a turret in such a long time that I'd be surprised if they find an opportunity to really use this effectively for a little while. Maybe they'll find a chance to take more dragons with it, or potentially a Baron come later in the game. But as long as Tempo Storm has these basically free winning lanes, it feels like GCU might not be able to use this objective for quite a while. And therefore, it favors Tempo Storm's trade of taking a turret.
Yeah, Tempo Storm already about a 2,500 gold lead in their pocket. The bottom lane tower might be the one that Gulkon United tries to focus down, as that one is continuously being pushed down by Solo. You take a look at the gold leads, though, one of the big factors here is Tempo Storm looks like they're playing this game more in control, but a lot of that factor is going to be the gold lead that Freeze has been able to solidify over Rikara in this Kalista versus Twitch matchup. He's no longer playing from behind. While Freeze is ahead, Tempo Storm is in the lead.
Tempo Storm in the lead. They use that to get really nice vision control deep in GCU's jungle. Now you see Solo in a bit of a precarious position, wrapped around by Sheep as the rest of Tempo Storm collapses, but Fly's going to give him some backup.
Ooh, and Sheep takes a lot of damage here from Solo. Justice Punch comes in, a teleport's being channeled in by Quas's Alawi, but they're able to pick up a kill on Blitzcrank, and they just walk away.
Yeah, Tempo Storm trying to set up a little bit of a pincer maneuver, but GCU just aggressively attack one end of the flank, blow up the Blitzcrank, and run out over his dead body.
Yeah, that's a well-inevitable whoops moment there, as we saw Freeze trying to wrap around the other way to cut off all their sorts of escape routes, but the Blitzcrank is not quite tanky enough yet. He has boots of mobility, and the Eye of the Equinox, he's got no resistance, this is only level 8.
And you see, like we said, they have great vision control here. Oh, Selfie going for that all in, does get stunned up.
Ooh, and Solo barely gonna survive. Actually, Selfie's gonna take a tower shot, but he's gonna be the one that survives. Looks like Solo might be able to stay alive for that one because of the stun, but Selfie's able to pick up a kill.
And there you see why some people might have complained a little bit about lethality on this patch, able to kind of blow up Solo despite his best efforts to stay alive. That buys him a lot of pressure. Really nice vision control by Tempo Storm. They're able to make all these aggressive pathing decisions because of that complete control of the jungle. They know that they're safe to walk right through it. Now Fly stuck a little bit on zoning or wave clear duty against this Alawi. He's going to keep making him a vessel over and over.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about the tanky Galio is the fact that he's also a pretty big target to hit with that Test of Fate, so Quas going to be A-okay to wail away on the effigy spirit. Gulkon United, though, they were able to pick up a kill. They lost the kill for themselves, too, so Tempo Storm are going to be able to maintain their gold advantage for now. They're also going to have to maintain kind of this vision control. They've got a lot of control wards on the bottom side of the map, and they have some vision control down there. They picked up the Scuttle Crab of another control ward on this top side, so they're doing a pretty good job of choking out vision from the side of Gulkon United, even though GCU has been able to sneak a ward into the back of that Baron pit.
Yeah, they don't quite have enough pink wards. Obviously, Sheep has 3 for himself, which is great, but you need someone else to grab one. And all the other pink wards are kind of down the bot side of the map. It is still relatively early into the game. Tempo Storm has done a good job growing this lead up to 3,000 now. No need to get over-aggressive and force around this Baron pit. You can take this a little bit slower. There's another Infernal Dragon in 2 minutes. You can keep your pink wards down the bot side for now to keep them relevant for that impending Infernal Dragon, and then after you grab that, then really focus on that Baron a little bit more.
And as we're looking at the side of Tempo Storm, Wiggly making his way down to the bottom side of the map again. We'll wind up body slamming down onto Solo, but he might just be playing a little bit of zoning duties, waiting for Selfie to get himself into that lane situation. Does not want Solo to put the tower down. Tempo Storm themselves have hit some pretty strong item spikes. You see a Jarvan's Fist from the side of Quas to max the depth stance he has decided to go for. Double lethality items on the side of Selfie, as you see cheeky little blast going in over the wall from Mad Life. Knocked Quas away from that Spirit for just a little bit longer. Also, a QSS picked up extremely early on from Freeze, making sure that he knows that he's going to be a bit of the focus in these fights. He wants to keep himself A-okay away from a lot of the CC. There's a Mad Life hook coming out from the Thresh pick. There's the Justice Punch and the taunt coming out from Galio. And of course, the stuns coming out from both Santorin's Maokai and if the Kennen gets in the fight.
Yeah, GCU do have very strong team fighting tools, but Tempo Storm is in a little bit of a position here where they don't need to necessarily opt into a team fight. They have enough pressure in their laning phase, and you already see this Alawi pick being a little bit of a nightmare for frontliners trying to walk in for vision control and things like that. Pulled the Maokai Spirit and was able to drop him down to about half health without even popping the vessel. So you start seeing how much damage that there is available just by pulling that Spirit on frontline members, and that basically gives you a free chunk out on a primary target.
Yeah, we've seen Santorin last game going for the Knight's Vow because he had two poke-centric, very heavy AD champions in the Caitlyn and the Corki. This time changing it up, going for the Righteous Glory, so he wants to have a way to initiate and reach them into the fight before actually having the Galio or somebody else pop into the fight beside him. It's going to be Tempo Storm that set up a little bit of a Fnatic brush here on the bottom side. Once again, Test of Fate goes down, Fly chunked down about half HP by that Alawi Spirit.
Yep, now he's a Vessel as well. There's all these tentacles spawning around at you. It becomes very uncomfortable to try and force, walk in onto Tempo Storm after that. They do posture up around the Baron, which slightly pulls Tempo Storm away from the Dragon, but Freeze is going to go on a little bit of a solo mission. He's going to work down on this Infernal Dragon while Tempo Storm looks like the rest of them are going to play a little bit of zoning duty, make sure there's no Baron being taken away from them.
That is a lot of spears in that Dragon. Does not look comfortable.
That said, GCU just blast coned over, and it looks like they were thinking about sneaking that Baron attempt. Not actually able to do so. They're forced to vacate the Baron pit as Freeze secures the second Infernal Dragon of the game for Team Tempo Storm.
Yeah, so Tempo Storm stacking up on those Dragons now. 2 Infernal Drakes means there's going to be a lot of extra damage coming through. It'll help out the Kalista, who doesn't necessarily build raw AD, but will scale very effectively with those Infernal Drake buffs. Helps out Quas, because we already seen the amount of damage that the Alawi can put down in some of these uneven fight situations. That 1v3 tower dive went sour for Gold Coin United, and Tempo Storm maintaining control of what they've had. They have a 3,000 gold lead. They're scaling up into the later stages of the game. Selfie's Jace pick in the mid lane has been very effective so far. They've been able to get towers down because of it. They have a little bit better siege now. They got a little bit of an extra range threat, so their short-range Kalista isn't necessarily the only thing they have to worry about from the side of GCU. And GCU, they just need a little bit more time. They still have a late-game Twitch. They still have a very beefy front line, but the Kennen pickup, it's 2-1-1. It's doing okay, but it hasn't done exactly what they wanted to against the Alawi.
I think this is a great game to illustrate the importance of the early game snowball a little bit for picks like the Kalista and the Jace and things like that, because GCU was hanging even in this game. They made that bot lane play. It was looking great. They don't grab the Infernal Dragon. Tempo Storm flips their bot lane up to the top side, and GCU could have potentially got that dive off and grabbed a turret. And then once they fail that single play, since then, Tempo Storm has had gold control the entire way. So it was a small mistake that really came back and bit them in the butt a little bit, because all these snowballing picks now have a gold lead.
Oh, GCU realize Tempo Storm's going for this Baron play. They hook in Santorin now, but he's able to flash his way, not even flash, but he gets explosive cast out of that one. He won't want to fall into the Test of Fate Spirit, but he gets his ultimate off beforehand, so Tempo Storm got to be a little bit careful. They've rooted up on Freeze, actually, who's stuck in the front line, and that's going to be a priority kill for GCU in this fight. It's still a 1-for-1, though. Another vessel has been made. This time it's fly-shaped, as the Galio will be the one spawning the tentacles. Tempo Storm trying to chase down on this one. All the carries are fairly low. A flash hook will be flashed away by Solo, but he's already used the Lantern coming out from the Thresh pickup. Tempo Storm will scatter GCU to the winds.
Overall, though, not a bad defense by GCU. Freeze getting caught out of position a little bit by that Maokai ultimate locks him up for the rest of GCU to finish off the Kalista. Would have been a 1-for-0 otherwise. Maybe would have been able to lifesteal back up and force that Baron. Instead, they kind of have to go for a small consolation prize, a mid-inner turret. Obviously, very happy with that in the end, but not quite as effective of a Baron bait as it could have been.
Yeah, can't really complain about the outcome of it, though. They wind up getting an extra 1,000 gold in their advantage, and this is them, judging how strong they are. GCU took a bit of poke damage to start this one off, but good hook here by Sheep is really what starts the fight off.
good hook by Sheep, but a good counter engage by Fly. Gets that 4-man taunt off, able to frontline pretty well, while Rakara kind of rains in damage from the backside. Has a really nice spray and pray to get a lot of people low, and then that Maokai ultimate locks up the Kalista, which allows him to finish that kill off. He did get pretty low himself, so Rakara had to back off after that, but you do see some of that team fighting power by GCU there.
We did see that Solo teleported into that fight, didn't actually use the Slicing Maelstrom, and now it's going to have to be Fly that's on some pushing duties, but GCU, they're not far. Yeah, they're not responding to this one nearly as quickly as the last one. They do have a ward in the back pit. It's actually going to be a teleport coming in from Galio on the backside, so this is Kalista securing that Baron with her Ren stacks, and that's going to be Solo chunked down extremely low. Quas the flash forward, bops him on the head, goes onto a killing spree. Now they've locked up down on the Fly, who teleported into this fight from that backside. Does get a taunt onto 2 members, but crucially not onto Freeze. He's going to use the hero's exit in this case, but the Ren stack slow him down. Wiggly's there to knock him up with a body slam, and Freeze picks up a kill for Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm, really nice reforce onto that Baron buff, not giving GCU a moment to rest. You saw them kind of slow getting there, and then by the time they do have you know, the Maokai in position, Kalista has built up enough stacks that I think it was smart for GCU to not actually flash into the pit. The problem was they still had postured around it, so Tempo Storm's able to find a couple cleanup kills, and it looks like they might be trying to end the game already.
Hey, this is the challenger play so far in the summer split. You get a Baron, you try to end the game with it. Tempo Storm has, you know, there's 2 members dead on the side of GCU, as though Solo has just respawned, so looks like they will be a little bit more careful. They didn't see exactly where the Twitch was because he was invisible, so they get the Baron buff, they back away. They get a mid inhibitor though, it's pretty good.
Yeah, really nice play out of Tempo Storm. I thought they were going to end it. I was getting ready. Didn't quite happen, but here we see the reforce by Tempo Storm. Santorin is in range and could try and walk up, but he's scared of getting his spirit pulled by Santorin. And then you're also, like we said, up against a Kalista who probably already has 10, 15 stacks into that Baron buff. You're very likely to outsmite it, or very unlikely to outsmite it anyways. And then Fly just kind of gets CC'd after he teleported in. They did not commit to kind of giving up the Baron fast enough. They give up a couple kills on the way out, and that allows them to go and take that mid inhibitor. And with that already down, it's going to become very difficult for the side of GCU to try and hold on to their base, not having as much defensive tools available as they would have liked. This Kennen, the split push being completely ineffective at this point in the game, not a super strong team fighter either. It's going to be very hard for them to find a way to actually beat Tempo Storm in a 5v5.
Yeah, the team fight from Tempo Storm at this point in time has been pretty strong. They do have the double Infernal Drake to help provide a little bit of extra damage where they may be lacking in just raw AD from the Kalista. But Quas is allowing now has picked up a Sterix Gauge in addition to a Sheen, so he's going to be packing quite a punch as we saw him hammer down upon Solo in the last fight with a flash auto to just seal the deal. Now Tempo Storm utilizing this Baron buff, they're going to be pushing on the top side of the map. Mid lane, as you mentioned, already taken down from the last push. They have super minions spawning in that lane. Pressure down on GCU. Eventually, somebody's going to have to go deal with that one, but the minions are still a little far away. That lets Tempo Storm just be content to set up shop right outside this top lane tower.
Yep, and it's going to be just a moment before those super creeps make their way into that mid lane base. Ooh. All 5 members set up here.
Solo gets chunked. He's just got to walk away, and that's going to be the go button for the side of Tempo Storm. They take down the top lane tower. They take down the top lane inhibitor. Don't even really need to force a fight here. Gold Coin just have to back away.
We see Fly made a Vessel as well. Tentacles spawning on their own base. It makes it very hard to defend these Nexus turrets, and Tempo Storm, without even getting a kill, might be able to end this game.
Well, looks like they're going to force the fight here from the side of Gold Coin United, but there's knockouts aplenty and a knockback as well as Santorin gets chunked low and gets chunked out of the fight. One last tentacle, Salap will take him down. A double kill there for Quas as Alawi. He cleans up a kill on the Fly, and that's going to be Tempo Storm saying, you got to win? I like that. I'll take one for ourselves.
Off the back of the Alawi pick coming in for Quas here. Really nice decision to flex that Jace mid. We were talking about the risks of it, the fact that they're going to go double AD threats in the top and mid lane. It did feel like GCU thought, there's no way that they're going to go for it. They choose not to ban the Alawi. Instead, you see that Quas is like, nope, I'm still going to pick this. And now the Galio doesn't have a great place to go. It gets smashed in the mid lane. GCU does not appear to have a good counter pick ready for this Alawi. Kennen did not get a CS lead, did not really chunk him out at all. And then the game looked like it still might be okay for GCU given the fact that their bot lane was winning, but they were a little slow forcing that advantage. They start falling behind in the objective game when they should have actually been fine in it. And then there's no looking back for the side of Tempo Storm.
Yeah, and the bot lane may have been doing better this game than they did in game number 1, but they didn't outright stomp the lane. No. So Kalista was able to get out of the laning phase. We already saw that Sheep on the Blitzcrank maybe a little bit more proactive on other places on the map because there was a lot less focus specifically from Wiggly on the bottom side. We saw a couple of counter gains coming in from the Gragas or the Maokai, making, just kind of bumping heads in the bottom side of the map, but there was no big kills to blow open that lane matchup this time.
Well, for a point, but then once Fly got his ultimate and got the blue buff and they were able to get a 2-for-0 in the bot lane, there's no reason that they should just win a fight and all go back to their lanes. Right. And then we see that GCU, or excuse me, Tempo Storm resets faster. They get the Infernal Dragon. That once there's no more objectives down the bot side, they say, all right, well, we don't really want to force a fight with a Galio maybe joining in, so we're just going to go try and trade objectives. And then Alawi does a better job holding the turret. And that's what we're talking about, where Tempo Storm just started getting objectives when they really shouldn't have been able to. And then their comp's completely online, and it's very difficult for GCU's tanks to walk forward because they get chunked out so easily.
Yeah, normally you think when we say they play around the bottom side of the map, it's specifically because they have freeze down. But this time they played around the bottom side of the map objectively a lot better. We even saw the 1v3 turnaround by Quas, which, well, it wasn't Tempo Storm playing strong to that side. It was just an outplay that got them massively ahead and then transitioned into the later stages of the game. Sure, this was a Tempo Storm game, so it took a little bit of time for them to wind up, feeling strong enough to go for one of these plays. But when they wound up taking that second Infernal Drake, because Freeze was able to solo it out with the Kalista and then transfer all that pressure out to the only objective left on the map, which is the Baron, they were able to reign control of the Baron pit.
And there was that small first Baron attempt that did not go Tempo Storm's way. It ended up a 1-for-1. It was not a great force, but the thing that they did was they didn't let up the pressure. So they instantly go back. They forced it again, this time at 27.5 minutes into the game. And this is where they're actually able to find the kills because they have so many Kalista stacks. GCU is obviously a little indecisive. Do we go in for the steal? Do we not? Do we take the fight? They're all still pushed up pretty far given the fact that they have no mid-inner turret anymore. They're able to get chased down here. Fly almost gets out using the Justice Punch, but the Fate's Call comes in just in time to knock him out of that. Then they focus him down. They're going to be able to grab these 2 kills relatively quickly. And then with the 2 men dead, very easy to shove up the mid lane. They grab their first inhibitor of the game and close out shortly after that.
So Tempo Storm, much better objective control, or at least fights around the objectives this time around. We see big factors in the damage of that were really just the solo lanes in this one. Even though Freeze was really solid with the ability to take those dragons, to take those barons, the fact that Selfie got ahead in the mid lane and much more of a dominant carry-centric style, win the lane, eventually win the game because of that, and because Quas had himself a very favorable matchup that at least he understands, was able to really, carry through that game for Tempo Storm.
And I think that's the kind of thing, and we talked about why we like best of 5 so much. Once again, here you see, it's probably the last time Quas gets his hands on Alawi because maybe GCU has another thing up their sleeve to deal with it, but I was not particularly impressed by the Kennen. I understand the idea. It's a range matchup versus a melee. You should be able to bully it, but that was not quite the case. Quas was able to hold on, and then like we were saying, Alawi, a lot of people would consider it probably, like we said, a cheese pick. It's not an early game focused one, and come mid to late game, it was extremely strong around the objective control.
Right, and Solo's Kennen pickup, while it didn't necessarily dominate the Alawian lane, wasn't necessarily the problem coming out from Gold Coin. He did fairly well on the pick, but it didn't really apply anything to their kind of composition that they were building around with the Galio and the Maokai that had the ability to go in. Sure, you can wind up heroes interesting on the Kennen at some point, but this is AD Kennen who was bullying the Alawi with auto attacks. He didn't necessarily provide an extra threat for those fights. He kind of teleported in, took a shock blast, and had to get out.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a failure of the pick in my mind because Kennen is picked to get a lead. And if you don't get a lead on Kennen, it's not doing its job. And that was the case this time around. It becomes irrelevant come mid to late game because it's fallen behind and it can't actually bully this Alawi pick and generate any kind of man advantages. And it's just one of the kind of things where, maybe you take that matchup, you can play it again. Maybe Solo says, oh, I learned how to play the matchup correctly now. But if that's not the case, I don't know if you really want to risk taking another pick into Alawi. It could end up on the permaban list.
Yeah, and also having the flex pick of Galio into the mid lane. If you know that the Jace is an option that can bully it around, it's one of the things that we saw bullying out tanks in the top lane to begin with. You put this one in the mid lane matchup, all of a sudden the flexibility of Tempo Storm really starts to shine through in these best of 5 situations.
And especially with the lethality buffs, if you end up ahead of the other teams, tanks, once again, GCU did have a very tanky team comp, but if you can get far enough ahead of that armor stacking, it's really not a problem to get a lot of AD threats in the top and mid lane. So like you said, Galio may end up falling down on GCU's priority list.
Yeah, so game 2 is complete, and this series is all tied up at 1 game apiece, so stick around after the break to see if GCU or Tempo Storm will be able to jump out to a lead in game number 3. The able to Justice Punch onto Freeze. First blood has already gone down. It's going to be Solo that takes down Wiggly, who is joining the fray. Quas is in the backline trying to cause some chaos, but he only winds up going down. Infernal Dragon goes to Tempo Storm, but the fight might be going over to GCU. Selfie on the backside gets taunted up, taken down by Fly. Maokai was taking it up first, and now it's going to be Santorin taking a lot of damage here. The Test of Fate coming in, and Santorin actually winds up going down to the Spirit, popping on him. Gets explosive cast out of that one. He won't fall into the Test of Fate Spirit, but he gets his ultimate off beforehand, so Tempo Storm got to be a little bit careful. They've rooted up on Freeze, actually, who's stuck in the front line. He's going to use the hero's exit in this case, but the Ren stack slow him down. Wiggly's there to knock him up with a body slam, and Freeze picks up a kill for Tempo Storm. The knockback as well as Santorin gets chunked low and gets chunked out of the fight. One last tentacle, Slap will take him down. A double kill there for Quas as Alawi. He cleans up a kill on the Fly. Welcome back, everyone. We are gearing up for game number 3 of the semifinal series after Tempo Storm struck back against GCU in game number 2 of the series to tie it all up.
And the storyline, of course, is Quas on Alawi, an absolute beast on the champion. Pretty much the only one really playing it a lot in competitive. You saw the fact that he was able to go 5-1-0 despite grabbing a lot of attention in the early game. They also had the counter pick on him with the cannon, did not build a significant lead, was able to sustain just fine with the Doran shield. And then when they finally tried to dive him about, level 8, level 9, he had enough of a tankiness with that Raptors cloak built. He was able to lifesteal up through the dive using his passive, and then once they failed that actually got them an objective advantage on the top side. Then that was coupled with the CS leads that they were getting on their own in the bot and mid lane. They ended up snowballing pretty out of control that game.
That's kind of one of the things that we mentioned during the game that kind of fell to the wayside as we got a little bit later on, was the fact that even though Gold Coin United had a 3-0 kill advantage at one point, the goal count was completely even because Tempo Storm was dominating the lane matchup in the CS advantages. For Freeze had about an 18 CS advantage over Rakar for what seems like the second game in a row now. Top lane matchup, Quas was going even with Solo, and in the mid lane they had the Jace counter pick on the Galio, where Selfie was just dominating by about 30 CS all by himself.
Yeah, and then they did find that one opportunity. Galio's big problem is that once you hit 6, it starts influencing the side lanes, and what should have been kind of the turning point for GCU's comp, where they finally start getting their own leads, is when they was able to make that TP play, or the Galio ultimate play in the bot lane. They get a double kill, but they didn't turn that into any objectives. And so because Tempo Storm was able to grab some, GCU's getting none in return. I don't think they took a turret that entire game, if I'm not mistaken, and so that one mistake on that dive ends up costing them to the point where they never get an objective at all. I think they got one Mountain Dragon, but like we said, that was a trade that Tempo Storm was willing to take because they were able to grab a mid lane turret for it.
It was shades of the old Game 1 Gold Coin United from the spring split of the Challenger Series, where they didn't really do all too much in game number 1, then exploded in games 2 and 3 to win the best of 3 series. But this time around, it was a game number 2 Gold Coin United that fell to the wayside. This time they're back on the blue side, though, and we'll see if anything changes up in picks and bans, as I highly doubt we're going to see Quas get in the Lowy anymore.
Nope. Like I was saying, the Kennen pick did not look particularly impressive. It is what, I think if you looked at, lolcounters.com or whatever, looking for the #1 suggested thing, a lot of people would probably say Kennen top, maybe a Jace top, but they already had the Jace for themselves, and Quas showed that he knows how to play the matchup just fine. And even though if it is hypothetically a counter, if you can't execute on it, it's really nothing but hurting your own team, leaving his best champion up and putting yourself on one that's not going to end up effective.
I'd actually be surprised if there's enough data to populate one of those websites. So normally they take like 100 or 1,000 games or something of a matchup to actually show up.
Well, I mean, they use solo queue data, which is, as you know, the best tool to look at when thinking about competitive play.
Oh, I understand why Delta Fox didn't win a game now, head analyst. However, in this
talk about this series.
This series has been a little bit different, as both Jace and Alawi are taken off the table there by GC. You know how it is.
Yep, of course, like we said, Alawi's probably going to be taken off the board this entire series from here on out. The Jace pick as well, not too surprising, because like we were saying, Tempo Storm in that series not only showed that, they're going to play Alawi, but most importantly, they showed that they are willing to take double AD to deny the potential lane for a Galio to really work. So, one of the big things that allows that to happen is the Jace. You can take it, put it top and mid, and kind of react to whatever Tempo Storm wants to do. So this time around, GCU says, fine, that Jace pick is a problem as well, not just the Alawi. We're going to get rid of both of them right now.
Well, they're also banning away one of the playmaking supports, which is the Thresh, which we saw the priority on in Game 1 for the side of Tempo Storm. They picked up the Blitzcrank in Game number 2 when that was left available. However, the Caitlyn being banned away here by Tempo Storm, they know that they haven't shown Elise priority on the side of GCU, and instead they pick up the Kalista and steal that one away from Freeze.
And I think this is smart, because even though it didn't work out in Game 1 due to the over-aggression by Sheep, they were still winning that lane with the Kalista pick. Game 2, winning the lane again. And here they don't want to risk losing ball lane again, so they grab the Kalista. Now what's interesting is this is the first time that Cho'Gath has fallen through the pick ban phase of the first round, so there's a chance that someone's going to be able to grab it here and kind of showcase the strength of that champion, hopefully.
Well, it's also a flex pick too. If anybody's going to be flexing that, it's going to be Quas. And
yeah, of course.
It's going to take that one for the test side of Tempo Storm. Now, it could still potentially be a jungle Cho'Gath, but the Elise is still left available, and as I mentioned before, Santorin hasn't been showing a tendency to pick that one away when it's left available, instead favoring the Maokai, but it looks like it's going to be a Gragas as well, so we could solidify Cho'Gath at least in one of the solo lanes and Gragas in the jungle.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see them take the Gragas there, given the fact that, like you said, Elise is still up. Pretty good matchup for her into the Gragas. Now, this could be, of course, some ridiculous double flex situation that Tempo Storm is setting up for themselves, because we know that Cho'Gath can go mid as well. That allows maybe Gragas to go top side. You grab another jungler. Who knows? Now, that's a little surprising given the fact that they could have just taken the Elise and potentially grabbed the Gragas. I don't know. We'll have to see what ends up happening. GCU going to grab the Braum, and looks like they're hovering the Gnar pick. We already saw out of FLICKR yesterday that, Cho'Gath can do good against range matchups. You go that Doran shield early on to survive some of the harass. You use your passive to heal back up. It can be a little bit harder to force them out of laning phase than you might initially think.
Yeah, so the Gnar pickup, it was banned away in game number 2, which is why they wound up going for the Kennen. So now this is something that Solo may feel a little more comfortable on. It's a bit more of a comfort pick champion for him, but he did say that FLICKR showed us how the Cho'Gath can get an advantage against it. And Selfie looks like he might be going for the Zed, showcasing why it was banned away from him in game number 1.
Yeah, very surprising to see that. Now, one of the advantages of banning assassins on the blue side, or I shouldn't say advantages, but one of the reasons you see it is because with the way the new 10-ban system works, that the red side has an advantage of being able to do the first 2 bans in the second round. So you can take an assassin that has some bad matchups, grab that in the last part of the first round, the pick phase, and then use your next 2 bans to secure it some decent matchups, get rid of its worst counters. That could be what we see this time around. GCU feeling like they couldn't afford the ban on it, and Tempo Storm hopefully trying to punish right away.
Yeah, well, they banned the Corki away in ban phase number 2 right here. They've already banned the Orianna, which is normally a decent matchup with the, the command protect to keep her alive through that matchup. But now it's, balls in the court for Goldcoin United. What are they going to play against the Zed? We do want to ban it with a Syndra as well. So some very high damage, high priority mid laners being banned away from the side of Fly.
Yeah, Fly, as much as we say he has a broad array of champions he can play, you're starting to get into the territory now where there's 3, potentially 4 mid lane bans if you're counting that Jace one as well. That's a champion that some people think had some good matches for Zed, or maybe Zed was favored at different points. So we'll have to see what they decide to go with. There are still some really safe options. Karma is something that you tend to see a fair amount.
Aurelion Sol.
Aurelion Sol.
That's a Fly pick.
Yeah, you can play Aurelion Sol. He is known for a lot of those roaming style champions, but some of them do struggle a little bit in the assassin matchup. They push in early on. It makes the assassin's life very annoying, but then once they hit 6, they might have the tools to kill them. Aurelion Sol does have decent disengage with the ultimate and things like that, as well as the fact that you have a stun at point blank range, and Zed can be a little bit telegraphed where he comes out. Because you always appear behind them. So there are some situations where I can see that working out, but once again, it comes down to matchup knowledge. Has he played Aurelion Sol versus Zed? He did play it a lot in solo queue and played it back in Korea, so there's a very decent chance. Looks like it's going to be the Vladimir, though, which makes a little bit more sense in my book. It's a champion that does very well versus assassins, can use the pool to dodge out on all those kind of all-in threats, and you can actually completely dodge the ultimate if you channel it at the right time. So a very nice pickup into the Zed.
A little less roamy, but a little more effective, especially as you get to the later stages of the game. Drop the Hemoplague in a fight, and you're able to keep yourself alive, as well as dishing out a decent amount of damage upon your opponents. We also saw the Tristana and Jhin being banned away from GCU during the second ban phase. But that was what frees to the Xayah pickup. And while he's known as a Kalista and a Draven player, as his go-to kind of champions, his not one trick, but his priority champions, he's been playing a lot of Xayah throughout solo queue, and he's busted out a couple of times in the Challenger Series already.
A little different than what you were expecting, though, when you think about Freeze and why he's subbed in, trying to be more lane dominant, things like the Kalista, like the Caitlyn. I really do like the double 80 carry ban thrown at him, and even if he is practiced on Xayah, it is still stylistically a very different champion, even if he can execute on it well. So you're kind of limiting one of the things that was working very well for Tempo Storm in the first 2 games here.
Yeah, well, did you wind up going with the Maokai as the last pickup, and now
the Veigar.
A Veigar support?
Looks like it. So this is a champion that we haven't seen for quite a while. I think the last time that I can remember seeing the Veigar was all the way back when Cloud9 was using it at Worlds. I'm trying to think if there's another time that we saw it after that. Someone can maybe get in my ear and tell me if there's another Veigar that I missed, but it's a champion that just its E ability, the event horizon, the amount of huge AoE zone control stun that thing puts out is often considered enough to really make it a valuable pick, just because a lot of people consider that ability so strong it may as well be an ultimate for the amount of stun duration that it gives. Now, the curious thing is its matchup versus Kalista and Braum, so you can potentially trap the Kalista in an area. If you dash through it, you still eat the stun, so while Kalista's hopping around, maybe she does hop into the stun, but it is a little bit of a concern because it is a very immobile champion, and if you land a Braum Q on it, you might be able to hop in and just kind of all in that Veigar pick multiple times. So I'm very curious to see how that works out. Very surprised by that pick.
Yeah, also the fact of the matter is that's so squishy in the bottom lane. Like, Veigar himself has a very small amount of HP at the beginning of the game. He's not really going to be building anything besides the Sight Stone to really buffer that one up. One of the things you do have, though, is you have the double AD threat because you have a Xayah and you have a Zed. You have a Cho'Gath on the top lane who will be dealing some magic damage, some true damage because of his ultimate, which is a big part of his kit and a big part of his damage. But you supplement that by, we're talking about in game 2. Maybe you go for a Zyra and wind up having some AP damage on the bottom side. Now you have a FLICKR, who could get free pot shots off on the Braum in the melee matchup as long as he stays alive.
And I mean, if you look at the comp of Tempo Storm, they do have a lot of kind of like you're caught out for a little bit and you're instantly dead. You have the Zed who has a ton of burst damage when he drops his full combo on somebody. Cho'Gath has a ton of burst damage through his ultimate. You can kind of get a really nasty chain CC combo in siege situations where you drop the event horizon. If you're able to hit somebody with that, the rupture is very easy to land as a result. Then you throw a silence in there. You could basically lock them up for the entire 5 seconds it takes to kill them while you burst them down with some of that extra damage. So it's a comp where I can see how it works. My concern, of course, is the laning phase with this FLICKR pick.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting one to see on the bottom side. There's already been a lot of priority from both of these teams down there. Is what tends to happen when Tempo Storm is running freeze. This time around, though, it's a bit of a different look on the matchup. Both of these bot lane ADCs have a bit of an execute on their E ability. But it's a different matchup for the supports. And more importantly, we got a Zed and a Vladimir in the mid lane, which is bringing me back to like Season 3 is I think the last time we really saw this matchup go head-to-head.
A lot of throwback champions this time around, obviously. We are going to probably keep a close eye on the bot lane here. We've seen the Maokai matchup a couple times now, third game in a row for Santorin. It's not that cool anymore.
No longer.
The new hotness is the FLICKR support. And especially because, we're talking about the chain CC with the Cho'Gath potentially in the bot lane itself. This can potentially set up some nice roots for Xayah as well. Maybe that guarantees, the dark matter falling down on them. But it is a little scary just because if you don't land the event horizon, it suddenly becomes a very useless pick.
Yeah, all of a sudden you have a lot of burst damage, but you don't really have a lot of damage if you're building support. But we do see him going for a spell Thief's Edge early on. We'll see how fast he's able to complete that quest to give him a little bit of bonus movement speed whenever he hits somebody. But it looks like both these teams deciding to start off relatively safe with a bit of a line of scrimmage lineup. A couple of pings on the bottom side. It looks like Selfie might have been scouted out, but do not wind up landing the Braum Q. Instead, Selfie gonna just walk away.
Just a little wide to the left there by Mad Life. I'm pretty sure it would have been in range if he had been a little bit more on target, but you don't know exactly where they're standing in the brush. Missed the slow, would have been hard to convert into anything anyways, and gonna get a standard start here. Maokai starting up in the top side, like we tend to see a little bit more with the Maokai, wanting to be able to spam that mana early on. Gragas going to be starting up on the top side. Looks like Quas is going to be helping him out with Cho'Gath. Going for a red start potentially here instead of a Raptor start. Maybe because Quas starts E and wants to, throw in that extra damage right away. Really going to chunk this one down quickly.
Yeah, so they get the red buff start for the side of Tempo Storm. There's a ward been placed down on the bottom side by GCU by forcing Selfie back. So Tempo Storm maybe just starting on the opposite side of the map, not to give them too much information, although by not being there, that means that they know where he's going to be. So
more than likely he starts on the top side anyways. Probably just they felt like they had a ward to spare. They go and throw it in right away.
Yep.
And they're going to have the pressure in this bot lane, I assume, for a long phase early on. They just need to be concerned about the gank setup that can potentially come in with this FLICKR pick.
Yeah. The event horizon lands. You could root somebody up with the Xayah. We mentioned the power of that coming in early on. And FLICKR has a deceiving amount of damage.
Of course.
So you also have the ability for Wiggly to kind of come in. And there's a lot of chain CC, specifically from this bottom side of the map. We'll see if Wiggly makes a focus down there. So he did want to going red to Raptors. Is now wrapping around for the blue buff. Maybe he'll hit level 3 off of this, and maybe it additionally just controlling the Scuttle Crab. And if this Kalista and Braum are playing quite aggressively, might have an open window to gank them. But Mad Life is going to be cutting that one off early on by going directly into the river, looking to be placing another ward down as soon as possible.
Spots out the Gragas, and another benefit of the clear that's coming in for the Maokai. Last pro play was, it is the Worlds last time we saw it won, but we did see it in the summer of 2016 by the LPL. Basically a full year now since FLICKR's been in pro play. I wonder if it was support too last time we saw it in the LPL, because when Cloud9 was busting it out, it was more the mid lane FLICKR.
I mean, Vegard X was playing Veigar.
That's neat.
That was Jensen / Incarnation's original name. It was the Veigar god. Now this time around, it's going to be in the hands of Sheep. And we'll see if he's able to utilize this one for potential gank setup, or potential counter gank setup here. As Santorin once again snuck down into this brush. It's something that GCU's done multiple times with both junglers around this side area. Event Horizon winds up going down, but Santorin's able to wind up getting the lockdown on the Sheep, but in comes Wiggly from the backside, so Santorin's cut off for the rest of his team. Flash Body Slam is going to land on Santorin. The Ignite's ticking down, but the tree's going to fall. First blood goes over to Veigar.
There we see the snowball coming in. He's got the double buffs. Really nice idea out of GCU, honestly, where they, once again, Santorin clears down to the bot side, sneaks into the bot lane brush, but the problem is his bot lane ate the double stun that came out of the FLICKR pick, and so they wanted to chain CC the FLICKR down right away, but he had no follow-up. That puts him slightly out of position as Gragas was wrapping around the same time. That really zones out the bot lane and kind of leaves Santorin out to dry. We'll take another look at it. You ideally want everyone to kind of all in on Sheep at the same time, but this double stun means that there's nothing else coming in to help them out. Now Wiggly is putting enough threat down onto Ricard that they have to look at him. Wiggly changes his targets back onto Santorin. Looks like he's going to be able to get away, but there you see the Q come in from Freeze. That Xayah pick we were talking about if he was going to perform on it. A good start so far.
And they've been able to set things up on the bottom side of the map, and Tempo Storm are able to get the first action on that side of the map. You know, the exhaust went down onto Wiggly. Crowd control works just as well through the exhaust with the flash body slam to lock down Santorin. And so now it's going to be advantages for Tempo Storm on the bottom side of the map. When we saw them getting even or slightly ahead in game number 2, it wound up coming out into a victory for them. So Tempo Storm will see if they continue to keep up the pressure on the bottom side. An objective-focused Drake of the Mountain Drake is the first one available. More importantly, there's a blue buff on this Veigar, so I'm sorry, Veigar, who is going to be able to just spam his spells onto his heart's content.
Veigar, Tom, I'm not going to correct you.
I'm going to keep switching it up then just to keep you on your toes and mainly annoy everybody watching the stream.
Go for it. Won't bother me one bit. So one thing that we didn't talk about much is that the mana costs on Veigar are relatively high, and that's something that the blue buff is going to be able to offset pretty nicely. You can throw out that event horizon a little bit more often now, go for more harass than you might normally be able to do. And I won't say I completely know this 2v2 matchup, Tom, and know when the pressure points are, but it is something that in theory I would think the Kalista should have an advantage on, but maybe it was swayed early on with that kill.
Well, the Kalista has been known to be kind of the bully matchup when she's paired up with something like a playmaking support like the Thresh. Specifically, that 2v2 scenario usually goes in favor of the Kalista matchup. Then she has the Braum to kind of keep herself safe. Of course, later on it'll be very effective, but looks like the focus now going to be shifted over to this mid lane matchup where Selfie and Fly have been kind of going toe-to-toe for quite some time. Wiggly made his presence known and burned the Ghost away from Fly, but nothing all too much happened. Despite it being a Zed matchup, a lot of the action's happening around the Zed, not because of the Zed yet.
And Zed is one of those champions that does want his first item purchase in combination with his level 6 before he starts forcing too much stuff. So Selfie is farmed up evenly, hits that 6. Here we're talking about going for the all-in on Fly.
Yeah, the Ignite is down, as is the Hemo Plague, and actually going to pop forward. Selfie drops down fairly low, but he will not wind up going down. Fly's going to evade a lot of the damage because of the Sanguine Pool, but the rest of the teams do show up. Tempo Storm at 2 in the mid lane, and Mad Life coming to protect his mid lane.
There you see the fact that Selfie never really could use his ultimate on that all-in attempt just because Fly would have the Sanguine Pool to get out of it at any point. So even though he does drop the Ignite on him and get him kind of low, there's no additional burst damage coming in over the top. Fly takes the pool out, does get the ultimate advantage, but he does lose both summoners for it. Fly keeping his flash up.
So early aggression from Tempo Storm going slightly in their favor. Selfie is going to want it coming back to lane with the serrated dirt, whereas a early Seeker's Arm Guard picked up for the side of Vladimir. He needs that extra armor to survive against this lethality-based matchup.
And this is a matchup that Fly will get the better of should it go late game. If the Zed is not able to find pickoffs and kind of snowball a little bit, without that teleport, it is a little bit harder to split push in side lanes without seeding objectives. So if Fly can go even, he will have a larger team fight presence, generally speaking.
We'll have to see if he's able to actually survive for that long, as Tempo Storm do have small advantages in the beginning of this game, getting them about a 600 gold lead, mainly because of the pressure they've had on the bottom side of the map. They have transitioned that so far into just a single control ward in the bottom side river, as though we see Selfie moving up here. There's a control ward on the top side as well, and this may be opening some opportunities for the Zed to roam.
Did ping up there, maybe wanting to collapse onto solo. Quas has done a decent job farming out, is about 10 CS behind at this point, assuming he grabs a couple of these. But you see that sustain coming, getting around 40 on that kill. It does make it a little bit annoying to try and harass him out. Now, the nice thing about Gnar is while he can be a bully in lane, which is very nice against tanks, he also functions as a tank later in the game. So Cho'Gath, as we saw yesterday on full display, is a bit of a beast in the late game. Gnar is somebody that if you find the right opening can get a really nice chain CC combination. And once again, GCU has an extremely beefy front line. Maokai, Braum, and Gnar, as well as this Vladimir pick, are going to have a lot of ways to dive onto the relatively immobile backline of Tempo Storm. Xayah can dodge out on some skills, but that's really her one move to get out of there. FLICKR not very mobile. So this could be one of those games where if GCU gets ahead, they kind of steamroll over with the sheer amount of health that their comp will have.
Just the fact that they have a better late game team fight than what Tempo Storm is really setting up for. So Tempo Storm has the ability to be annoying with a Zed split push, but like you mentioned, the Vladimir going even will be able to contend with that in the later stages of the game. Even has the Ghost to get to objective fights a little bit faster than that Zed may be able to do so. But they do end up having one of those, not infinitely scaling champions in the Cho'Gath top lane, but I guess technically the Vigar is a infinitely scaling champion on the bot side.
Not when you're not CSing, Tom.
I guess when you're, yeah, but they did change it, so whenever you hit a champion with that Q, you're getting some stacks. So it doesn't scale as fast, but it still scales. It's like baby's first Nasus stacks.
I'm sure we'll check in every now and then on that, hopefully. A little bit early, not even 10 minutes yet. We can ignore it for now.
I can only imagine.
See a gank coming in the mid lane.
Not that many. With Selfie actually getting flashed on there by Santorin. The shadow is already down. The Hemoplague is going to pop him, but he's already in the, already in the ultimate there. But Santorin's gonna be able to pick up a kill. And ooh, Pop almost takes down the tree.
He almost was able to trade that back. If he would have been able to get the ultimate off and potentially dodge out on some more damage coming in from them, as well as drop some more back onto Santorin, might have been able to get that kill. Not quite able to do so though. Was down his flash. Made him a pretty easy target to go in on. Santorin a little low. Use the smite to heal back up and finish off these raptors.
So no Deathmark kill coming in for the side of Self. More importantly, that's going to be Vladimir getting an extra, or actually an assist in that matchup. We already said that if it goes in favor of the Vladimir, it'll be pretty annoying for Selfie. Want to see if Selfie is going to try to transition anything, though, is once he completes that Ghostblade or Dustblade. They do have the same exact build path now of the Serrated Dork and the Caulfield's Warhammer, but on that first item completion, nonetheless, Selfie with his Ignite available and his Flash up soon may be able to transition that, but this is a bit of a different perspective on this gank, because a lot of CC coming out from Maokai kind of makes up for the fact that Vladimir has done for himself, and they just pop Selfie.
Yeah, you saw Selfie there drop his E and auto attack onto Maokai before popping his ultimate. I'm not sure if he was trying to specifically dodge out on some sort of damage there. I didn't quite see, but it did make it so that his ultimate proc did not do as much damage. Might have been able to get the cleanup kill on Santorin, but it's a little hard to say for sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm may continue there. Focus on the bottom side of the map, where Freeze has been going even in CS, but ahead because of the assist on this bottom lane, therefore making this tower take a bit of damage as Wiggly joins the fray, and now they may be going for a little bit of a tri-lane versus tri-lane as Maokai off of the back from his own jungle and just getting assist mid lane will come in here. Event Horizon trying to zone away from the tower, explosive cast as well, but Teleport's being channeled in. Everybody from Tempo Storm is already here, but GCU still looking for the fight. The Gnar backwards against the wall, trying to get a kill on the Sheep, and the Ren stacks will come through. Rikara picks one up for himself. Solo's gonna get a Boulder Slaw on multiple people but the quick call back in from Freeze will root him in place. Santorin looking for a root of his own, but the rest of Tempo Storm is still relatively healthy, so GCU will just force them away.
Bit of a precarious position there by GCU. The turret was getting low. Solo did channel that teleport a little bit late, so Quas got in on the fight, but I like that GCU was the aggressor. They pick up the Braum, throw him at the Cho'Gath right away, get a little bit of a chain CC on him there while he's under the turret, force him low so the Cho'Gath can't get as involved in that fight as he wants to. Take another look at it here. And you see Cho'Gath start the teleport, and it's not until a couple seconds later that you finally see the Gnar coming in as well. Quas does end up under the turret. There's the double knockup. He barely is able to get out there before the grasping roots lock him into the turret even longer, but Sheep grabs some turret aggro, gets some Ren stacks in him, he goes down, and then it's full retreat mode for Tempo Storm after that. A little bit of an overforce for sure.
And a little unlucky there. Not only did Selfie barely not take down Rikara through the heal with his Ignite on him, but he also got locked up by the Maokai roots as he was trying to come around the wall. So it didn't look like the roots really were able to hit him, but it still locks him up on the opposite side. And like that extra half a second or so of DPS might have been able to take down Rikara and make that an even trade.
It's one of those situations where if you're Selfie, you might say, the famous phrase, unlucky. One of those games where he's been very close to trading kills back a couple of times, and when you're playing the Snowball Assassin matchup, that's not a negligible 300 gold. That's it's something that really does influence how the next 15 minutes of this game goes.
Well, he does have his Dustblade of Drakthar complete, so his Ignite and Flash are down though, so I don't know if he's going to be making a lot of moves out of this mid lane, specifically because Fly himself already has pieces for his Hextech Proto Belt picked up in addition to his Seeker's Arm Guard, so already going to be getting the better of Selfie in this matchup. The CS count relatively even, slightly in favor of Fly, but he has that shove pressure in the mid lane now. Now, Selfie might have to be worried about potentially Santorin wrapping around for a dive, but it looks like he's just getting some vision control. His Sheep and Wiggly this time around going to be clearing out the vision around that blue buff area to try to keep the mid laners safe.
In this matchup, Zed is a champion who does kind of need that Ignite to 100% guarantee win these trades, especially from behind a little bit here. If Fly is able to sustain up during the all-in attempt, It can be difficult to find the kill even with that Duskblade completed. So he might be a little bit on the back foot for the next minute or two while waiting for that Ignite to come up.
Well, Ignite will still be down, it looks like, by the time this Ocean Drake spawns on the map. But 35 seconds left for that one, so GCU will start by getting the Scuttle Crab in that area of the map, and then continue to pressure down into their opponent's jungle to try to get complete vision control of this bottom side of the map area. Do you see that Freeze and Sheep back in lane? Now Freeze gone back, picked up the early Essence Reaver. So you've seen a bit of different styles, different flavors of Xayah on the bottom lane. Cody-san on Immortals has been known to go for that Infinity Edge early on and go for a eventual late game crit build, but the Essence Reaver here guaranteeing Freeze some cooldown, so you can spam these abilities out with Sheep in the bottom lane, continue to pressure down on Mad Life. Tempo Storm continue to try to focus one down, but Santorin's in the area. Maokai roots go out, Braum ultimate follows up, and Wiggly is stunned up, locked down for what seems like forever, and Maokai gets a kill.
We mentioned the chain CC combination for Tempo Storm. Didn't really touch on GCU's that much. Obviously with the Callista knock-up into the Braum ultimate, into the Braum stun, with the Maokai root and the punch knock-up and the ultimate root. That's a fair amount of CC as well.
You know, if I carry the one about forever amounts of CC, is now a flash twisted advance will land down onto Self. He dodges out with the death mark, but Tides of Blood is enough to pick up the kill. Fly picking another one up for himself and the side of GCU.
Really shutting down this Zed pick here. GCU starting to run away with this game. 2,000 gold lead, pressure up on the top side as well. They grabbed their first turret of the game finally, snowballing up to a 3,000 gold lead.
And before Tempo Storm gets this bottom lane tower, so first tower goal going the way of GCU as well, as Rikara gets zoned away from this tower. So it was answered by Tempo Storm, but the bonus goal goes over to GCU.
Yeah, just a little too late, and this is one of those situations we're talking about GCU's comp potentially outscaling in the 5v5 with all that frontline potential. The fact that they have the lead in the early game as well could spell disaster for Tempo Storm here. They do still have that split push threat potentially. Gnar, not known as a champion who wants to build armor early on. But that said, the Zed is behind, so he might not be able to win that split push anyways, as he once again gets shut down.
Yeah, and this is Selfie initiating the fray first, but Santorin had just come up from that bottom side where they were able to turn around to fight in that side. Maybe not necessarily knowing that he was that close or still had his flash available, and Selfie finds himself in a 1v2 situation gone wrong.
Yeah, it's pretty nice play by Fly there. You see Selfie trying to dodge out on the Maokai W by proccing his ult onto Fly, and now Fly can dodge out on that as well by using his Sanguine Pool right away, but I think he actually intentionally did not pool to make it so that Selfie actually comes further out away, so that way it finishes channeling and then they can kill him. So a little bit of a smart heads-up play there by Fly. Sometimes you just think, oh, I should always dodge the Zed death mark, but they're pulling him a little bit further away from his turret, I believe. So nice little interaction there by Fly.
Yeah, so Fly also, with a bit of a heads-up play in his build as well, has finished the Hextech Proto Belt. Gets a little bit of the benefits of HP, some damage, and of course the mobility, but also going for Merc tries to block out this CC. Actually, Freeze dodges out on the Fade's Call, but is not going to dodge out in the Exhaust or the stun coming in from the Braum passive. There's another knock-up right here. The CC chain from just the bottom lane is enough to take him down.
This is exactly what we were saying. You know, they have so many tools to get onto the backline of Tempo Storm. Even if Freeze can hop out on one ability, there is so much more CC headed his way. Gets taken down the mid lane there as they try and potentially set up a 1-3-1. Zed made his way up to the top side, but that goes in the mid lane.
Maokai ults, and it very slowly but surely locks down on the sheet. This Vigar support not having the best time in the world. The Selfie now going to get jumped down by Fly. Hextech Protobell and the Ghost. The Hemoplague will pop, but he will not go down quite yet. Tides of Blood will proc, but Selfie has to dodge up with the Death Mark by going back in. This time the Sanguine Pool will be used aggressively, and that Tides of Blood takes him down. GCU at the same time is pushing out on the mid lane. All of a sudden, chaos has erupted, and GCU jump out to a 4,500 gold lead.
Like we said, full-on snowball mode for the front-lining team comp of GCU. Able to charge down that mid lane, get a couple pickoffs. Zed overextending in the top lane as a result. No pressure in the mid lane at all. Gets cut off by Fly. Grabs a kill there underneath his second turret in the top side. The outer one's still up.
Yeah, so Goldcorn United now suddenly find themselves at quite a bit of an advantage, and they're going to transition this over into the Rift Herald because it's still not Baron at this point. We're only 18.5 minutes into the game, so Rikara and Santorin are going to get that one. Fly's actually going to find the top lane tower all for himself as well, and this is looking just like game number one, actually more than game number one, because Goldcorn United are finding themselves at such a huge advantage early on in this game.
It's one of those situations where you have to look back at potentially the bans that Tempo Storm threw, as we'll take another quick look at that initiation onto Freeze. Doesn't quite know the, I mean, he knows the Braum is clearing a ward over there, so he should be aware of this potential threat. Does have a nice ultimate to dodge out in the Fate's Call, but like we said, lands the slow, gets an exhaust on top of him, a flash follow by Rikara. Seems like Viger's Event Horizon was down there. Did not see him throw that out to try and deter the chase coming in from the Kalista. Gets a kill. Everyone does not know that Santorna is wrapped around from the backside, and there you see that wide Maokai ult chaining forward, getting another kill, this time on the Sheep.
And we did wind up seeing at the same time Quas able to take down the Ocean Drake, and on the top side of the map, Selfie found himself against a Vladimir as Fly just chased him down.
This is what I was trying to get into, is just that you have to look back at the draft a little bit. Vladimir known as one of the common Zed counter picks, and while, you know, there are standard mages who do well, like a Syndra, Zed does tend to have a decent matchup into Syndra, generally speaking. It is still a little rough pre-6, but once you have your ultimate available, you do end up in one of those kind of games of chicken where if Syndra ults you, you get to ult that, and it actually starts working out fine for Zed, as well as the fact that he, if he gets out of lane even, has a much better split push advantage over Syndra, who does not want to be in a long lane compared to a Vladimir. So you got to look at this and say maybe a mistake in the bans of Tempo Storm. Also, we saw the first all-in attempt that Selfie went for. It's one of the most important ones to actually make sure you get a kill when you go for it. He did it before he shot, did not quite have the itemization, got close to killing Fly, but never had an opportunity to use his ultimate. So, you know, maybe the draft phase was fine, and Selfie just had small misexecutions and grabbing a couple of those kills back. It's hard to say at this point because, like we said, if the snowball comp falls behind against this huge beefcake front line of GCU, it's going to look bad.
Yeah, now we see that Selfie can't match up against Fly in the split push situation. They have to send Quas down to that bottom side of the map, and all it took was a little bit of a poke hello from Santorin to make Quas back away from that tower. Now all the outer towers, in addition to that mid lane tier 2, are down for Tempo Storm, so even more gold influx over to the side of GCU. In addition to this, it kind of feels bad if you're Tempo Storm. You put so much focus on the bottom side of the map, not just in the fact you have 2 dragons, you try to get that tower down extremely early, you went for dives on the bottom lane, you wound up getting the first blood kill on that side, on your support Vigar, but you weren't able to get the first tower trade because that mid lane matchup went in favor of the Vladimir, and you lost out on that first tower. So even though you wind up trading tower for tower, you lost out on the goalie, and then you kind of flounder around the fact that Vladimir is ahead.
Like we said, one of those unlucky games, so to speak.
Unlucky indeed.
I mean, of course, if you want to play the hypothetical game, you know, it's a very slippery slope argument, because you could say, well, what if during that initial first blood that the Vigar got, they didn't get double stunned by the event horizon, they all, you know, kind of charge forward at the same time and actually kill the Vigar first? You get into this kind of what if situation that's really not worth playing at this point. You have to look and say, well, what can we for sure take away from this game? And if you're on the side of GCU, you're saying, maybe we do leave the Zed up. It didn't look that bad, especially as they're probably going to head on to red side next game.
This is interesting. We saw pings going down on the Baron pit as the Rift Herald is being channeled in the mid lane just as a bit of a distraction. Don't know if Herald is still actually alive there and pushing down in the mid lane, but Tempo Storm are just going to contest against this one. Rikara, looks like he actually, that was the Braum passive proccing onto the Baron. Fly trying to do zone control against Quas on the top side. The rest of Tempo Storm's on the bottom side. Soul looking to transform here. Mac ultimate's available. Selfie actually taking it back in, but he gets rooted up. All the members on the bottom side. It's Maokai into Nor against the wall, and Kalista picks up a double kill. Wiggly's gonna get chased down here by Solo. One wallop stuns him up as Fly goes on a killing spree.
That looked great for Tempo Storm at the start. Quas had scared away Fly on the top side. They had all 5 members alive. Tempo Storm had kind of forced GCU into a turn-off situation. A nice event horizon had disengaged. Now Quas is the only one left alive.
Ooh, he flashed into the pit. He's trying to get the feast steal, but that Baron was not going down very quickly. Just the Kalista stacking up on it.
Yeah, not able to get that steal. GCU going to grab that Baron, but the big thing is, I don't know why Selfie ended up taking his shadow forward there, putting himself in position to get hit by those Maokai roots, and then they get chain CC'd down. Huge mistake out of him after what was a really nice disengage by that Vigar. I believe, I don't know if he lost track of where his shadow was. We'll take another look at it here. There you see, you know, Fly trying to play zoning duty on Quas, but Fly actually coming out worse for wear from it. Gets dropped down relatively low. They send the Maokai route out, and then the event horizon stops that engage. And then, yeah, Selfie just takes his shadow in, I think, and he gets chain CC'd, instantly popped. That's kind of the go signal for Soul to say, hey, we already won this fight. He hops in as aggressively as possible. Also does get a nice Gnar ultimate off there. You're talking about how he's kind of made his name on this champion. Now Solo feeling confident, wants to get aggressive.
It's a little bit too fighty here. Selfie, actually, the teleport was canceled there from Quas, and Mad Life's wrapping around the backside. Selfie might find himself between a rock and an enemy team as he's going to get stunned up. He's going to get rooted up, and Solo takes him down.
Yeah, rock in a tree as Maokai wraps around the backside. Good decision actually counts to that teleport. They had one ward in their jungle that saw the wraparound coming, so they, of course, knew, all right, never mind, just leave Selfie to die. He was a little bit too far forward. And this game is all but over for GCU. Not really great tools to come back in this game for Tempo Storm. The Baron in GCU's favor, and it looks like we might be headed for another one of these Challenger series. We got the Baron, the game is over games.
Yeah, we still got 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, but in 12 seconds left on Selfie's death timer. Event Horizon stuns up onto Santorin. Quas actually trying to go forward with the Righteous Lord, but the Maokai ultimate slowly but surely will lock him up. Quas is in the back line trying to deal some damage, but he's going to be taken down here. The tree knocks him down as now Mad Life is in the fray as well as Fly. He picks up a kill onto the Vigar. Looks like a shutdown spree comes in onto Santorin from Selfie as he respawns, but the focus has been reshifted by GCU to focus down on that bottom lane tower. The inhibitor will fall shortly after that. Actually, Solo gonna hop his way in as he transforms. Not gonna get the Gnar against the wall though as the flash comes out from Selfie. Zones them away from the inhibitor.
And GCU playing the smart objective game instead of going for the end for some reason. Only a 4v3 right now. Gonna back off. Heal up.
25 minutes in. Death timers were still under, 40 seconds or so. We're 25 and a half minutes in. 14 kills to 2. 10,000 gold lead.
So here you see a little bit of that CC combination, but the problem is it's onto Santorin, who's a very, very tanky tree at this point. Quas does take a while to get killed off by Freeze, but that's no problem for the side of GCU because they're so tanky. Mad Life is underneath the turret. Santorin's under the turret. Fly's been under the turret this whole time. And eventually, Selfie does respawn, is able to get the shutdown kill on Santorin, who had taken so much focus by Tempo Storm. But that's a pretty bad consolation prize, given the fact that you lost 2 members and an inhibitor for that play.
Yeah, now there's still 40 seconds left on this Baron buff, so GCU's had some time to kind of recall, spend their gold, and reset a bit, and we'll have a Baron buff to push up these waves for when they start contesting the other sides of the base from Tempo Storm. You see Gnar going for a Black Cleaver and has already completed his Gargoyle Stone Point this time, so if he wants to jump into the fray, he'll have that one, unlike in Game 1 when he was Jarvan, not have that active ability. See once again the Knight's Vow picked up for Santorin on this Maokai. He also has gone for the Spirit Visage. He's got a little bit of extra sustain, gonna be helping against kind of, the basically 2.5 AP threat as Fly's gonna pop the Ghost to keep himself safe in the mid lane as well as that Sanguine Pool. Has himself a Zanya's Hourglass, completed that, and a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He's got the chase down potential in any split push situation. Also a little bit of extra HP to keep him alive as GCU will continue to push down on this top side with the remaining 4 members of their team.
Hopefully they go for a dive, and there you see it started off, gonna try and zone them away from the turret. If they get CC'd, maybe you try and kill them. Not as effective as I was thinking it might be.
Explosive cast used to try to push GCU away from that one, and now a little bit of poke coming through, but GCU did pick up an Ocean Dragon off the back of that fight on the bottom side inhibitor, so they'll be able to regen themselves up slowly but surely. But it'll be just enough time as the super minions has to be dealt with by Quas on the bottom side, and they're just waiting for another minion wave.
Yeah, but they do not have the Baron buff on the minion wave anymore. There you see Vigar able to use his Event Horizon to stun up all the minions on it, and then they get to just AoE them down relatively easily. Bit of a tough siege situation here from GCU.
Yeah, they actually have the problems that Tempo Storm kind of had in game number 1, where there's a little bit more of a short-range composition. The Kalista and the Vladimir are the only ones who could really poke down that tower, and even Gnar are even shorter range than that.
Yeah, that's why when they use that Maokai ultimate right at the beginning, I thought they were going to go a little bit more aggressive. They don't actually go for the dive. Pretty understandable that they don't want to risk it, but as a result, it does lead to a very slow situation here. Fly is breaking back towards the mid lane here. Maybe they realize that they're going to have a little bit more effectiveness in a 4-1 setup because Super Creeps are doing their job. They take a turret.
Super Minions wind up taking on the towers. Quas is busy away clearing the top lane with the rest of his Tempo Storm buddies. Now Selfie and Sheep going to try to catch on to Fly, who's pushing on this mid lane, but the Maokai ultimates come back up. It's locked down on 4 members of Tempo Storm. The explosive cast knocks the front line back into his own back line, so Wiggly might have not wanted that one. The teleport comes through for Quas, but Gnar already comes into the fray, knocks down the Cho'Gath against his own base wall. The knockup coming in, the CC chain from the bot lane does it again on 3 members of Tempo Storm, and GCU are going to be diving through the base this time, Mark. They're going to wind up getting 4 kills as a flash forward by Solo will secure the last one on a double kill. Even though Quas is alive, his base won't be for very long. Looks like GCU's taking a 2-1 lead in this best of 5.
That's the aggressive dive we're looking for with this extremely tanky team comp on the side of GCU. They melt the turret down as Santorin drops his ultimate. They kill all members of Tempo Storm except for Quas, who is left alive by himself. He finds a shutdown onto Solo, getting a little bit of retribution, handing him a death, but he will die as well. That completes the ace and the game for GCU, heading up 2-1 in the semifinal.
Goldcorn United are able to bounce back with a pretty decisive victory in that one. Had some early game disadvantages, actually, as Tempo Stormer had some advantages on bot side, but mid lane, specifically the Vladimir into the Zed matchup, the counter pick for flying that mid lane is what really kind of kept GCU going. And after a couple of fights, it just, the counter snowball was there.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where I think Santorin had a really nice read on the game. There's a small, like you said, misexecution in the bot side that ended up giving a kill to that FLICKR, but he was mid lane when he needed to be multiple times. The first time that Selfie really goes for an aggressive all-in, he's there to cover him, to make sure that he doesn't die. That costs both summoners a Selfie, and then he makes a nice repeat gank there to actually get a kill for himself. Fly not getting the assist is obviously great as well, so he's able to survive that. Tempo Storm went for a really aggressive force down around this turret. They were desperate to get the first turret blood. Solo matches the teleport. Santorin's in there as well. They deter that dive attempt, and then he keeps getting these repeat ganks off into the bot lane. And overall, just a really nice controlled game out of him. It would have been good enough if he just stopped Tempo Storm from snowballing, but he was actually able to get 2 of his lanes going at the same time, while up on the top side, Quas on the Cho'Gath was doing fine, but was a little bit behind in CS. And he wants to be this tanky frontliner for his team and hopefully for a snowballing Zed, but that got shut down. The Vygar wasn't able to get going really either, and there you get to see what happens when you have a 3 tank plus a Vladimir comp get off the ground.
Yeah, and we did see that those last 2 kind of fights back-to-back in the replay were just back-to-back from each other. He picks up a kill on the bottom side, and then Selfie gets a little too aggressive in the mid lane. He winds up picking up a kill on the mid lane there as well for Fly. So really good early game control by Santorin to kind of keep his team in this one, despite Tempo Storm having some early game advantages and getting, the majority of the dragons in that game once again. But, Goldcorn United, they don't necessarily need the dragons on the map. They've been the ones that really take the Baron control. They're really good at the vision coverage, and they've been able to translate that, and so far, both of their victories extremely well.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about how in the Challenger Series, it does feel kind of like whoever gets the Baron just instantly wins the game. I don't think any game has lasted long enough for a second Baron to need to be taken necessarily. So, this is another one of those games, especially with the way the 2 comps matched up, that if GCU gets ahead, there's almost no chance for the side of Tempo Storm to take a fight. They're not better in the 5v5, and then you have so much health on the side of GCU that the fight's going to last a really long time. You're not going to really be able to assassinate anybody. And even if you do find the Callista, that's great. The Vladimir is probably running wild in your back line.
Yeah, well, one of the fights that looked like it might be going Tempo Storm's way actually wound up being extremely good for GCU and was the one that net them the Baron. Just 22.5 minutes into the game, Goldcorn United are stuck in this Baron pit, and it looks like Tempo Storm have a jump on them, with Quas actually winning the 1v1 against Fly on the top side.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where it's 5,000 gold advantage for GCU, I believe, at this point, and it should have been a difficult Baron force given how early it was in the game, but Selfie makes a huge mistake taking his W in just to the middle of GCU's team comp. They chain his team up. He goes down. That opens up Solo to go aggressive for that ultimate. He finds a couple members to stun up. They get 3 kills right away. They go back to force on this Baron. Quas tries to flash over the wall afterwards, hoping for a steal attempt, but it was way too early. He didn't have any vision, had no idea what the health was at. He goes down as well. And a really clean snowball on the side of GCU. That's the kind of goal graph you want to see for your team, just slowly increasing over time. Like you said, right around that 3-minute mark, you see a dip to about 1,000 in favor of Tempo Storm. That's as far out of control as it got, because Santorin did a great job in the early game, being exactly where he needed to be multiple times.
Yep, and as we mentioned before, the Baron was pretty much all Goldcorn United needed to end those games, even though it was 2 Drakes to 1, and the last Ocean Drake only came in after, they took the bot lane inhibitor for the side of Goldcorn United. The Drake control has been still in favor of Tempo Storm. They're still prioritizing the bottom side, even though they're not necessarily going, oh, we have Freeze in the lineup, we need to get Freeze ahead. They're still prioritizing the bottom side, the Drakes, which they were able to stack up more than Goldcorn United in all 3 of these games so far, but they're not able to take those advantages, those objectives, and transition them into victories aside from game number 2, because they don't have the gold advantage as they need to transition.
And the team has never really played around Quas that much, so it's not that it's on the bot side that's surprising. It's that they're not playing around Selfie too often. Game 1 and Game 3, there were a couple standoff moments where both junglers were around the mid lane and they canceled each other out, but they never really have snowballed him. The one time he got going was in Game 2, which was mostly off the back of his own play with the Jace counter pick, being able to get a massive CS lead and then pick up some kills on other members. But there hasn't been too many gank attempts in the mid lane. That might be something they want to look at. Maybe they say, the bot side focus isn't exactly working out. Santorin keeps being down there. Once again, this time it was another match counter gank by Santorin. It was just that the Vygar pick threw them for a loop, was able to get a really nice double stun that stopped that counter gank from working out. So it is a bit of a scary situation here if you're Tempo Storm, because the Zed pick didn't work out. The Cho'Gath pick did not super work out either. And now you're in this position where heading into blue side, I think GC has a pretty good read on them.
Yeah, well, now you have the opportunity to potentially ban that Nara wave, which is something Solo was doing very well against the Cho'Gath. And it didn't completely crush the lane, but did way better than the Kennen did into the melee Alawi matchup, and had way more of an impact in the later game team fights as well. So, the best part you did say about this best of 5 series, you have the ability to kind of feel not only what your opponents are prioritizing in champion select and different pick and ban phases, but also the ability to evaluate what is working and not working for you. So the Cho'Gath pickup, like you said, didn't necessarily fall flat. It didn't necessarily win them the game like they wanted to, but maybe in combination with the Zed, with the Veigar on the bottom side of the map, maybe just a little bit too much Quas in a team with Quas on it.
Yeah, who knows for sure. It was definitely a draft that you could kind of see the ideas they were going for, but with the great control that Santorin never really got off the ground.
Yeah, so we're stepping away for a little bit, but when we return, it's match point for Gold Coin United. So stick around to see if they claim victory or if Tempo Storm takes us to an exciting game number 5. Black body slam's gonna land on Santorin. The Ignite's ticking down, but the tree's going to fall. Teleport's being channeled in. Everybody from Tempo Storm is already here, but GCU still looking for the fight. The Gnar backwards against the wall, trying to get a kill on the Sheep. Now a flash switch to advance will land down onto Selfie. Dodges out with the death mark, but Tides of Blood is enough to pick up the kill. Selfie has to dodge up with the death mark by going back in. This time the Sangwon will be used aggressively, and that Tides of Blood takes him down. He gets rooted up. All the members on the bottom side. It's Maokai into Gnar against the wall, and Kalista picks up a double kill. Wiggly's gonna get chased down here by Solo. The knockup coming in. The CC chain from the bot lane does it again on 3 members of Tempo Storm. And GCU are going to be diving through the base this time, Mark. Welcome back, Challenger Faithful. We are approaching game number 4 and potential match point here for Gold Coin United as Tempo Storm will be going back on the blue side. But that's not the only thing changing this game, Mark. They're bringing in Revan on the bottom side of the map.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what this potentially spells, because the last thing that we had kind of been talking Revan up for was his 80 carry Jace, which is obviously a very different look on the bot lane position compared to what we've seen out of Freeze so far with all the lethality changes. This could potentially be a really nice kind of flex pick that could work out for Tempo Storm here in game 4, because I think one of the things you can say about Tempo Storm is the fact that they do seem like they struggle in more standard picks. They've always been a team that works a little better with some cheese thrown in, some different picks, some things that people aren't quite familiar with. But if you just give them, strong picks, go take the Cho'Gath. It limits Quas's creativity, and he has to play this champion that, while it's very, very strong, it's also pretty well understood because everyone's playing it.
Yeah, once everybody starts playing it, Quas doesn't want to touch it anymore. It's a little bit too hipster with his top lane picks.
Yeah.
Although, the flexibility of these picks has been something that won Tempo Storm game number 2. The fact that they were able to take the Jace early on, that Quas had play, but then they flexed it to the mid lane and left the Galio open and were able to dominate that matchup. That was, we were mentioned right before the break, they have been giving Selfie a lot of help in the mid lane, but when he had that Jace matchup and he had the kind of, go-to counter pick or the lane winning matchup, he smashed Fly in that matchup.
Well, the scary thing is now that you're back on the blue side here, you're not guaranteed to get that kind of counter pick for your mid laner again. Last time they took the Zed blind early on because it was left up in the first round of the ban phase. That means he can take it and they can ban out 2 things. You look at those bans and say, were those the most 2 effective bans? Did you need to ban the Syndra compared to the Vladimir? That's one of those questions you kind of have to ask, because it did feel like Vladimir held up just fine.
Yeah, and they did ban away a multitude of things from Fly, but he was still able to kind of find a champion that would wind up winning that lane, or not necessarily winning that lane matchup, but surviving the lane matchup. And when he had the help from Santorin that Selfie didn't have from Wiggly, he was able to come out ahead in that specific matchup. And Santorin, we talked about the fact that in that last game, he was a big reason why GCU was able to kind of control their way through the early game, despite Tempo Storm having the gold advantage and the Drake advantage, but it was Fly that really ran away with the game towards the end.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where, who really deserves the credit for turning all those kills around the mid lane, because yes, Santorin shows up, he goes to the flash W, they play it well, they get a kill, but who's calling for that play? Who's really the one exactly in control of it? It's one of those things where you kind of have to give both a lot of credit for. That said, Santorin is having a great series on the Maokai pick 3 games in a row. I don't know if Tempo Storm has enough flexibility in their ban phase right now to take that one out as well as some of these other things that they probably want to focus. So he might get to the 4th game in a row, and it plays perfectly into his style. He wants to gank, he wants to be a facilitator for the team, he wants to get vision control. Sometimes he can get really scrappy. If you give him something like a Rek'Sai, he can of course perform on that, but he definitely is more of a team-centric player, and that's exactly what Maokai does.
I want to dial it back a little bit and talk about the fact that Revan is coming in here for game number 4. As he does take a little bit of extra time to set up right now, which is why we have a little bit of a small delay. However, Revan on the bottom side of the map may not have the same impact as Freeze. We talked about the fact that FLICKR coming to this matchup was first place for KDA for ADCs, first place for his CS differential, first place for his gold differential coming out of the lane phase at 15 minutes. But Freeze was ahead in all of those matchups in every single one of these games, and FLICKR was just not having a huge impact in the game. He played his role in the later stages of the game, but he wasn't smashing lane phase like he had been throughout the Challenger series.
That's something that Revan struggled to do as well, was the fact that, he got Caitlyn sometimes, and he didn't look particularly great on it, and he did feel like he was a little bit more one of those, preferred playing like the kind of caster style that you see out of some of the more bot lane focused champions. I wonder what else they're going to play, because the Jace is already really high priority for Gold Coin United to ban out. And just in case you need an extra reason to ban it, let alone because Selfie and Quas play, well, here's a 3rd guy who might take that champion. So already it's probably going to get banned out really early on in this draft phase. And then you say, well, what else will Revan play really well? I mean, he can play standard champions. We saw him play things other than just the Jace. It's not just his only thing. But when you're saying, well, what is he going to give us over Freeze? It's a little up in the air at this point.
Well, the fact of the matter is now you have a potential triple flex pick, too. You have the Cho'Gath, if that slips through pick and ban phase again, which it may or may not. It's kind of been hovering back and forth a little bit. But you can wind up going top, mid, or jungle, as we heard Licorice on the disc yesterday saying it's kind of like a triple threat at this point. The Jace could go top, mid, or bot lane. You could potentially wind up having something flexed out in the jungle position as well. So there's a lot of flexibility in this draft phase coming out from Tempo Storm, which does play into their strengths, but the execution in-game hasn't necessarily been there besides game number 2.
Yep, and like you said, a lot of that came down to with those flex picks, but more specifically getting counter picks with them. So the one thing that they got nice was the Jason, the Galio, that made its own lead, and then the Alawi pick, like we said, something that though they took it blind, it was clear that GCU's counter pick did not work out in any really significant way, and so Quas is able to get his pick into the late game, which is where Alawi can really shine. And that time, this is probably not going to work out again. I mean, they are on red side. They probably are going to pick up this Zach ban because they don't want to do that. You think about the Jace ban, and is the last ban the Alawi? You give up the Elise early. These are some of the things you need to start worrying now because we haven't seen an Elise yet this series. It's been a lot of Rek'Sai for the side of Tempo Storm. They went on to Gragas this time around, which I think sometimes benefits their team comps because they can always use a little bit more beef for them, and Wiggly's a great Gragas, but it does not lack some of the early game scrapping potential that might be able to get them their own little leads.
Right, the Elise priority kind of falling through the cracks, even though it's been banned out a lot by Goldcoin United. In some cases, Tempo Storm hasn't necessarily been chomping at the bit to grab that one too. So if you jump into game number 4 in the pick and ban phase, we'll see if the Elise is something that one of these teams wants to prioritize. We are going to continue seeing kind of the Maokai Gragas, Maokai Rek'Sai, Maokai for Santorin in this case throughout this pick and ban phase.
Wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Tempo Storm throw a ban at it. It hasn't looked like overpowered, like, oh my god, how do you deal with this champion? But Goldcoin is very practiced on it, and they're executing well, being able to kind of send those Maokai ultimates up to cut off a lot of key choke points around objective control, which is one of the things that, like we said, Santorin loves to do. Already, though, we see that Caitlyn banned away. Like we were saying with Revan, he does not particularly shine on the Caitlyn pick. That one's taken off. We haven't seen him on Kalista too much, I don't believe.
So.
And I would be interested to see if that's something that's going to remain a really high priority pick for Tempo Storm. It was basically first pick status, taken first in Game 2 and Game 3. We'll have to see what happens this time around. Yeah, GCU not wanting to give up that Alawi pick at all.
Nope, no Alawi whatsoever this game. And I want to see what the jungle match was going to be because Santorin, I mean, last split we were kind of harping on him for his zoning Rengar ultimates, but the Maokai is a champion that when you use a zoning ultimate wins you a fight.
It's supposed to, yeah,
it's supposed to do.
Yeah, so I mean, that's exactly the situation. You see the Maokai is going to be able to go through here. GCU very intelligently bans out the Jace. While there's all these supposed OP bans and this and that, you can't give them Cho'Gath on the current meta. It's important to play your opponent as well. And if Quas is going to go even with the Cho'Gath, that's fine. He's not in this crazy weird thing that you don't know how to deal with later in the game. So it's much more important to limit that Jace, limit that Alawi, and limit that Zac pick.
And then we'll see what the first pick overall is going to be. Does Revan play the Kalista, or are they going to prioritize it? Looks like Tempo Storm will wind up picking that one up for themselves. So now we know that Freeze wasn't in there just for the Kalista pickup. He's in there for some other sort of reason from Tempo Storm, but Revan's going to be picking this one up for himself. Like you mentioned before, I believe it's going to be the first time we see him playing it throughout the Challenger Series, and we'll see how he stacks up against Rikara on the bot side.
The thing, too, is even with the Caitlyn, the Corki band out, there's still a lot of options for Rikara. They're going to break up the Thresh Kalista combo again here, did it in Game 2. And then you have things like the Tristana. You might see those kind of go up in priority a little bit just because we did see a lot of AD carry bans recently with some of these matchups.
We did see the Tristana and the Jhin being banned away by Goldcoin United last game, so when Freeze didn't have his AD carry quite yet and they took the Kalista away, they banned out the Tristana, who normally does very well into it in the lane, and then the Jhin, who's just really annoying, specifically with the lethality buffs more recently. But looks like they maybe want to be thinking about taking the Jhin away for themselves. Not necessarily sure how he does it specifically in the Kalista. Kalista, of course, when she gets the right support, can be labeled in a bully lane. Jhin himself, you know, it's a little bit hard to lock down a target. It's going to be jumping all over the place.
It was traditionally not considered a great matchup. Things flipped around as the item breakpoints came differently. When lethality was super cheap and easy to get, Jhin was actually considered decent into Kalista just because you power spike so hard off that serrated Dirk, and Kalista isn't quite there. Now it's probably in a little bit of a different state because that was before Kalista came back into the meta so strongly with the play of the Rune King. Though we do see once again lethality is meta again, so it's hard to say exactly. It's the first time seeing it on 7-14, I believe, for us. Now, that said, this does give over the Galio counter pick to Tempo Storm, but this is potentially playing into what we said was a weakness of Tempo Storm, which is that they don't necessarily play with these picks that well.
Right, and they don't necessarily play with the tanks on the top side of the map unless, you know, it was the Cho'Gath being played by Quath in the last game, so not necessarily known for wanting to, you know, conform to like the tank top lane meta, so this potentially could be a mid lane Galio coming out from Selfie, which again limits his carry potential a little bit.
Exactly the point I was about to make. Just if it's Quas on it, great. It's a standard champion. You can't do any crazy shenanigans to you. If it goes to Selfie, you know, it's a super strong pick, but it's not exactly his playstyle. I'm sure he'll play it fine. The criticism is not on Selfie. It's on what the team needs out of Selfie, which is a lot of individual carry play. So obviously, I love the Gnar pick right away. Gets him a good matchup into the Galio, assuming that you play that matchup correctly. And then if they flex it away from the Gnar, it's still one of Solo's signature champions, and you're probably putting Tempo Storm in a position they don't exactly want to be.
Exactly, and some of the open Quas champions to kind of go to are the Swain, which, you know, the Gnar will do okay into. You know, you don't have to win that lane outright against the Swain. You could dominate, you know, just through CS and then eventually make it into a team fight phase. But it looks like during the second ban phase, GCU will be focusing down a little bit more on the jungle pool. The Elise does get banned away. Now the Tempo Storm hasn't prioritized that jungle pick, whereas the opposite side, Tempo Storm, are going to be trying to limit some of these mid lane matchups here, potentially getting something for Selfie that's advantageous.
Something that they can definitely be looking for. I like the Jax ban as well. We saw Quas play that into, I believe it was Dyrus's Gnar, and they ganked it pretty heavily and snowballed that matchup. So heads up on that play, because of course, like we said, Fly can take that, or excuse me, Selfie can take that Galio pick. And I'm a little bit, I actually like the Elise ban as well, because you don't have any priority on it if you're GCU. You're just going to play the Maokai over and over and over. The fact that Tempo Storm does not ban it out, great, you take the Maokai. If they did ban the Maokai out, you probably just take the Gragas as well and keep saving that mid lane counter pick. Instead, looks like they're changing things up, going for the Sejuani. Now, this is surprising to me given the fact that we don't really see anything that different out of Tempo Storm that would say, oh, we need something other than the Maokai, because I believe that they already took the Kalista Blitzcrank bot lane once, or they've had similar things before.
It was game number 2 where they wound up winning.
Yeah, so it's not a totally new look, and GCU sees something different here to say why they don't want Maokai.
Yeah, so going for the Sejuani instead. Maybe it's just because they have the Jhin, which isn't necessarily more of a team fight champion. You want to set up these kind of pick potential things, and you know, well, even then, Maokai still has some really good gank assistance on that. But we'll see what the Sejuani wants to do this time around. Is it will be a Victor picked up in the mid lane for Selfie, so that will solidify Quas on the tanky top lane Galio pickup. And we'll have to see what the last response coming out from GCU is as 2 of the champions being banned away from the mid lane pool from Fly. You might just want to go back to that Vladimir, and if there's a repeat performance in game number 3, that's going to be great for GCU.
And the difference is this time around that while Vladimir against Zed is a relatively even pre-6 laning phase, and then you need to be a little bit worried about the all-in threat that comes from the Ignite, this time around, Victor does just have like a decent matchup versus the Vladimir. Has really easy wave clear, especially once you hit that first item back where you get your Hex Core upgrade. You know, it can lead to a situation where you're on your back foot a little bit here, and that can open you up to some jungle invades and things like that if you don't have priority around the mid lane. We'll have to see how that works out, though. I do like Tempo Storm's team comp as a holistic look at it. You have magic damage, you have tankiness, you have playmaking, you have everything you'd ever want in a team comp. It's just about going out there and executing. The question is this the team comp that they like to execute? Is this Tempo Storm's bread and butter? Doesn't quite seem like it. Not
entirely. If it's just in the hands of another team, then it would be fairly standard, fairly straightforward, fairly strong team composition. Do have a lot of team fight potential, though. The Blitzcrank can start things off, or he can get thrown into the fray. Rek'Sai can use that flash on Burrow, and you have the Galio to follow up after it. But like you mentioned, is that Tempo Storm's playstyle? It hasn't been so far, and we'll see how they do to try to execute that against GCU, who have very similar comp to last game, just a different ADC and a different jungler.
The one thing I do like about Tempo Storm is that Selfie is now on just kind of a standard mid lane mage, which is something he plays extremely well. And this gives him late game, you know, kind of hyper scaling threat where if they end up in a game that's closer come 30 minutes, which to be fair, we haven't seen that much of this series overall. But if they do end up in a kind of close game come late game, he will have that kind of late game carry potential for himself. Not quite around the Jace, though they did snowball at that time. Obviously with the Karma and the Zed, not at all. If it heads late. So this time around, this is something that, you know, as long as he goes even or slightly winning the matchup, I think this plays much better into his play style. The question is, though, like you said, for GCU, this is a comp that they just executed extremely well last game. You swap out the Maokai for the Sejuani. Some very different mechanics in terms of the length of the engage and the explosiveness of it. The ultimate that comes in for Sejuani, much more aggressive in a sense than the Maokai one, which is more zoning focused. So they, like you said, maybe they are targeting more pick potential, but it's still very close to the same comp they just played last game.
Man, I'm actually interested in the fact that they prioritize taking the Thresh away from Sheep rather than matching it with the Braum, which they had done previously, though. You know, the Braum's kind of been hit or miss. So far, they won games and lost games while utilizing the Braum pickup here. Or actually, no, the Thresh game is one they wound up losing. But they don't go for the Braum, who actually helps by proccing that Sejuani passive. And you kind of get the double stun ability from that.
Very strong combination, but this time around, your team early took the Kalista. The Thresh is up. You don't want to give up the Kalista Thresh bot lane, which just basically smacks most bot lanes around, especially once you take Caitlyn out of the picture. So I can understand, you know, going for that Thresh. It also does work decently well with the Jhin, a champion that does not have much mobility for himself. And so with that lane turn, you're able to pull him out of some situations that would normally be lethal for Jhin. And now, luckily, though, we get to see our first look at the new Jhin with all the lethality buffs. We haven't actually seen it yet in the 6 games we've cast of the 7-14 Challenger Series.
Yeah, so you have Duskblade of Drakthar being buffed up. The Ghostblade gives him a little bit of extra mobility as well. So even though he is a very immobile person who actually just has to stand still for a lot of his abilities to be cast, specifically his ultimate, he will have the ability to give that for a little bit of extra added position advantage. We saw the Misfortune utilizing that build, but we'll see what Jhin winds up building this.
That was exactly the champion I was going to point out, is that there's plenty of champions who like to stand still, but it's important to get into the right place at the right time, and that's something that Ghostblade can help out with, especially with Jhin having that kind of cooldown on his reload after his 4th shot. Not much to do during that time. It's the perfect chance to pop that Ghostblade and get a little bit of move speed and get into the right spot to start firing away again or kite out. So the build does still make a lot of sense for Jhin, and hopefully we get to see a pretty impressive performance out of it, because I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Yeah, well, we haven't had our own Ghostblades built yet, but we've been able to use our graphic to move out of the way so we could jump into game number 4 here in the back screen for you guys. Gold Coin United are up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. Tempo Storm, they got to win this one and the next one if they want to make it into that Challenger Series final. Otherwise, it'll be an all-United affair for the 2nd Challenger split in a row.
And it's, kind of looking like that early on. Tempo Storm snowballed really hard off Game 2's flex picks this time around at a very, very standard team composition, and GCU has done a great job. Sheep does move in, going for that early Blitzcrank hook that people love to do level 1. Doesn't quite find it. Solo scouts it out, backs off.
Yeah, Solo was in that tri-brush, didn't see them sneak into the river brush, was able to see Blitzcrank flip up on the radar, and he just immediately moved away. So no threat of the hook coming out from level 1. GCU are going to respond by putting down some deep vision from their bot side on the map. Rikara and Madlife both moving in there, trying to scout out where Wiggly is going to be starting on this Rek'Sai.
Most likely starting off on the bot side. Now, one of the things that we've seen multiple times out of Rek'Sai is they take that XP Quint early on. They go for those crazy level 3 ganks, depending on how hard the leash is. And if they go for the Krugs or the Scuttle Crab, you get different timings off of it. It's super annoying to deal with blue side Rek'Sai. I assume Tempo Storm will be looking for something like that. And with the Kalista Blitzcrank, able to set that up potentially with a flash hook. GCU's bot lane is going to have to be very, very careful, as we do see that super leash coming in for Wiggly. He can potentially get down to bot lane at around 230 with this at level 3, while the enemy bot lane is level 1.
And not only did he get super leash from his bottom lane in addition to Selfie, but also Quas came down, wound up helping out with that one. So Wiggly going to be taking away that red buff, still has a smite available, so he can wind up getting this big Raptor. So this Rek'Sai, we'll see if the creative jungle pathing is going to be enough for Tempo Storm to rocket to a gold lead in the early stages of this game and carry it through, because game number 2, when they had these lane advantages, we were able to stay even in gold with GCU. They eventually were able to come out ahead through their Drake control, through the advantages they gained up basically just through CS and moving around the map with their bottom lane. We'll see if Wiggly's able to influence this matchup a little bit earlier on, as he might be going for a bit of an early invade. Puts a ward down. Scuttle Crab has response. This might be that early level 3 you were talking about. Yeah,
he was waiting for that. The super leash actually gets you out too fast to get there right away, so he goes in for that little ward. It's not like it's perfectly timed. It was a little surprising to see him go for that over going to the Krugs to hit the level 3 right away. Now, we talk about the importance of, hold on, level 3 gank coming mid.
Yeah, they want to get on the fly. Immediately blows the flash, but the flash on Burrow is there. Fly's going to wind up going down to a Victor laser for first blood.
Ooh, really nice path out of Wiggly early on. Doesn't go bot lane, goes up to the mid lane. Fly had taken the E early, and as soon as Selfie saw that, he probably communicated that to Wiggly, saying, hey, if you want to come mid, this is going to be a pretty free gank. They go on to him, and they burst him down from 100 to 0. And during this time, Quas goes up for an invade as well, bullying Santorin out of his topside jungle. Still level 2 to the level 3 of Wiggly. A very tough start here early on for GCU.
Yeah, so Tempo Storm's Rek'Sai pathing has paid off with dividends for first blood, but also giving Quas a bit of room to kind of bully around Santorin on the Sejuani. And now Wiggly going for a bit of a Krug steal, just trying to take away as much experience as possible from Santorin. Does get the passive proc though, and actually going to flash over the wall as well. Still has a red buff, so the slow is there. He's going to get another passive proc there, and Solo comes around, picks up a kill. A little too aggressive, and now it's a red buff Gnar.
That's a situation where we talk about the good communication of Tempo Storm, which is going to be on full display with this gank attempt. Like we said, they know that he has no pool available. They flash into him, knock him up, get that kill. Not quite respecting the potential cheese. And then the really nice answer out of GCU, the fact that Wiggly is deep in their jungle with no flash, fighting over
Krugs?
The Krugs, yeah, the nice collapse that comes in from the rest of the team. Once he tunnels over the wall, the flash followed by Santorin, and the collapse by Solo gets him red buff and a kill, which is going to be extremely annoying for the Galio, as if that matchup wasn't difficult enough. Going to have to eat some extra burn out of that Gnar.
So Wiggly getting advantages for his team and then giving away advantage. So Wiggly giveth, Wiggly taketh away. So we'll see if the Rek'Sai is going to be put any much further behind from that one, as he does still have his entire top side of the jungle to take.
Did set Fly further behind than he probably ended up behind. Still very unfortunate, and of course the collateral damage will be how far does this hurt Quas. But the big thing is that mid lane matchup is going to be very tough. We talked about the fact that, generally speaking, the Vladimir doesn't really have priority in that matchup anyways, and might continue to fall behind. Level 3 to level 5 of Selfie. This is a situation where mid lane is completely snowballing out of control just off that early gank.
Yeah, and we saw Fly being able to run away with advantages in the mid lane matchup last game. We'll see if Selfie, now on a carry-centric champion of Victor, will be able to do so himself, but Santorin's going to be getting a little bit cheeky in his own jungle here as Wiggly tries to go for this continued pressure and invade. He does have the support of Selfie from that mid lane matchup, but Santorin will be able to smite away his own Raptor.
Good secure in his own jungle. GCU has done an all-right job helping Santorin despite the lack of mid lane pressure to make sure that he gets his own camps. And obviously, Santorin himself doing a good job battling over them, not getting pushed out by Wiggly, despite the relatively stronger early game champion of the Rek'Sai. But this is not looking great so far. 20 CS down in the mid lane already.
Yeah, and we wanted to mention the fact that Revan being subbed in this game number 4. Is he going to have the same kind of influence over the bottom side of the map as Freeze did in the lane matchup so far? A couple of CS advantage in their favor, but really the story has been this mid lane matchup where Selfie is now 20 CS above Fly, and we saw him just with the threat of the laser zoning Fly away from any CS underneath his own tower.
Hit 6 early on, and I mean, this is one of those things where it's difficult to criticize Fly for that early death, just because I've talked about this a couple times. I think the fact that Rek'Sai can do these kind of early aggressive paths, and even blue side in general, is absolutely ridiculous. It's something that needs to get taken care of and has been in the game for far too long, given how strong it is, as we see Solo kind of pulling out Quas on the top side a little bit. But I will continue my rant. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that this has not been addressed yet, the crazy leash that can happen down the bot lane. And you see the difficulties of playing around it, because in order to avoid that kind of pressure early on, you need to see so many things. The fact that GCU's bot lane had kind of pushed up level 1 actually hurt them, because they can now get that wraparound gank on them. So you kind of need to seed level 1 in your bot lane. And now your mid laner needs to take his defensive ability early on as opposed to another attack ability. Or given the fact that if you didn't even have a defensive mobile mid lane mage, you just die to that almost 100% of the time. And you know, he did walk forward at that point to avoid, you know, or to get his empowered Q off to heal up, and that kind of put him in a bad position. But just this path itself opens up so much pressure on the map. It's insane to try and play around, given the amount of things you need to concede. But that said, maybe they can answer in the mid lane.
Yeah, Santorin's able to take a path of his own. His Fly's actually going to flash after Selfie, who flashes over the wall. Santorin, not yet level 6, does not have his ultimate ability available to lock down on Selfie, so a trade of summoner spells in the mid lane. Actually, the Ghost is used by Fly as well.
A little bit of an overextension there by the side of Fly. He was a little bit hungry to try and get a kill back for himself, but it's the kind of situation that as soon as you get the flash out of Selfie, you back off, let Santorin hit his 6 and make a repeat gank. Now, without his summoners available, he might be prone to getting ganked.
You got no flash and no Hemoplague available, so you have a Sanguine Pool, but it's only going to delay you going down as Selfie picks up his second kill.
Just a moment too late on the Sanguine Pool, still gets knocked up, doesn't quite get anywhere. He ends up going down to that gank again, and there you see instantly punished for the over-aggression just a moment before.
Yeah, so now Tempo Storm, they solidified themselves some early game advantages, and more importantly, it's on the guy who they want to have those early game advantages on in Selfie. So he goes back, upgrades his Hex Core, has picked up a pair of Ionian Boots of Lucidity for the extra cooldown reduction as well. So now Fly, he was on the winning end of a matchup with this Vladimir last time around, but now he's the one getting bullied around, and we'll see what Selfie can do for Tempo Storm to transition this lead.
We talked about how we like the fact that he is now on this Victor pick. Here you see the punish coming in, just all too easy, no flash available. A moment too late on the pool to avoid getting that knockup given to him. Gets taken down, and Selfie, we talked about being in prime position to carry with a little bit of a standard control mage that scales well into the late game. He also obviously communicated well with Wiggly to set these ganks up and build himself a very nice lead, this time much more focused around the mid lane, which is what we were hoping for.
Yeah, so adaptations already by Tempo Storm. The unique jungle pathing of the Rek'Sai to get the first blood off on the Vladimir. Unique. That's the word I'm going to use for this one. It's very unconventional and maybe a little bit strong, but it's definitely unexpected. So unique is a good way to describe it. Nobody else can really do that. Okay, you could say that. I'm going to say unique. But the mid lane priority now being focused on himself, they kind of just let Quas out to dry on the top side of the map, which is very interesting considering that, you know, Wiggly gave over a red buff to Solo to begin with, but Solo hasn't necessarily gotten a huge advantage off of it. You know, Quas has been keeping even in the CS up there. Bottom side of the map is going relatively even as well. Riven being swapped in here for Freeze. Nothing has really gone in favor of GCU, so Rek'Sai, who has been known to be more of a lane-dominant AD carry, at least #1 lane-dominant carry in the Challenger Series coming into the postseason, has not gotten the same advantages against this Blitzcrank Kalista lane, so pretty much the Selfie and Wiggly show so far.
It's pretty difficult to really abuse this bot lane by Tempo Storm. The Kalista obviously great in auto trades. You know, Jhin wants to move for the really quick ones where you get in and out, just drop your kind of damage and get out of there. Kalista wants to build up those Ren stacks. The scary thing is, you know, Blitzcrank and Thresh can kind of neutralize each other a little bit early on. Now that they're hitting their 6s, though, that all-in and gank assist that comes in from the Kalista lane starts getting scarier and scarier. So we'll have to see if any of this mid lane pressure snowballs and spills over down to the bot side.
Well, we'll see if Selfie's going to be able to move around the map or if he stays in this mid lane with a blue buff on him just to punish Fly even harder. GCU has moved Mad Life up to this mid lane because we also see Sheep moving up from the bot side of the map as well. And we'll see if there's any sort of pressure forced down this half HP mid lane tower. The Drake that spawned first was once again a Mountain Drake. I believe it's 3 games out of the 4 that have been a Mountain Drake spawning first, so we'll see if they try to prioritize that one a little bit earlier than in the previous matches, or if it's just going to be more about getting the first tower before the Drake control really opens up for Tempo Storm.
Good Scuttle Crab control. Looks like Wiggly's actually going to back off it. Overall, I'd say, you know, to be fair to Fly, he's done a good job of stabilizing since that kind of disastrous early game. Still gave up the 2 kills, but hold on.
Quas actually has to flash away just to get the Justice Punch off his good trade there by Solo, who just waiting in a brush.
Yeah, really nice play getting the chain CC onto Quas right as his Mega Gnar form was wearing out, and then getting in front of him so he can't Justice Punch to disengage that situation. Gets a lot of good damage on the Quas, forces that flash out. Needs something to go in their favor based off how bad this early game was going. Mad Life now caught a little out of position.
Has to use the box well. Chaos Storm is there, flashes away from Wiggly, who is tunneling forward. Didn't quite have his own flash up just yet, but Mad Life being better safe than sorry as Quas teleports back up to the top lane, so Solo does have the teleport advantage over his solo laner, but Victor has the mid lane priority and more importantly the mid lane party on his side over GCU's mid laner.
Very greedy by Mad Life going for that kind of vision control by himself. Both Santorin and Fly have gone to reset, getting some purchases in, and Mad Life was alone on a solo mission there getting the wards. Ends up having to lose his flash and ultimate. But the nice thing is it will be hard for Tempo Storm to get aggressive around that bot lane because, like you said, they do have the teleport advantage on GCU. Quas can still roam, though, has the heroic entrance available to still make some global map plays, and you see him hovering around this mid lane for a potential fight. But he'll have to go back topside soon as Solo has completed his Black Cleaver and is going back up to the top lane.
Tempo Storm has been relentlessly pressuring down this mid lane tower. They want to open up Selfie to move around the map. It's already down to about 1/4 of its HP. Be careful, though, on the bottom side of the map. While Kalista has finished Berserker's Greaves and picked up pieces for her Billy the Rune King, specifically finishing that build border Cutlass, a Duskblade of Drakthar has been completed by GCU's Rek'Sai, so the Jhin is going to have a little bit of extra damage. It pops out of a brush and hits you with a 4th shot.
These are some of those power spikes that we were talking about that were so important in this matchup before. Now you see the Duskblade of Drakthar, all things being equal, getting completed before the Blade of the Rune King, a little bit cheaper of an item. So he grabs that one. Gonna have a nice power spike. Also is able to grab another serrated Dirk off that recall. So Rek'Sai in a really nice spot right now. His support down a summoner though, so still a little risky to potentially fight an all-in. Looks like GCU is in a little bit of full stabilization mode right now. They're just focused on sitting at this small gold deficit right now, even though it's a pretty big one around the mid lane. But stabilize there, you'll be okay. You see it's about 1,000 in the mid lane, but CS advantages elsewhere on the map. You see Solo's relatively far ahead, small advantage for Rek'Sai and Mad Life as well.
Yeah, so the mid lane will be the lane that Tempo Storm wants to try to prioritize since they have the gold lead and the advantages there. But top side is one that GCU wants to go for. And Wiggly waiting around the corner here, waiting to go over the wall, but he is scouted up by Santorin, so both junglers will just back away for the time being. But if Solo is able to keep these advantages he has over Quas. Now that he blew that flash because of that brush bait, he was able to just get the CS advantage off the fact that he got one summoner spell out of his opposing top laner. So there's those advantages there. Bot lane is still going relatively even. And the fact of the matter is, while Vladimir was targeted down in the early game, now he's level 9. His transfusion is going to be healing him up extremely well. He's also completed the Spirit Visage against a double AP composition.
Very nice to have that completed. That said, generally speaking, Vladimirs these days do prefer going the Hex Tech first in a lot of matchups. I'm sure this was a situation where if he was able to go even or ahead, might consider that item, but given that he's behind, and like we said, focus more on stabilization, going for the Spirit Visage, which is still, by a great item for a Vladimir to go. Well,
Wiggly has his Flash and the Unburrow available. We'll see a Fly with both of his summoner spells before he falls victim to that one. But Selfie with his Booba freshly donated over will just be content to just wave clear and spam spells away. Santorin, though, coming out the backside, gets the flash out of Wiggly. The Hemo Plague went down as well. Selfie dropped extremely low. Santorin going to follow up with a quick ultimate from the Sejuani. But they are going to back away because Sheep has shown up from the bot lane to play. It looks like all of Tempo Storm are trying to focus on this very low HP mid tower.
Yeah, there's the mid lane ARAM once again, but this time finally able to break that mid lane turret. A little surprised to see Santorin hold on to the ultimate that long. They could have potentially thrown it at Selfie, but he does have the cleanse available, so he can easily get out of it without losing much. Ends up throwing it at Wiggly, but not enough to deter this push from coming in. They grab the mid lane turret, and they're going to be able to grab the Mountain Dragon now. The stalemate being broken a little bit here by Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm, after getting that first tower gold, will get the first dragon on the map as well, so they've been able to solidify themselves some advantages here in the early game. Jumps out to about a 1,000 gold advantage in their favor. Gold Coin United, while Drake's have not been what they've been stacking up in the early game, the Gold Lead have been the ones that have been able to, carry them over and tide them through here, with the Vladimir behind in the mid lane and the lesser successful execution of the Sejuani coming out from Santorin this game. They find themselves at a gold deficit now at the 15-minute mark.
To be fair to Santorin, it does feel a little bit more like Wiggly has really stepped up this game, had some really great ganks in the mid lane. Selfie as well having a great game. The question is, how do they snowball this over to the side lanes? Because for the most part, those have been going even. Now, completely in GCU's favor with all those roams repeatedly coming mid, it feels like they've been able to grab a little bit more CS in those lanes. And Victor is not the best champion for getting out of laning phase and getting on the map. He can still roam fine, and Selfie has been a good roamer so far in the Challenger Series. He's just going to have to execute it here in the semifinal Game 4 to bring his team to a Game 5, because otherwise it won't be too hard for GCU to kind of keep winning these side lanes if it just ends up with Victor hovering around the mid lane.
Right, and so Gold Coin United will also have to eventually transition these even lanes or slightly ahead lanes into advantages for themselves, as Tempo Storm will be the first ones to move their dual lane to a different lane here. Top side of the map is going to be where they focus, with already the rotation coming in from GCU. Solo's moving down to the bottom side. He has his teleport available, as does Quas. Both of them are going to be channeling. Riccara gets his first taste of some Victor lasers. They're taking a lot of damage. Quas teleports in, immediately has to flash away though, but a hook winds up landing down onto Fly, and he's dead before he can even flash or pool. Gold Coin United have to go into full retreat now as the Chaos Storm zones them away.
Great hook out of Sheep and a great rotation out of Tempo Storm. They get that rotation up to the top side, like you said, with their bot lane getting up there right away, but then they make sure not to just make sure it's just them. As hold on, Quas getting caught out a little bit.
Yeah, Quas gets hooked. He's going to get locked up. The taunt winds up landing, so Santorin has to go back in. He gets hooked in, but the Gnar against the wall is Solo picking up a kill here. It's a 4v5 technically, but GCU not looking too bad in this one. Solo going to take the lantern and flash, but he goes down to Selfie. Now it's going to be a follow-up here as Riccara picks up a kill onto Wiggly. Looks like a flash forward from Revan trying to get the Rend onto Mad Life, and he will. So another kill picked up for Tempo Storm.
Really nice job out of both teams in there. GCU finds an opportunity to re-engage as Quas had got caught out. They go a little bit aggressive in that 4v5. Selfie not getting focused down at all. Is able to keep throwing some damage in. So here you see Tempo Storm has the positional advantage. GCU is trying to get underneath their turret. Fly thinks he's behind Santorin, ends up getting poked. Chain CC blown up before he can do anything. And after that, they're kind of in full retreat mode. They back away from this turret. Tempo Storm's able to grab that one, but Quas gets a little bit of a greedy recall in here. Or just trying to clear a ward, actually, as he gets hooked out. And then you see some more Chain CC trades as the root comes in, followed by some Sejuani stuns. Santorin gets hooked, but is almost able to get out before the Victor, I believe, is the one who's able to find a cleanup kill. And they almost get Sheep as well, forced to flash out. Rek'Sai goes in. They get Solo down, then the last kill onto Mad Life. Ends up a 2 for 2 there after the initial kill onto Fly, meaning it's a 3 for 2 overall. And good job of Selfie being able to kind of snowball that advantage. This is what we were really looking for him to do.
Yeah, Tempo Storm have been able to pick up now 4 kills on this mid lane Victor, so he's 4 out of 5 of their kills. Not too shabby. He's also been able to pick up that top lane tower off the back of that fight, so now Tempo Storm increases to a 2,500 gold lead. Baron will be on the map in just a little bit, so it'll be a little bit sad that our friend the Rift Herald will not be making an appearance for either team in this game, unfortunately. I believe we've taken all 3 other games.
I believe so. The one thing I'll say, though, is that this is kind of reminiscent of Game 2 for Tempo Storm, where early on it felt kind of close, but then they grabbed the first couple turrets, and GCU never really found an opportunity to grab turrets for themselves again. If they weren't able to convert on that kind of side lane play, the scary thing is that with Gnar being ahead of the Galio relatively significantly, that you can kind of get that Frozen Mallet. You start getting that 2-item power spike that Gnar is known for. He starts taking turrets on his own. You have to worry about how do we deal with the split pushing Gnar, and the Jhin is then set up in the mid lane. He's the one kind of holding while Vladimir splits into a side lane. You end up in this 1-3-1 that is slightly difficult for Tempo Storm's comp to deal with, but because they were able to successfully execute the snowball, they're in a great position.
Ooh, all the Tempo Stormers standing on the lantern, so Santorin can't quite click it and can't get himself out of there. Instead, he's the one that going down himself. He gets a 5th kill of the game.
Good coordination by Tempo Storm to pig pile onto the lantern and make sure that no
Still not a thing! I've heard dog pile, I haven't heard pig pile. I guess in this case it's okay because they pig pile on Sejuani, who has a boar, and that's a pig.
Or it's also okay because it's just the same.
I still don't know. I want to get a fact check on that one if pig pile's a thing. But instead, they're going to not quite pig pile. They're just going to lock up onto Wiggly, who tries to tunnel through, but a good play from Mad Life knocks him out of it. There's not a lot of follow-up to kill him.
Wiggly didn't even take the tunnel. Mad Life was trying to predict when he would go through it, but a little early on it, and then Wiggly realizes, oh, I'm actually fine. They're backing off me as I'm taking the bot lane turret with my teammates. No need to take this tunnel out.
So GCU now have seeded a bot lane outer tower, which means that all 3 outer towers on the map are down for them. So they will be hard-pressed to find safe areas of the map to farm up for, which Fly still kind of wants to do. You mentioned going for the Spirit Visage early, has picked up a pair of Merc Treads just to mitigate the amount of CC and magic damage being thrown at him. Doesn't necessarily pack the same punch as he did in game number 3 as the Vladimir, because he doesn't have the Hextech Rota Belt. More importantly, hasn't been able to build any ability power whatsoever, so he's just kind of stuck at his base Vladimir values for now. Passive will help out a little bit with that, but he's far from the very fed Vladimir he was in game number 3. And that's exactly what Tempo Storm were hoping for this game.
Far from the fed Vladimir in game 3 and far from the fed Victor in this game. I mean, talk about not having any AP. Victor has plenty. 2-item completed, has the cooldown boots, 9 stacks on his Dark Seal. Tempo Storm here working away on their 2nd Mountain Dragon of the game. This is going to make their already great objective control even better. They're going to be able to force down this Baron, melt it down extremely quickly, and then use the Callista Wren to secure it. Solo getting a little greedy trying to finish this turret off, gets chunked out low.
Almost got it, but not quite. Utilizing this double Mountain Drake effectively as Tempo Storm. They grouped up as multiple members in the mid lane. They know that they really can't contest here from GCU. They're going to open up very quickly with the curtain call. Zones them away for the time being, and Tempo Storm are content just to sit back and wait for more minions as the ultimate is down.
Able to buy space for Solo to finally grab their first turret of the game, though. Bring it back a little bit closer to a 3,000 gold deficit, but I'm sure that will get changed again pretty quickly here as Tempo Storm grabs the mid lane.
Callista not known for her prowess in taking down towers, although the double Mountain Drake will help that with 20% extra damage on there. So now Gold Coin United has seeded a 4th tower of the game. Still about a 3,500 gold lead for Tempo Storm, so 23 minutes in the game, they have a 3,500 gold lead. That's great. It's not as big as some of the leads Gold Coin United have had in this series so far, and a lot of that's going to be that while Solo hasn't necessarily exerted pressure on multiple facets of the map and only just took the first tower of the game for GCU, his gold lead over Quas is still solidified at about 1,000, and the bottom lane matchup is still relatively even. Both Rikara and Revan haven't necessarily been huge deciding factors in these fights for their teams. It's really been about Selfie running away at things on Victor and Fly on Vladimir and not being able to match it.
The scary thing is moving later into this game. While Solo is very far ahead and they're going to put him down the bot lane to draw pressure by Quas, the 4-man core up on the top side of Tempo Storm is so good at taking this Baron that they're going to pull GCU right to it. And it's going to be a relatively easy turn, given the fact that they have this Callista, Blitzcrank, and Rek'Sai available to really force this fight. So it's going to be a very tough situation for GCU to be in, despite having the stronger split pusher here already at that 2-item power spike that we were talking about that Nars love to hit.
You see a Knight's Vow between Wiggly and Selfie. So he pledges himself to his mid laner. He's gotten extremely far ahead, as if that were not very apparent already. And they're also going to be going, as you mentioned, for that top lane Scuttle Crab control. Quas is actually already up here too, so while Solo can take all the outer towers he wants on the bottom side of the map, which is physically only one. You see that right there. The Baron is the one that's going over to the favor of Tempo Storm, though they will peel off of it. Mad Life is in the area. Actually, Ricard getting chunked out here by Reb and gets the Lantern.
Oh, Lantern Q.
He got tagged by the Prey Seeker. He's going to flash away from the damage of Wiggly, though, but he may have just condemned Mad Life to death as Revan will finally pick up a kill.
Nice play by Tempo Storm there. Revan was losing the 1v1 to Ricard. Tempo Storm reacts and collapses onto it. Almost a nice outplay by Mad Life, getting the Lantern down onto Ricard, but the Prey Seeker hits at max range. They find the pick off onto Mad Life, and now GCU caught totally out of position. Tempo Storm is going to grab a mid lane inhibitor without Baron buff.
Yeah, we had Solo just having to recall. Ricard had to heal, and Fly's still up on the top side of the map. So inhibitor winds up going down 25 minutes into the game. Tempo Storm coming out swinging.
Well, we talked about how there was no Rift Herald this game. Maybe there's no Baron buff either. Tempo Storm's just going to keep...
Then how do we know who wins? This is Challenger Series. Whoever takes the Baron wins the game.
I believe you can tell by whose Nexus explodes. They usually lose. So.
This is why you're on the desk, Mark. This is why I love having you. You're keeping me honest.
And the big thing now is the fact that, you know, actually, not even kidding, Tempo Storm might not need to actually grab a Baron. They could just send 4 people with force round inhibitor. I mean, that's a lot riskier of a way to play it than going for the Baron buff, which I think you'll see them set up for again once they get the reset off. But really tough spot to be in for GCU here. Mid lane matchup just went so bad for them early on.
And so that has spilled over now into, well, not necessarily into other parts of the map, because the mid lane is the one that actually has all the towers down and the inhibitor missing. So Selfie basically has been able to get himself extremely far ahead and really help carry Tempo Storm through this game.
I mean, it is still kind of the spillover from the mid lane, because while there's more mid lane turrets down, the order that they dropped was mid and then top and then bottom and then mid again. So, of course, the fact that they were able to grab all 3 outers makes it, you know, a pretty large gold lead, given the fact that it was close to even before they grabbed that first one in the mid lane.
Now, Tempo Storm, as you mentioned, might not need to take the Baron, but baiting the Baron will guarantee them a fight that they could just use to push up that mid lane to the Nexus towers, where super minions will be pushing down in. GCU, though, they're kind of grouped up around this mid lane, or pushing away, and actually Quas might get caught out here. Gets locked up by the hook, gets locked up by the Deadly Flourish, tries to flash away at the Justice Punch, will get caught up. At the same time, Tempo Storm is starting this Baron. It's extremely low, flies in the backside, but it will be secured there by Revan. Jin's picked up 1 kill. Now the curtain call comes out. Santorin's chunked down extremely low. The shot's not exactly landing on any priority targets. Wiggly's the one that gets hooked in. Selfie actually about half HP in the back of the fight. But now Nar's gone mini and he's gone down as Selfie goes dominating in this matchup. The Wiggly ultimate and Selfie follow-up is there. Fly's trying to run away from this one with the Ghost. Proto belts himself away just to safety. Huge transfusion heal from that blood, the blood lust onto the Grom. Lost my words there, as Fly may eventually lose his life here as Selfie and Wiggly are chasing him down. One last auto attack there, and Selfie's godlike.
I like the idea out of GCU, knowing that they're not going to be able to actually stop this Baron buff. They instead go for a pickoff onto Quas, and it starts out pretty well. They're able to chunk him out really early on. You see that Tempo Storm doesn't know if they should help him or not. They're sticking on the Baron. Fly's wrapping around the backside, and this is actually a nice setup to turn and win this fight. Santorin ults a little bit too early, as the rest of the team was still finishing off onto Galio, so they couldn't actually combo in that damage. That said, they still have a chance to win this because Selfie gets stunned up, but that last 4th shot by Jin just goes wide. If he hits Selfie there, maybe not kill him, but at least force him out of the fight very far. Instead, Selfie is healthy enough to continue in. He runs up, they get a bunch of cleanup kills, and out that, they continue up in the top side. They take a top inhibitor. A really nice attempt out of GCU, just a few small mistakes that cost them their opportunity to potentially take that team fight after losing the Baron.
And that team fight going south for GoCoin United may wind up being the game here as Tempo Storm take that top lane inhibitors you mentioned during that replay. Saw a little picture-in-picture. Banner Command minions going to be wailing away on the top side tower, but Tempo Storm are going to be the ones that reset. GoCoin United will be taking their first Drake of the game, as it will be an Infernal Drake. Look, Tempo Storm only have 1 lane left on the map. They really have to pressure down. It's going to be that bottom side, and with the fact that their opponents are already taking the Dragon, they're A-okay to just pressure away on this bottom tier 2 tower. Quas and Selfie have already grouped up for this. Sheep is over the wall as well. they catch somebody out here, that could just spell GG for GCU.
Yeah, they have to send members back to the base right now. You see Fly up in the top lane trying to deal with these minions. Not quite a super creep wave yet, apparently, as that's going to be the next one coming in. Quas goes up there to try and escort those minions in, while the other 4 men work down on this bot turret. At this point, Quas' ultimate is probably long enough to reach from mid lane down here. Not quite 16, a little bit behind Solo, and everyone quite a bit behind Selfie.
So we have the last outer tower on the map going down, and Tempo Storm, Baron buff and all. It's really difficult for GCU to try to come back in this one, let alone win this fight, if Tempo Storm even needs to really try and take it. They're just content to stay back here while we have Quas kind of doing his Quas split push thing on the other side, ushering in super minions into the base. Fly pretty much on wave clear duty at this point. Actually, Solo has to go up, deal with the super minions wailing away on that Nexus tower up top. And that means that this bottom lane tower is exposed. They wind up hooking in Santorin. Curtain call comes out already. Soul's going to get a Gnar, but it only really lands on the Sheep. He just gets pulled back in by Revan. Fly protobelts into the fight, has to lantern himself back out. Sheep's taken down pretty low, but Quas is going to get a taunt down onto Solo. He gets locked up in the gravity field after that. And with Gnar down, they're going to be charging into the base of GCU. That's the first kill, goes over onto Revan. They haven't exactly dove through anything yet, but they don't need to, because super minions are taking that Nexus tower. Gold Coin United has to see the inhibitor tower because of that one, and Tempo Storm setting pace to force a game 5.
Very close fight by GCU. Not that bad at all, actually, but they're just so far behind at this point in terms of map circumstance. The minions are going to end the game for themselves, and GCU able to trade some kills back and forth. 1 for 2 so far, but not enough to deter this push. And Tempo Storm, like you said, going to be taking us to a game 5.
We saw Santorin charge in, flash out, get taunted back, and pulled back into the fray. A Selfie will go legendary 9-0-3 on Victor. This is the kind of Selfie we wanted to see from this performance. While GCU may pad their KDA stats, doesn't matter, because the only number that matters anymore is the fact we're going to game 5.
Huge game out of Selfie overall. Some really great gameplay out of Wiggly as well, using that bot side advantage that blue Rek'Sai can have, able to get onto the map extremely early. Doesn't actually go down in the bot lane, goes mid, given that they knew Fly did not have his W up. They get the kill there. And then after that, that's pretty much just a mid lane snowball. There was the one time that we saw they came back to the mid lane for the side of GCU, but Fly got a little over aggressive. Instead of just taking the summoner advantage, goes for the summoner trade, and then instantly punished by Tempo Storm. They regank him, they get a second kill, and then after that, it's off to the races.
Yeah, at that point, Selfie was just really out of control from this mid lane Victor matchup, and we weren't able to see him necessarily dominate from that point forward until they were able to take his tower. Once they took his mid lane tier 1 tower, they took the first Mountain Dragon, and then moved their duo lane up to the top side, where they were able to actually, GCU was close to winning a fight up there as they took that top lane tower 17.5 minutes in, but it was Tempo Storm with the Victor that was way too far ahead at that point, turning it around.
That's the thing, is that Victor definitely not a snowball champion, but from ahead becomes very, very dangerous. So they get the rotation advantage up to the top lane. Fly trying to get underneath the turret, gets hooked out, blown up right away. But from there, you see that at this point, GCU was still relatively close in the game. Tempo Storm's going to be able to grab this turret. Quas gets caught out trying to clear a ward, and it's well played by the frontline members of GCU. Solo's going to be able to hop in here after getting a little bit of a chain CC, get a nice Gnar ultimate off onto 3 members. Rikara throwing in a lot of damage from the backline, but this whole time, Selfie's going to be untouched. They blow up Solo, who just went forward. Last auto attack finishes him off. Selfie continues to run through. Wiggly goes in, kind of trades his life, thinking he might be able to get the execute damage. Not quite the case, but Revan also unfocused during most of this. Gets a couple Ren stacks into Mad Life, pops him as well.
And as we were talking about the fact that it was pretty much the Selfie show, and we kept saying Selfie, Selfie, Selfie.
Yeah, that's why.
You can see his damage right there being a big focal point as to why. But we talked about the fact that they were able to get a kill for Gnar on the top side, because Wiggly kind of traded over his life for a couple of Krugs on the top side early on. It gave Gnar an advantage. So Solo had an advantage over Quas. He wasn't able to really push to the furthest extent until after he blew the flash, like around level 9, which is after that red buff expired. Bottom lane's pretty much traded even. There was no real kill threat from the fact that the Kalista and the Blitzcrank lane also just had the ability to turn any of those trades around with a Blitzcrank hook. So because the two side lanes are pretty much even, the mid lane where Selfie was basically dominating Fly was the big just deciding factor because everything else was pretty much 50-50. The only factor was Selfie was 100% and Fly was basically 0%.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said, the bot and side lane started getting CS advantages, around the 11, 12-minute mark. At one point, I think it was Solo had around an 800 gold lead to Selfie's 1,000 gold lead, so it was kind of close, but the pressure was not equal at all. They were able to keep grouping on mid. They take that turret down, and they do a good job moving up to the top lane after grabbing the Mountain Dragon, instantly putting that to use. GCU was a little slow on the play. They had to cut all the way up through mid lane to get underneath the turret. Good job cutting that off. And then GCU still took a couple stabs at this game. They had that one Baron fight where they were almost able to take it. A couple things just went wrong. Santorin ulted probably a little bit too soon. The fourth shot just went a little bit wide, didn't actually ping out onto Selfie. It was a good attempt, but they were so far behind that was a little bit of a miracle fight anyways.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that even though Solo's gold lead over Quas is very similar to what Selfie had over Fly in the mid lane. The fact that Tempo Storm played around the fact that Selfie not only was the focal point of the map being in the mid lane, but was the point of strength on their team, whereas GCU had a harder time playing around Solo being their focal point because he was kind of, the split push threat Gnar who would eventually group up with the teleport in team fights. They couldn't necessarily apply pressure on that top side of the map. Their bottom lane was kind of stuck down there, keeping the Kalista and Blitzcrank at bay. They couldn't really rotate them up top and maybe get like this tower trade situation going on. Tempo Storm played around their advantages better.
Right, it's the kind of thing where it's much easier to group up and push around mid lane because you don't actually need to reset and run all the way across the map. You can just cut up through the river, and especially if you're already going for vision control, given that your jungler is ahead too. Rek'Sai better matchup into Sejuani. We saw a couple times Mad Life got caught out going for vision control, and then they just group up mid, and then you have to respond. You can't necessarily go topside unless you're going for a complete trade, but Galio, a little bit harder to trade against than the very shut down Vladimir.
Yeah, and so with the Vladimir being shut down, the Gnar not being able to really do anything on this side, Golcoin United was really kind of hard pressed in this one. They did still try to go for a couple of engages, but one of the things that was a little lackluster in this composition was, you said during the game, it wasn't necessarily his fault because Fly fell behind extremely early on, but Santorin on the Sejuani pickup was not nearly as effective as he had been on Maokai for 3 games, even in the game that they lost game 2.
Yeah, like I said, I don't put this on Santorin at all. I mean, the fact that Wiggly found a good gank, Santorin did answer mid lane in what should have just been a summoner advantage for them, and then they can potentially regank when he hits 6. Fly gets a little bit greedy, goes too far forward, and then the wave's pushing away from him. Now he has no summoners. Pools a microsecond too late, gets knocked up into the air. He gets killed. And then, like I said, after that, Selfie is 100% online as that Victor gets his Lucidity boots and his Hex Core upgrade, I believe, right off that purchase.
Yep.
And if you're getting that at level 7, that's super good for you.
Yeah, so huge power spike from Selfie and a huge performance from a player that we were kind of wondering where he was in Tempo Storm's other games. But we got to take a break. Don't go anywhere, though, because this series is headed for game number 5. In just a few minutes, we'll see if Golcoin United or Tempo Storm claim victory. Fly immediately blows the blast, but the flash on Burrow is there. Fly's gonna wind up going down to a Victor laser. He's gonna get another passive proc there, and Solo comes around, picks up a kill. You got no flash and no Hemo Plague available, so you have a Sanguine Pool, but it's only gonna delay you going down. But GCU not looking too bad in this one. Solo going to take the lantern and flash, but he goes down to Selfie. Now it's going to be a follow-up here as Ricard picks up a kill onto Wiggly. All the Tempo Stormers standing on the lantern, so Santorin can't quite click it and can't get himself out of there. Instead, he's gonna wind up going down. But now Gnar's gone mini and he's gone down. His Selfie goes dominating in this matchup. We saw Santorin charge in, flash out, get taunted back, and pulled back into the fray. His Selfie will go legendary. Welcome back, everyone. And sorry I had to cut off your favorite song there, Mark Z, but we got a deciding game number 5 of this semifinal series between GCU and Tempo Storm to get into.
And no surprise, once again, GCU back on the blue side. And I think this series has kind of devolved into, can Selfie carry hard enough to offset the side lanes? Because this is the second game in a row where we saw Quas was forced onto a standard-ish champion. First time it was Cho'Gath, this time Galio. And while he plays these picks fine, it limits his carry potential, and he kind of plays more as a role player tank, which you're fine with because that's one of the ways that they lost game 2. So you take out one of those win conditions, and now Selfie, now that he's no longer playing these crazy snowball champions like the Jace and the Zed and things like that, and if he just picks a hyper carry that they guarantee a good matchup in with the counter pick that you're guaranteed to have on red side, I feel like this could be a situation where it's, can Selfie carry versus the side lanes of GCU?
Right, and the one side lane we haven't really seen step up from the side of GCU has been Rakara. We came into the night and we're like, all right, Rakara is the best, he's the best marksman we have in the Challenger Series. Hasn't necessarily made a bleep on our radar whatsoever. Even in the wins, it's really been about Fly taking over with him and Santorin having, the ability to control these team fights, and Solo kind of is getting big enough to do whatever he wants to on picks like Gnar.
That's the thing is, now that they're back on red side here, it does feel like Tempo Storm probably can't afford an R ban, depending on what else they go for. But like you said, Rakara not being able to take over a game necessarily. They had a fair amount of gank pressure out of Santorin thus far. Feels like GCU wants these slow, even early games, and then they're able to win through objective control. Tempo Storm wants to snowball really hard early on, preferably through mid lane. Top lane, if Quas can get one of his signature champions, and then once they have their leads, they start controlling objectives. If the game's equal, it feels like that does go in Tempo Storm's favor.
And if they snowball through the mid lane and have an equal bot lane, that means that they're able to take most of the dragons in this series as well, so which they're able to pressure early on when they have so many mountain drakes, and be able to sustain themselves up when they have so many ocean drakes in this series. But instead, we're going to wind up seeing a couple of unique bans here for GCU, the Jace and the Alawi, which are kind of standard right now, but they also take the Blitzcrank away from Sheep, which does leave the Thresh open as a potential first pick. We'll see what Tempo Storm decides to ban out as the last one, as they kind of have the mandatory bans of a Caitlyn and a Zac. Elise would be one, but the Kalista has risen in priority.
So the Kalista is banned out this time around. This does open up a Galio potentially. I think GCU used it better in some senses than Tempo Storm did, where when Fly had it, it gave him a really even matchup. Or, excuse me, he was doing fine versus the Jace. He did fall behind in CS, but he was able to influence side lanes a little bit before, he ended up getting smashed. But now that the Jace is off the table, you would think it would be priority, but instead they're going to go with the Thresh and allow Tempo Storm a crack at it. We have seen more Rek'Sai focus from them, given the fact that it feels like Santorin is full-on tank mode jungler with the Sejuani and the Maokai being the two that he's focused down.
Yeah, well, the Thresh being picked up, I mean, if Tempo Storm decides to grab up the Galio for themselves, they were content to pick the Gnar into it and kind of, have Solo go pretty much even in that matchup, even though he didn't necessarily get huge advantages until, post-level 9 or whatever, he blew that flash out of the brush. But it's going to be Tempo Storm going to try and shoot for the Rek'Sai. They picked the Galio here. We could maybe expect a Gnar in response, but maybe Quas doesn't want to play that that Galio matchup. Maybe he wants to have something else for himself.
It is maybe a situation where you do see a little bit less Galio, as there it is, actually locked in for the side of Tempo Storm.
Never mind.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you're right that here's where you'll probably see the Gnar. Maybe Tempo Storm's thinking, hey, Quas like we were just saying, if Quas goes stable, we get Selfie a good super strong counter pick in the mid lane where he's able to hyper scale. You know, Quas did not get smashed in that lane. He had to play with the fact that his opponent got a red buff early on. He was still mostly able to go even. The matchup does get worse and worse as time goes on as you complete things like the Black Cleaver and these kinds of items, as once again you see the Gnar locked in. So, I mean, Quas did his job in that way where he held onto the lane as long as he could, and by the time he was starting to really lose control of the lane, the rest of the team was able to snowball, and he continued to play a great front line for the team. So we'll have to see if that's kind of how this game breaks out again. GCU hovering that Orianna, one of the strongest blind counter picks right now in the game from the mid lane. They're going to grab that up right away. Because it had been getting banned out a decent amount by Tempo Storm.
Yeah, it was banned out a lot in the second ban phase, so they were able to secure something that Selfie was going to be able to pick into it. It was banned out once or twice in the first ban phase as well. So the Orianna comes through here in game number 5. Now, we kind of developed our own little meta game in this best of 5 series, one of the things that we highlighted at the beginning of the show day. And it looks like the Victor may wind up being the pick they go for anyway, saying, hey, you have a safe pick. We're going to pick something stable, has a lot of wave clear, and Selfie carried on it last game. The
old Victor Orianna meta is back again, everybody. Hope you guys didn't miss it too much. Ori has always been around. She didn't really go anywhere, but Victor had fallen off for a little bit. Not that he was bad, just that other people were feeling things a little bit more. They liked the Talia for a little bit and stuff like that. Now the Victor is back in full force, and we have a couple positions already locked in. Tempo Storm has their jungler, whereas GCU has the support. So you might see some offset bans here. Tempo Storm bans out that Maokai. If you're banning that, you're probably banning the Sejuani unless you think it's not really that big of a threat. It didn't look that great last game. It was a game that was snowballed on pretty hard around the mid lane, and Santorin had to keep going back through to try and hold on, as well as repeatedly trying to fend off ganks in the mid lane. The Taric ban, surprisingly.
Interesting.
Taric was buffed on this patch. It was one of those champions. I mean, a lot of champions were changed on 7.14. They changed the way the charge system works on the heal, as well as how the passive from your auto attacks reset the cooldown. They instantly grant you a charge now, I believe. A couple changes overall, so maybe they had some reason to think that Tempo Storm would prioritize that now. And there's the Gragas ban, so looks like they are forcing that Sejuani again, and you can understand it. It did look a lot weaker than the Maokai that we had seen.
Yeah, so potentially stuck on the Sejuani, although it does leave open, you know, the pick of the litter for both of these marksmen on the bottom side of the map. Tristana is actually going to get banned away, so they're not going to have Riven on a later game scaling hyper carry, maybe forcing him onto something like the Jhin. The Ashe is still available, of course, as well. Varus, something we haven't seen quite yet.
Yeah, not too surprising to see the carries hit avoided a little bit in the bot lane, just because if you're banning something out, you're banning out your own pool. And here we see the Varus being hovered, probably going to get locked in. This is what we were talking about, some of the differences between Freeze and Revan potentially. Freeze going for a lot more of those AD carry, hyper-focus, or hyper-scaling champions like the Caitlyn. Kalista, not necessarily hyper-scaling, but still very lane-dominant in play. Varus, much more utility-focused, so that's why you're tending to see Revan go for that champion. So overall, both teams kind of going for that. Probably wouldn't be a surprise to see the Jhin locked in here and GCU end up with a super standard team comp.
Yeah, it looks like they might be going for the Sejuani again. So if the Jhin gets locked in as the last pick overall, it'll pretty much be a rinse and repeat of game, you know, the last game's composition, only swapping out the Vladimir for something a little bit safer in the mid lane.
That's something I would really like to see for Fly, given the fact that we talk about how Vladimir against Victor is generally down pressure. He got ganked early on, and he kept getting shoved in. He had to change up his build path to try and stabilize. Made another mistake where he lost his summoners, instantly gets punished, and then the game's getting out of control.
That's different.
Looks like we spoke a little too soon with the Orianna pick bringing a lot more utility in the mid lane. I guess they decided that they're fine going for a little bit more hyper scaling of a AD carry themselves this time around, go for the Kog'Maw.
Hey, we said that we wanted to see Rikara be the side lane that steps up this game, so they're putting him on the latest of late game hyper carries here in the Kog'Maw pickup, and it looks like that they might want to be going for something a little bit different from the side of Sheep. He's had his Thresh taken away and his Blitzcrank banned out, so they're going for another playmaking support, the Bard, coming out for him.
Surprised to see the Bard come through. It is a champion that has a lot of playmaking potential, has a high barrier of execution as well. It's one of those champions where when you mess up, you look really bad on it. So it's obviously a champion you want a lot of mastery with before you pick it in competitive play. Sheep gonna have to go out and prove. I don't think we saw him on it too much. I don't think so. He had a couple games, I believe, during the regular season of the Bard. Not all the games were broadcast, so I don't believe I remember watching it directly, but he is a player who is always known as a playmaker. That's why you see the Blitzcrank and the Thresh prioritize, and they did not want to fall back onto a Braum in something where he just kind of sits and tries to protect Revan during the laning phase. They want him to be able to get onto the map and make these plays that can help snowball the game for his team.
Yeah, more specifically, he now has the magical journey to get somebody like Selfie, if he has an advantage, to the other lanes even better, to spill over those advantages, has more of an ability to, you know, get into these interesting positions to contest these objectives that Tempo Storm have been liking to get once they solidify, you know, a tower advantage in the mid lane. So a different look to Tempo Storm's composition, a very similar look to, well, almost similar look for what GCU is going to be doing, but now they have a later game scaling AD carry in the Kog'Maw, and now, you know, they have a little bit more eggs in the Rikara basket, which they haven't done all best of 5.
Yeah, not too much. I think this is a series that will be heavily influenced by the jungler early on, because this time around, Wiggly has the Rek'Sai again, does not have that super abusive path in the early game that you get on the blue side with the Rek'Sai. So if he can step up and have another good performance around mid lane, heavily pressure that lane, Orianna can get a little bit exploited. While it does have a relatively safe laning phase, doesn't have great mobility, you know, no gap closer, no Sanguine Pool available. So if you can open her up, that is something that can get exploited over and over again, especially if you start having things like the Galio start roaming mid, get Quas involved in these plays as opposed to just leaving them on an island to kind of hold lane versus this Gnar that's going to slowly win that matchup. Yeah,
and GCU also has an interesting kind of team fight composition as well. You have the command Gnar kind of combination where you have the ball put onto the Gnar who jumps into the fray, or the Sejuani to just deliver that ball into the middle of a fight. We'll see if Tempo Storm are actually going to be going for any sort of team fights whatsoever, though. They were content to kind of divide and conquer on the map and only really go for team fights when they felt advantageous to do so.
In this situation, though, Tempo Storm has 100% kind of standard 5v5 team comp. GCU is the one with a little bit more flexibility, with Gnar being able to split relatively effectively versus the Galio. But if we see now anything out of Tempo Storm, it's that they rely much more on the playmaking in the early game to get their leads and then snowball through with that than they are about any of these games going even, because we haven't seen a game at 25 minutes that was really even. Pretty much every time there was a big gold lead for one of these two teams.
Well, so that means that we'll keep our eyes peeled as we head into the later stage of this game number 5. It's all tied up at 2 games apiece. This is match point for either one. Will it be Tempo Storm, the number 3 seed, upsetting Gold Coin United, who are the number 2 seed, to make it to the Challenger Finals? Last split was an all-United event. United is waiting there. Will it be GCU or Tempo Storm that meets them, though?
It'd be very impressive for Tempo Storm, because this was a team that started the regular season off very strong. They started to peter out a little bit, not because they started dropping more series. They only lost to United and GCU. It wasn't like they were losing the worst teams, but they did look like they were struggling a little bit more than GCU, who actually was able to beat United in their last week, where Tempo Storm was struggling against Delta Fox, the last place team in the league. So it was a situation where coming in, you're saying, okay, GCU seems to have all the momentum going into this series, especially after game 1. You're thinking, oh my God, we might be on for a blowout. Tempo Storm bounced back in game 2 off some flex picks. Game 3, those get taken care of, and you're saying, it looks like GCU has a handle on this series. But game 4 rolls around. Selfie wakes up in the biggest way possible, takes over that game completely with the help of Wiggly. And now in game 5, it's do or die time. And like we were saying at the beginning of the day, whoever shows up today will be the team that's going to win it.
Yeah, and so far it's been an alternating of who actually has been able to do so. And for Gold Coin United, it would be very, you know, unexpected for them not to make the finals again. I mean, this is a team that took, basically in the promotion tournament, took 2 LCS teams to a full best of 5 and just barely didn't promote against Team Liquid and just barely didn't promote against Team Envy. And to fall to Tempo Storm, who are coming in with, well, some LCS experience of their own, a retooled roster for the Challenger Series, would be quite unexpected and quite a feat for Tempo Storm, who, I mean, at that point would be the furthest their organization's gotten in the Challenger Series so far.
A good position to do so this game. Have a lot of strong picks on their side. I mean, just generally across the board, you would say a lot of these are considered stronger in the meta. I mean, Galio, Gnar are pretty even, but then you have the Rek'Sai, you have the Varus. The Bard is a little bit weaker than the Thresh for sure, and Ori may be better than Victor, but both those pretty close matchups overall. We're going to have to see who can execute better early on. I wouldn't mind seeing Santorin actually get something going around the top side. We've seen so much focus on the bot side for Santorin, constantly going for these kind of sneaky little lane ganks and sitting in brushes and trying to counter gank and read Wiggly and counter out his aggression before his team can go for a more controlled approach to the game. Here, Quas early on harassing Santorin a little bit. He has the smite though. This should be all but guaranteed. Just
says hello to Santorin Sejuani. He does hit level 3. Looks like they're not going to be going for pincer move, as Gnar is content just to sit there and see us under tower. And while Santorin has been going for the bottom side kind of counter ganks, a lot of that was because the first 3 games of the series, Freeze was in, and Tempo Storm was playing very heavily on the bottom side. They subbed in Revan game number 4. They switched the priority for Wiggly to gank mid lane and get Selfie ahead, and Revan was fine pretty much doing things on his own, even had Sheep roaming around on the Blitzcrank and was still going even against Rikara.
Even though Revan didn't do a ton to take over the game and say, oh my god, Revan totally revitalized this team, it does give a different look because we talk about how much more focused Freeze is on winning lane a little bit than Revan in terms of like the approach. And that might have been what they needed to free up Wiggly to heavily focus that mid lane.
You mentioned that the priority for solo on the top side has been a little non-existent for the side of Gold Coin United. Well, he did wind up getting a red buff early on in game number 4. He wasn't really able to snowball advantages till he made some for his own by blowing a flash. We'll see now as Fly gets hit up by Wiggly's Prey Seeker. Now level 6, he won't be able to jump on him, just decides to walk away down towards the bottom side. One of the interesting things here, too, is the fact that we've had double teleport compositions from Tempo Storm. We have Cleanse on Selfie in a couple of these matchups. This time around, everything is even. 1 teleport, 2 heals, ignites for the supports.
Very surprising to point out, actually. There's always been a little bit of a mismatch in some regards. Wiggly keeping that pressure up around mid, goes to the flash on Burrow.
Yeah, gets it down on the fly, but he's going to be able to pop the heal and just jet set himself out of there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, the jungler showing there. Mad Life goes for a flash play, but there's a magical journey coming in from Sheep to keep his ADC safe.
Both teams getting aggressive in exactly the way that you would expect. GCU, they have the Thresh who can go for those aggressive flash lantern plays, wants to open up on the bot lane, especially getting that Kog'Maw going. At the same time, Wiggly just hovering around mid lane, forcing down around there. The heals are traded, the flashes are traded, no team gets any advantage.
So Summoner spells being traded. No big advantages gained, which means that we're going to end up having potentially a little bit of a slow start. It has been a little uncharacteristic for both of these teams to have a lot of pressure in the early game, as both of these teams are kind of known as the slow and steady teams in the spring. The summer look of these teams has kind of been a little bit of the same, where as both of them have been able to get some advantages against teams, you know, like Big Gods Jackals, who are now eliminated from playoffs, CLG Academy and Delta Fox, who did not qualify for the playoffs. When they go against each other, it usually winds up breaking point around, you know, the first objective, whether it be a tower, whether it be a dragon, whether it be somebody gaining control of a lane because of a gank that has gone in their favor. Whereas a lot of these teams now, or sorry, not a lot of these teams, these two teams specifically have been gaining advantages through CS and being able to get lane advantages and such, as we see now the Kog'Maw actually winning out on the bottom side just because of that flash aggressive play from Mad Life.
Coming out the better of those 2 gank attempts. That said, Selfie is in a decent spot. He's going to catch this wave, shove it in, and looks like Fly's already on his way back decently to catch a lot of that wave. So small advantage is traded. Sheep moving down into Rikar, though. He could be out of position now.
Yeah, Rikar might be a little bit too far forward. Pops the heal. Does want to get in the flash. He walks backwards, gets him burrowed on here. The Ignite is been used already, and first blood goes over to Revan.
Way too far forward by Rikar there. They don't really have much vision control at all down on that bot side. He's trying to CS, thinking it's 1v1 between him and Revan. They use that magical journey. We're talking about Sheep on Playmakers, able to find the opening for that first blood. Good play there.
It's just a little bit greedy from Kog'Maw. If you look at how everything has stacked up. Mad Life had gone back to buy. We saw Revan go back to buy. We saw Sheep go back to buy. He was the only one that stuck around. Maybe just wanted to complete an item for himself, but he winds up paying the price for it instead of being able to pay the price for the item.
Yeah, there you see it was a little bit of a misplay here by Tempo Storm. You see the knock up there by Wiggly. The chain CC misses a little bit by Sheep, but sort of option coverage because Rikara was bouncing back and forth, and the fact that he turned around was what gave him the Umbaro. They get that knock up, and they're able to bring all the damage they need to find that kill. So well played in the end. And there we get to see a big first blood for Revan. We talk about how Freeze the more lane dominant one, but Revan was no slouch either during the regular season. To be fair, he had some good performances as well.
Yeah, Revan, of course, had been able to run away with a couple of the games that he was in. However, that first blood kill does a lot for him as far as mitigating the CS advantages Kog'Maw had, not only to get him extra gold to even that one up, but it also gives him time to catch up in the CS department. So while there's still a bit of a CS advantage on the top side, and maybe the jungler gold being the big difference here, Gold Coin United's lead has been cut from about a 600 gold advantage because of their bottom lane CS advantage, now to only just 100 or 200.
Overall, an even game. And the big play here coming around the mid lane again. Still flashes available for Fly.
Yeah, he will have to flash right from the Chaos Storm from Victor. On the bottom side, a fight has been broken out. Santorin is around in the area. Quas is going to come in with the Hero's Vengeance, but Rikara picks himself up a Vengeance kill down onto Revan. Now, you see Quas getting stunned up, but the taunt does wind up landing. Santorin and Mad Life, though, should just be able to walk away from this one.
Yep, Santorin has flash if he needs it in there once again. The trade ganks coming in at the exact same time. Wiggly gets the flash out of mid lane, but Revan's going to go down to the bot lane to the gank attempt by Madlife and Santorin. That said, they were chunked out pretty heavily, and it looks like Tempo Storm is going to be able to transition this one into an Infernal Dragon. Both teleports have been blown in the top side for laning purposes, and during that time, Quas had roamed down to the bot lane. You see him entering the river right now. I think GCU was just not aware that he was in there, because I don't think they would go for this play otherwise, but they're able to burst through the damage reduction of Revan. Ricaro runs away at almost no health, and then Santorin is able to kind of just run out of there. And because Solo did not have a teleport to match, they could not contest that dragon afterwards because Ricaro, of course, had to go back to base. Tempo Storm still ends up with the objective advantage. Now that said, that did cost Quas quite a bit of gold. And the fact that the turret's been chunked out pretty heavily by Solo as well. So GCU might be able to recuperate this objective advantage that Tempo Storm has.
So while the focus from Goku United was still kind of on the counter gank on the bottom side, or at least the gank on the bottom side, they inadvertently give Solo advantages by having Quas be the one that gets dragged down over there, since Wiggly was busy focusing on a gank on Fly in the mid lane. So Solo's been able to chunk out that tower a bit, has about a 20 CS advantage for himself. The tower just a little bit above half HP on your screen. So now it's Goku United. They lost out on the Dragon because you mentioned Tempo Storm was healthy enough to convert that one and kind of stay true to the name and keep up the pace of the game.
I think that was also a really interesting situation, just like why was Quas down there? They just got the flash in the mid lane, so they probably felt like they had an advantage to either go down and try and force a 5-man play on the bot turret and get their own gank off down there, because Revan was already cutting, or excuse me, not Revan, Wiggly was already cutting through the jungle. But at the same time, GCU jumped that play, so they probably wanted to force on the dragon or that bot turret. GCU makes their own play at the same time and stops Tempo Storm from being able to convert on a larger advantage.
Well, speaking of advantages, fun fact that I heard from our stats gal in the back, the team that has been ahead in gold at 10 minutes has won every single game this series.
That speaks pretty good for GCU then, huh?
Well, we could just wrap it up and call it a game and go home now, but I think that everybody wants to see the conclusion of this best-of-5 series as the two teams duke it out.
Yeah, I'd feel pretty bad about just calling this one here. This time it's GCU making the early rotation up to the top side. Revan is able to flash out of the Sejuani ultimate. TP gets canceled. Both teams going to back away here, but GCU grabs the summoner advantage.
Yeah.
Tempo Storm, though, going blow for blow so far. This time looking for Fly.
Well, there's 2 summoners for the price of none, but they're going to get a teleport now out of the Gnar. They can go down onto the Orianna. The command shockwave is used to pull Wiggly back underneath the tower. The damage reduction is there from Quas to keep him alive. Now they try to focus down on the Solo, who's about to go Mega. Madlife, though, cuts off Revan in the rotation here. Lantern Santorin over the wall. Remember, this guy's got no flash from that gank before. Solo just hops forward, throws a boomerang, and says, thank you very much. Picks up a trade kill.
Big mistake out of Revan there. No need to collapse and try and help your team out. They're pulling a 4-man dive versus 2 in the mid lane. If they can't execute that on their own, they're in trouble. They're able to get the kill for Fly for free, and because Revan was, for some reason, rotating down to try and help out there, he gets caught out and gives a trade kill back. Once again, ending up in an even situation off some traded aggression around the bot lane and the mid lane.
No, that's another advantage given over to the Gnar for Solo on the top side too. So 30 CS advantage, now picks up a kill. This is really good execution from Tempo Storm to get this dive on Fly though.
Yeah, you see the ultimate not able to hit the turret. Probably worth trying to include that one there. But at the end of the day, they have so many tools to complete this dive against the summonerless Orianna. It's not really too difficult. And here, Revan actually opts into this fight, starts running at him, throwing the hail of arrows down. He just puts himself in a horrible position, gets taken out. Gnar is actually able to clean up that kill. Like you said, as much as you want the Cogman to kind of hyperscale and get as much gold as you can, it's honestly pretty good on the Gnar as well, because he's the one who's going to be in the side lane getting that split push advantage.
So we've seen our share of unique builds so far with Lethality coming back into the meta. We've seen Jhin rise, but we saw Misfortune. We figured Varus would be going along the same kind of line of things, but in this case, Varus is opted into a very early Wit's End. Granted, there's an Orianna, and Kama will deal a decent amount of magic damage. It's very interesting to see him rush that item extremely early on.
I guess everyone is all inning on the selfie please carry us train.
I don't know about that one, but Revan's going to be caught out again. These are the things that we talked about when he was subbed in, that he was getting caught out of position a little bit here, but you can't really fault him for this one. There's 4 members diving through on the tower. He actually almost picks up a trade kill on Ricaro at the same time because he was tanking the tower.
A little dangerous there by the side of GCU. They are able to find that kill. Gonna be a trade out though because they had used so many resources to find that kill. Tempo Storm rotates down to the mid lane. Gonna grab this turret. Yeah, like you said, I'm surprised to see this Wit's End. We thought potentially a Duskblade, maybe a Ghostblade right away. They go for neither of those. GCU looks like they want to potentially punish that aggression around the mid lane.
Kog'Maw's still in the bot lane since there's a straight up 3v3. The Rift Herald's been recruited and charges the wrong way, unfortunately. Tempo Storm take the backdoor exit.
Able to get out there, a little risky. Santorin, not sure if his ultimate was quite up yet, did not pull the trigger on it either way. Tempo Storm vacates the mid lane, get their reset off, and Ricard is able to grab that turret. Going to be able to pick up his Blade of the Rune King after that. And this is very dangerous, actually, on the side of Tempo Storm. While you can put all your eggs in the selfie basket, I think you would be much happier if your AD carry had a better carry items.
Whitson shreds magic resistance, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. They're doubling down on the idea of selfie carrying because he's going to be the one doing all the damage.
Well, they're going to be focusing on the solo, who has gotten some of these early kills in his advantage. The Gravity Field's on the way, the Chaos Stun's burning away, and Wiggly's able to pick up the kill.
Good job by Selfie, spreading that lead around as best as he can. They grab the mid lane turret, they get out of there. Next thing he does is try and get some kills out in the side lanes. Gets the Gnar taken down very early on. And now they're going to continue pushing up in this top lane while Revan is on wave clear duty in the mid lane.
Oh, is this going to be another wraparound here by...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, GCU. They're going to catch out on the Quas, the same play that wound up catching out Revan before. Quas gets the taunt down, but there's no way he could Justice Punch his way out of that one. The box is there, the hook is there, and Rikara now all of a sudden is 3-1 on this Kog'Maw.
Now that said, once again, Tempo Storm coming out a little bit better in these objective trades, able to grab the top turret here. So they're going to get even up the turrets as well as keeping that Infernal Dragon in their favor. So good job by them so far, getting these turrets down. And it looks like they're trying to get this Rift Herald as well. Team GCU is not quite in range.
They're down on the bottom side. It looks like they want to trade the Mountain Drake for the Rift Herald. So you said Tempo Storm maybe getting a little bit of the better for this one, but we'll have to see how they effectively use this one because Rift Herald hasn't always guaranteed it.
Not always guarantees it, just makes it a lot more likely. And we also talk about how sometimes Mountain's not that effective if you're not in a position to use it. The fact that they have a small gold lead right now on the side of GCU and they've been able to make a couple of plays does hint that they'll probably be able to use this Mountain Dragon a little bit better this game than we've seen in some previous games. Once again, GCU going for a wraparound on the Quas potential.
There's the Lantern. Mad Life has his flash available. He's going to flay Quas out. Quas has his own flash available, but the hook is going to go. Oh! Sejuani ultimate goes a little bit wide. Didn't know they subbed in Smithy in this game, and Santorin's not going to be able to follow up on the kill.
Unnecessary shot at what is one of the better junglers in ATS.
This is true. He's definitely come quite far from those days, but
I think a good idea out of GCU there. Quas intelligently saved his flash the last time he got cut off, just kind of died without it, so he had it to escape there. GCU had the tools to still maybe find that kill, even though he was kind of underneath the turret at that point, but missed a couple too many skill shots. He gets out. Well played by Quas to survive there. Still about a 1,500 gold lead for GCU.
Yeah, so GCU maintains the gold advantage, but we do have the Rift Herald on the side. It's actually been picked up by Revan here, so we'll see if you wind up utilizing that one on the bottom side of the map to knock down the last remaining outer tower.
Going for the purple build.
Purple build?
Yeah, he's already got the Wit's End. That's purple. Got to get the Rift Herald, purple trinket.
Maybe going for a Blade of the Rune King off of that Vampiric Scepter, purple item.
Exactly. Like we said, a little surprised not to see a pen build come in.
He's got base skin Varus too, right? So purple Varus.
Ooh, good.
Oh, Darkstar. Okay, purple Varus. But it could potentially be seeing, as the Rift Herald is used here, one of the later game scaling builds to maybe try to combat the fact that there's this Kog'Maw by going for the Ginsu's Rage Blade and just doubling down on the on-hit style.
Potentially. It is a bit of a stretch. Looks like Tempo Storm drops the Rift Herald and brings a lot of members down to try and finish off this turret. And Torin trying to get involved, trying to cut it off. Both
He can't block that. He tries. But did you take down the Rift Herald without his tower falling?
Yeah, and that's like what you were saying. You're not guaranteed to get it. That push was relatively telegraphed. GCU was already rotating down there, so by the time the Rift Herald gets in range, he chunks out the turret. But it doesn't mean Tempo Storm has to back off. They're going to keep pushing around the spot lane. So there is a decent amount of wave clear available with the Orianna and Kog'Maw.
Solo's level 11, Quas is only level 10, but Quas has moved down towards the bottom side of the map first. So he will be shoving in and threatening a second tower in the mid lane, this tier 2 tower. But now Gnar has rotated down as well, so he will just be able to keep Quas at bay. And while Tempo Storm is still trying to focus down around this bottom side, Santorin is in his bottom side jungle clearing out vision control, make it less safe for Tempo Storm to stick around because they still have a decent wave clear. Orianna's hovering around that side. Kog'Maw at this point, well, doesn't have the most wave clear potential, still has a lot of damage with the Blade of the Rune King complete.
Kog'Maw definitely the stronger 1v1 champion at this point in the game. If they get into a little bit of a duel, I would assume. Both teams are slowing down a little bit here. Next Dragon will probably be the big emphasis. An Infernal Dragon. Tempo Storm wants their second one of the game to continue that kind of late game snowballing for the team fight because, like we said, both these teams are more team fight oriented. So Infernal Dragon plays that extremely well. The split push that can come in from solo is going to benefit from the Mountain Dragon a fair amount as well, but at the end of the day, it is still an Orianna Kog'Maw composition, and you would love to have an Infernal Dragon on your side.
Specifically because of the Kog'Maw. He has that % HP damage. The extra increase from the Infernal Drake would be lovely for him to have. Tempo Storm, I mean, it's an Infernal Dragon. We already established Infernal Dragon's really good. So.
Yeah. No need to stress that one in case anyone didn't get the memo quite yet. Has been playing League for a year and a half or whatever.
But we had the fun fact that whoever's ahead in this series at 10 minutes usually goes on to win the game. But as you mentioned, as you're loaded into this game, the 20-minute mark is kind of when that objective spawns. Whatever that team fight erupts has really kind of been whoever has the lead coming out of that fight has been the one to really control the pace of the game.
Right. Even though it was, you know, whoever has the goal lead at 10-minute wins, there was usually a very clear reason why. There was some win condition that was already popping off for that team. The Jace had a massive CS lead, and they started grabbing objectives as well, and then they took a bunch of turrets.
Vladimir was huge.
Vladimir was huge. Yeah, you had these different reasons. This time around, it does feel not only closer in gold, relatively speaking, but also just in terms of how the comps interact. There's no clear thing where, oh, if Kog'Maw gets big, Tempo Storm's just in trouble. The only one that might have existed like that was if Gnar gets huge, there's nothing Tempo Storm can do. But the Gnar, despite that one kill and the CS lead over the Galio, has not snowballed completely out of control. I think around 17 minutes last game, or maybe it was 2 games ago, he already had his 2-item power spike completed. This time around, has not yet reached that Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, so a little bit behind on his itemization compared to, I believe it was just the last game where he got those kills early on, and they were trying to give him advantages on the top side. But this time around, we might just wind up going for an old-fashioned objective team fight. Could be the way that we end this one. This has been overall an extremely impressive series. Both these teams going toe-to-toe, trading blow for blow, forcing this game number 5. Their opponents, E United, had an easy 3-0 on the opposite side where they were able to take down Big God's Jackals, but it'll be impressive regardless who makes the finals here.
This is one of the things that we said favored GCU in these kind of even games, was it felt like they had slightly better objective control. And you see here such good vision down around this dragon that's going to spawn in 30 seconds. This is one of the things that felt like they were more coordinated on. The veteran status of Mad Life, able to go and help this team figure out where they want to ward. Santorin as well, been around the scene a really long time in comparison to Wiggly. So these are the kind of like intangible situations that experience can come help with this immense vision control. And it's one of the things that might favor GCU if this game goes long and even.
Well, Tempo Storm looks like they might be trying to threaten the mid-tier 2 tower while the dragon has spawned up. The Infernal Drake was the focus for GCU. We'll have to wait and see. The Tempered Fate was actually used there by Bard. I don't know if it landed on anybody. Instead, they're going to wind up going for a fight. They lock down the Santorin and Mad Life. Mad Life has the flashback. Command Shockwave lands on everybody in the back line. And Rakara is going to start ripping through people on this Kog'Maw. Already, the big front line is down in Galio, and now they're trying to chase down onto Self. He will get a magical journey the heck out of there. Revan's going to walk back to his tower, but that's the kill they need for the Dragon.
They get the kills, and they chunk out everyone else on the side of Tempo Storm. They're going to go for the Dragon instead of this mid lane turret. It will be a little bit greedy to go for both, given the fact that they only got that 1 kill onto Quas. Solo was not in Mega Gnar form, unfortunately, and the ultimate out of Santorin was a little slow, so multiple members had flashed out by the time that one came back in. We'll take another look at it, and this is why that vision control is so important. You see the Bard ultimate come in, but now they have no vision. They're not sure where exactly they're chasing into. They put the ward down, but then they have to kind of just chase in blindly a little bit. Now they have no one on Kog'Maw. He's untouched. They're trying to kite out. The Shockwave pulls them all back in. Nice ultimate to kind of chain CC there by Santorin. They get that kill. Selfie has to flash away, and it felt like this team might have been able to keep chasing forward a little bit more. Choose not to. Don't want to get greedy. Go get that Infernal Dragon. Even up the objectives. Going to be a 3rd Infernal Dragon spawning soon. So if no one's able to force around the Baron in the next couple minutes, you might see them holding off for another Dragon fight.
Even the game code wants this game 5 to be full of fights. They're giving them a Mountain Drake. They're giving them Infernal Drakes. They just really want to have a brawl between these two teams. And
no better team comps to hope to do it either. Both these guys want these 5v5s, and GCU with that kind of positional advantage from all the vision control that they had, as well as having arguably a little bit stronger of a front line here. Thresh, Sejuani, and Gnar a little bit better than just Galio, Rek'Sai, and Bard in a straight 5v5. I mean, obviously these guys have different strengths. Split push Gnar, global Galio, all these different things when you really break it down, but the attempt onto Revan.
Yeah, Santorum winds up locking down on him already with that ultimate coming up from Sejuani. Tempered Fate locks up everybody involved. The command shockwave setup is there, though, and Revan winds up going down.
They find the pickoff onto Revan, 1-4 this time, not having the performance that you're hoping for after the game 4 when he got subbed in, looking decent.
Now GCU, they're all set up to threaten around the Baron Pit area. They're all set up to maybe push on that Tier 1 mid tower. You might think that going around the Baron Pit area might be a little bit of a disaster. You got a Kog'Maw who's going to wind up raining down, you know, with his percent HP damage on his W. He has Blade of the Rune King completed, a Ginsu's Rage Blade. When that's stacked up, he's going to be hurting like heck as he just takes down Bard, goes unstoppable here.
Yep. You know, Tempo Storm does not have complete vision control in this river. They're not exactly sure where they are, trying to walk out to get some vision, not sure that they were on the red buff there. Now they're baiting this Baron, try and hook on the Wiggly, playing with a little bit of patience here. I like seeing that out of GCU, given the fact that they're not that far ahead, but now Solo's on the flank, hopping on the Selfie.
Yep, who's going to wind up getting the wall? The Gnar against the wall is massive, and they don't even need a shockwave to clean this one up. Selfie goes down, Galio goes down, and Rakara, welcome to the best of 5.
GCU just executing so well around these objectives in this mid lane. They get the dragon fight, they find some pickoffs after that, continually forcing Tempo Storm to walk up to them, and then finding the angles to get these kills. Now Fly playing a little bit of zoning duty, gonna make sure that Wiggly cannot use this blast cone to get over. They're gonna try and CC him up. He gets into the pit. He
steals it! He steals the Baron! The command shockwave didn't pull him out of the tunnel, and Wiggly, he steals the Baron. Might be enough to keep Tempo Storm in this one against a legendary Kog'Maw.
Oh boy.
Game 5, Mark!
Just when you think GCU's turning on the afterburner is gonna grab complete control of this game, they give away the Baron buff on a little bit of a mis-execution on zoning Wiggly out of that. He did not have Flash available. First, we're gonna look at this pickoff that came in. Solo on the flank, great positioning, gets the stun, gets the Gnar ultimate back, just complete chain CC on the Selfie, the big carry threat on the side of Tempo Storm. They get the 2 kills. They also picked off Sheep not too long ago, so it should be a relatively free Baron if they are tracking this cooldown onto Wiggly correctly. Nice zoning by Fly, but once he goes this far over the wall, you see him again, just hit the blast cone. That's all they had to do, but they never hit the blast cone. They let him take it. He's able to get into the pit from that and get the smite. It's very difficult to execute these plays correctly. I don't want to be too critical, but you have to hit that blast cone at that point. Once your Orianna Ball finds him into the red pit, he has no way of getting in range of the Baron to get that smite if he can't make it to the blast cone. Maybe they thought he still had Flash available, which would kind of negate that importance, but end of the day, big play by Wiggly coming up to save Tempo Storm from having to worry about wave clearing against the Kog'Maw Orianna.
So now we're at a bit of an impasse, Mark. So we've had two interesting things so far. The team that was ahead at 10 minutes usually goes on to win the game in this best of 5. They have every single game. The team who has an advantage at 25 minutes seems to snowball that advantage into a victory. The team who takes Baron wins the game.
So one of those two things is going to be false by the end of this game. And if I had to put my money down, I would say GCU is still favored. It's a good Baron steal. It's going to stall out, stop them from snowballing, but Baron will run out in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Infernal spawns in a minute. So GCU, despite not having this buff, still have a good amount of pressure overall on the map. So you can expect them to set up. And we've seen so far that they execute very well around objectives.
Well, that was a Baron buff that kind of stems the bleeding a little bit too. They don't have it on absolutely everybody. They only have it on 3 of their members, Selfie not being one of them and Quas not being one of them. So they can't exactly send Revan to split push, or I'm sorry, they only have it on 2 members because Wiggly wound up dying. They can't send Revan and Sheep to kind of split push. They need them on wave clear duty as the rest of GCU are pushing up in the mid lane. And they do still have an 8-1-1 Kog'Maw who has Blade of the Rune King, Ginsu's Rage Blade, and now a QSS picked up in addition to all that.
Kara definitely having his best game of the series so far.
Quite the heck of a game to have it on, too. Quite the heck of a game for Santorum to go for this Knight's Vow again, because now he could just partner up there with Rakara, and they'll be A-OK. The lock has been picked up there by Madlight to keep him safe. You have a fully stacked Rite of Ages Orianna, who no slouch at 0, 1, and 6 for Fly. Can keep him alive fairly easily.
Worth noting, there is a lot of MR on the side of Tempo Storm completed already, and Fly does not have any armor pen yet, or MR pen, excuse me. They both have a lot of MR. Not going to even contest this Infernal Dragon. Second one of the game going over to the GCU. Tempo Storm trying to answer instead with a push up on the top side, rotating to meet this wave that Quas has going for him.
We'll be able to get the tower, too, with the last last breaths of their Baron buff, even though Quas pretty much did the work himself. They'll have Revan come over and get the last tap on the tower, and his Baron buff as well will help that out. But GCU on the bottom side, this tower took a little bit of damage, is still healthy and above half HP, but Fly's inside to recall because the rest of Tempo Storm has recalled away from the top side.
Hopefully Fly has enough money now to buy his Void Staff. It's going to be a really big purchase. Does not actually have it after pushing that wave, and so still a little bit of a concern given the amount of MR that has been built on the front line of Tempo Storm. Selfie has his completed, so he has complete one-shot potential at this point on a couple members. He's going to keep scaling up. Does not have his Lich Bane completed yet, which would be the item that really pushes victors over the top in terms of their burst.
And so that Baron buff that we saw, Baron power play about 1,069 gold, which is less than the 1,500 you get from killing the Baron. Of course, you lost 3 members of your team, and you were able to barely scrape by getting a tower at the end of that too. But Tempo Storm buying time that they need to get themselves to a position where they feel like they can fight GCU.
Right, you have a plus 1,000 Baron power play in your favor as opposed to a potential plus 5,000 Baron play for GCU, which is kind of what—
potentially a game end.
Yeah, which is what we've expected to see out of the winning team grabbing a Baron. But the gold lead has shrunk overall since you know, that team fight victory that came in for GCU. Only about 2,000 now, and like we were saying, even though they have, the Void Staff now comes in for Fly. So the mid lane advantage that was existing for Selfie has been equalized for the most part. That said, as you get later and later into the game, these carries become stronger and stronger. The one thing that you have to worry about, of course, is Revan and how he's going to stack up against the Kog'Maw.
Well, that's one of the things here. A lot of the gold on GCU is on Kog'Maw, whereas the gold on Tempo Storm is you have a little bit on Selfie. He's got a CS advantage in there. So you kind of have now the 2 players that you want the gold on have the gold here. As we see Selfie taking it to solo just in a 1v1 situation. Mentioned no Lich Bane here, so his trade potential might not be there, but Revan's going to get caught out on the opposite side by Mad Life and Santorin. Fly's going to come with one. Actually, Rakara snipes that one down. Wiggly's on the bottom side, able to chase through the blast cone onto solo and pick up a kill. They have to hightail it out of there and recall because the rest of GCU is pushing down the mid lane.
They're going to be able to pick this one up. It's a question of what else can they get after it. Are they going to fall back to potentially get more vision control on the Baron? They already have pretty good vision control, so a good timing by Tempo Storm. Baron was not up yet. They couldn't answer that kind of collapse onto solo with a Baron force. They're able to find that kill as here we see Revan once again just not taking a safe path through his jungle. A really poor game out of him, numerous times getting caught out of position. This time around, you know how much control you have on the top side by GCU. You know your team is making a play on the bot side. You got to wrap around the long way there and make sure you don't get caught out.
And we saw the Rek'Sai ultimate unable to be displaced through the blast cone, which is why Wiggly was able to pick up the kill on the solo, despite Solo getting a little bit of airtime for himself. But Goldcoin United, you mentioned, they come out a bit ahead on that one. They're able to really fall back to a Baron as that one was not spawned on the map, but they do want to getting themselves a mid lane tower. So the tower's actually all evened up right now. Tempo Storm was ahead in that pressure beforehand, something that I'm just missed myself, but now we'll increase the gold lead from about 2.5 to a solid 3,000. They might be going for a repeat play on the solo here. They bring Wiggly and Quas down to the party this time around. The Baron buff is not spawning for 10 extra seconds, so solo going down here could be detrimental. Is about to go. Mega's going to get taunted up. Is he going to be able to get ability off? He will wind up transforming, buying a little time for himself, but Selfie picks up that kill. GCU just have to wait for the Baron buff to spawn, to respawn, and at the same time, Tempo Storm are going to be getting a tower, potentially 2.
Yeah, they're going to get the tower. They're going to get the inhibitor most likely, but GCU finishes the Baron extremely quickly. They're going to get the recall off. The question is, how greedy does Tempo Storm get? They still have the man advantage, so GCU might not be able to actually force them out of the base. It does look like Tempo Storm's choosing to recall instead of fighting the 5v4.
Ooh, they got a hook on the Selfie, and they wind up bringing in Rakara. That's a lot of damage on Kog'Maw. Another legendary spree goes up, and Revan was trying to push down that mid lane tower, but GCU get a kill.
Tempo Storm do not retreat altogether. GCU using that home guard advantage, find a pick off onto Selfie, the Fed member of Tempo Storm. I love the idea of going bottom. It does kind of, it is unfortunate that you have to give up the Baron buff when looking for that play. I thought they were going to continue to play it more aggressively as Revan once again not in the best spot.
He's the same level as Santorin. That's a little, that feels bad.
Does not decide to keep running away. Instead, we'll probably take this 1v1. He's doing all right in it so far.
He's doing a good job, and he's going to get the ultimate in from Quas. He's going to try to flash after with the Chain of Corruption, but doesn't land. But at the same exact time, this is just GCU's go button to push down into the base. They don't need their Santorin if they just have nobody to stop them.
Right, Selfie's dead. That goes all your wave clear because the Varus is down in the bot lane. They're able to walk forward and just grab this mid inhibitor. with that Baron buff as well, now it looks like they're going to move up to the top side to keep this push going. And yeah, like I was saying, I like the idea of Tempo Storm potentially continuing to force around the inhibitor. Now, you do have to be really scared of Solo respawning and teleporting behind you potentially if there are any wards deep and getting cut off. But at the end of the day, if GCU gets a little bit too aggressive and you win a fight in front of their inhibitor, you can actually potentially just win the game off that. So I wouldn't have minded a little bit more aggression, because if you just walk away there, it's nice that you grab 2 turrets, but the enemy team has Baron. They'll probably be able to answer back with more.
Tempo Storm unable to mitigate the damage from this Baron buff this time around. They didn't have it on themselves. They gave it over to GCU, and while they took a bot lane inhibitor tower, they lose a mid lane inhibitor tower and inhibitor for themselves. Now another Mountain Drake spawning on Summoner's Rift. This will be the last Elemental Drake we see before the Elder Dragon becomes a thing. Like I mentioned before, even the Dragon RNG wants to see us fighting over objectives and getting into these team fights here. Is 2 mountains now stacked up in addition to the 2 Infernals. An Elder Dragon, if this game goes that long, will pretty much seal the deal for GCU.
GCU has a huge wave moving with them in the bot lane here. Going to try and use that to force down their second inhibitor most likely. Tempo Storm having to worry about the mid lane as well at this point means this inner turret's going to go down, but they're going to mount their defense at the inhibitor. Could be a potential last stand depending on how aggressive GCU gets.
Baron buff up for 45 more seconds. Goldcoin United looking to go through the tower. The Flay lands. The hook does not. There's just zoning duties here for Mad Life as they're able to take down that bottom lane tower. Bottom lane inhibitor might fall. Mad Life gets tagged by the Tempered Fate coming out from Bard. Santorin does throw the Sejuani ultimate out, but they don't even need to follow up on a fight at this point. They just take the inhibitor and they back away.
Able to get the inhibitor and get out. Once again, good objective play by GCU. They have the Dragon's advantage, they have the turret advantage, and they should have the Baron advantage, all things considered, but that one's 1-for-1 right now. Only 1 inhibitor left up on the top side. You can expect to see them recall and probably group as 5 up around that as well. Not much for Tempo Storm to look to trade out for here. They are going to have a really hard time getting out of their base. And like we said, their team comp is basically 5v5. That's exclusively what this team comp can do. And from behind, the enemy team grouping up as 5 with more gold, more dragons, it's very difficult to win a fight.
You see basically triple the Baron power play coming out now for Goldcoin United. They're able to take multiple towers off of that one, in addition to cracking the base of Tempo Storm on 2 facets on the bottom and mid side of the map. You see Solo could potentially go for split pushing duties, has his teleport available. As you mentioned, though, a 5v5 in the top lane wouldn't be too far-fetched from them, as they do have super minions pushing down on both sides of the map where the inhibitors are gone. Quas has already pushed out that bot lane for a bit, try to buy some time. It looks like the Tempo Storm, they have to see pressure on this outer tower. They can't really fight over this one.
Right, they can't fight over this one, but they do need to fight over their next inhibitor turret. If they end up losing all 3 inhibitors for free, this is going to be such an easy game for GCU to close out from here. Quas bought enough time to give them some opportunity to look for their best engage. They do have some wards behind. Quas has teleport. They might find something like that. GCU actually backing off a little bit further away. Don't want to give them that opportunity. Their sweepers are down, so they can't quite clear out this vision quite like they'd want to. They're going to use some pink wards to do so, making sure that these teleport angles are not completely available.
They got Solo chauffeuring the minions up into the mid lane, and that super minion wave on the bot lane is slowly but surely pushing onto their side in their advantage. Goldcoin United, Tempo Storm, this last team fight is really going to be about what can Selfie do now that his Lich Bane has been completed? What can the front lines do to keep their carry safe? And is Ricard just going to Kog'Maw all over the enemy team?
That is the scary thing. They have not really found a way onto Ricard in any of these fights, even though that they've done a good job staying even in this game. It has almost never been because they found Ricard to win. It's been a Baron steal, it's been some pickoffs onto Solo, and this whole time they don't have a good answer to Ricard. Not much backline threat, honestly, to actually find him.
They have a Bard Tempered Fate that's coming off cooldown in just a couple seconds. That's about the only way they really have to lock him down. They can chain that with some CC from Wiggly or Gravity Field coming out from Victor, but that's still not guaranteed. As you mentioned, I believe it was in game number 1 where it was, or maybe even game number 3, where Tempo Storm didn't have guaranteed CC. They had to chain it together in a certain way, or they had to have a skill shot land in order to do so. And the best engage was they flash on Burrow from Rek'Sai. We see this kind of being the same case. They still have Chains of Corruption that could come out from Revan to really turn a fight around, but there's a Quicksilver Sash picked up by Kog'Maw, and there's a lot of beefy frontline to protect them.
Looks like GCU, though, has backed off their top lane push. Tempo Storm going to live for a little bit longer, at least. Elder Dragon will be the next dragon to spawn, as well as Baron in a minute, so they have all that top side control from that push. It looks like they're going to use that to recall reset and hopefully transition that directly into a Baron. Tempo Storm doing their best to get some of that vision control back in their favor.
There's still a lot of wards on the top side of the map for Gold Coin United, though, and there's a teleport available for Solo if he so chooses to try to get something off, although he will be on the mini-Gnar form so far because he did just want to going back to base. Big items completed. Gargoyle Stone Plant and the 2 damage items there. The Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver had been acquired by Solo for quite some time. He has extra Spectre's Cowl to keep himself relatively healthy. Santorin has gone for a second Locket of the Iron Slaughter, and Mikhail's Crucible picked up for Mad Life as well. So even if Kog'Maw gets CC'd and then blows a QSS and CC'd again, he still has the Thresh to Mikhail's him out of that and then Lantern him free.
The concern is if any of that CC doesn't get cleansed off instantly and he flashes out, if Selfie gets in range, even though he has a good chunk of MR, he might be able to get bursted right through that with Selfie, and hopefully Revan being able to throw some damage over the top. But hold on, Wiggly caught out.
Get caught out. The Tempered Fate will land as the Galio Hero's entrance is able to lock down on Mad Life. He wants to try to retreat through this one. Quas is going to jump in the backline. They've walked out on the fly, but not quite onto Rikara. Solo now going to gnar Quas against the wall. But it's just frontline damage for frontline damage. This Sejuani ult has already been used. There's a redemption coming in from Sheik to keep Quas alive. His taunt winds up going through, and nobody goes down.
No one goes down, but the base of Tempo Storm is under threat. The Super Minion Wave from bot lane is on there again. And you see how fast GCU destroys this Baron with double Mountain, double Infernal. They grab that. They're able to get it just off that close team fight, but you see GCU not completely out of the woods yet. That bot inhibitor is going to respawn soon. Elder Dragon in 20 seconds. They're probably going to go for the double neutral objective before pushing in around Tempo Storm's base, but they have to be careful because as you see, the fights are still pretty close.
Yeah, pretty darn close. There's no flash available on multiple key members here. Mainly Selfie has no summoners available. Quas has no flash engagement for a taunt to land 100%. And there's actually so flash available for Fly. He only blew his heal in that fight. So no flash for Solo, though, for a follow-up engagement for a Gnar transformation. They're trying to lock down on the Quas immediately. Santorin's ultimate is available. And there's a chunk of damage that gets thrown down on the Quas.
Yeah, Rikara just chunking through these health bars, tears through about a third of Quas's. And with that health advantage, they're going on to the Elder Dragon right now. It is still pretty scary. They do it pretty quickly.
Look at Kog'Maw damage on that thing. Even without the Bioarcane Barrage all charged up, he's still chunking through that. There's a Scuttle Crab in control for Tempo Storm. Can Wiggly be the hero and smite away another objective? Solo is exhausted for now. Tempered Fate lands on Rikara. This could be the chance to seal it away, but it's going to be Gnar that secures that one. GCU now have a 4-stack Elemental Dragon Burn, and Wiggly is paying the price for that one. He flashes away. The burn is on him, and Selfie's going to get jumped on. Fly picks up a kill on the backside as Wiggly finally goes down. Quas is trying to taunt everybody up, gets a decent amount of damage onto Rikara. Mad Life is still in the play. Command Shockwave lands. Victor's down. GCU win the fight. GCU are going to be taking game number 5.
An epic series between these two teams ends with nothing else but an epic team fight around the Elder Dragon. It was actually Solo who secured that one. A really nice Bard ultimate to cut the Kog'Maw damage from coming in. They have their chance at the 50-50 smite. GCU still end up with the Elder Dragon, and then that fight was still relatively close, and they needed every bit of damage they could to win that. Sheep running a little bit of distraction duty, but this is the end of the line for Tempo Storm. A great run through the Challenger Series, but cut short in Game 5 by GCU.
It's going to be an all-United affair in the finals for a second split mark. Gold Coin United come out ahead 3-2. It was a tough entire series, back and forth the entire time, but GCU, even in that game, back and forth for a while, and despite GCU having advantages, it never felt like they were so much farther ahead until those last objective fights.
Even then, you saw how close they were. That Baron fight, they actually didn't kill anyone. They just had to force them back, and because they had that bot super creep wave working for them, they could get the Baron for free. That Elder Dragon fight as well. I mean, if that's a situation where you don't get that Elder Burn, and even if it's only a 1 stack on the other team's side, maybe they start being able to win that fight. It was super close. Once again, though, Kog'Maw was relatively unfocused in that fight. He is still super fed. Rikara might have been able to carry that fight either way.
Yeah, Rikara was very far ahead at that point. Only had 1 death, and that was for First Blood, so he didn't die after the First Blood for the entirety of that game. And we saw him dishing out massive amounts of damage. Solo kind of being a little bit of a hero, not necessarily unsung hero, because we were mentioning how his Gnar engages in that game were going fairly well. It was really just a team effort in that entire game from Gold Coin United. We said like we needed to see FLICKR pop off. He eventually wound up getting fed, but he was on a Kog'Maw, so he had the support of his entire team to do that.
Yeah, Cog Orianna with a Thresh. That's a lot of defensive tools to cover him. So it was a great game by him. And like you said, a lot of these wins by GCU did feel like team victories. Really nice objective control whenever they were even or slightly ahead. You know, you got to give your hats off to Tempo Storm. They also played a great series. Selfie was able to bounce back super hard in Game 4 and a little bit in Game 5 here, as well as having a really nice game too. So it was a very tough game for Tempo Storm, just slightly behind for a lot of it. And it really did come down to that final objective control and team fight.
Yeah, we actually have a replay of that last fight as well, just to show you how close this game actually was to going pretty much either way.
And here you see, I was surprised to see GCU forcing this. It does feel like a little bit of an overextension, risking a 50-50 Elder Dragon here, but they are able to get the Kog'Maw, Bard ulted, and then there you see it's actually, like I said, Solo able to secure that Elder Dragon. Wiggly then CC'd up in the front line. They focus him down relatively quickly, and it's full retreat mode at this point. They continue on to Selfie, who is almost able to survive for quite a long time. This is where I was saying, well, maybe if they got the Elder Dragon, this is where they can turn the fight. But Mad Life goes to the flank, has a really nice hook to CC him, as well as comboing the damage with Fly. They focus out Selfie, and once that main threat is down, it's an easy chase down for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and even though Tempo Storm wasn't able to come out ahead in that fight, they did hang in there for quite a long time. Gold Coin United, unfortunately, was a little bit too strong in the later stages of that game. As we could see, it was relatively close for a decent amount of time, but as soon as that first Baron was stolen away, after that Baron buff expired, it was really Gold Coin United keeping control, but even then, it fell down and looked like Tempo Storm might be able to come back.
You can see that it was still a very back and forth game, despite how, you know, GCU was in command for most of it. They did lose a Baron at points. There was that tricky pickoff situation where then they're going to potentially backdoor a bot inhibitor while the other team does Baron. Tempo Storm put up their best fight all the way to the end, but just came up a little bit short.
Yeah, and we saw that game was pretty much the FLICKR versus the Selfie show, as we mentioned in that last team fight. Whoever wound up dying first was pretty much the team that wound up running away with that fight. And of course, we said these were all team victories, and so there have been a lot of great performances today. But the real standout player overall amongst every single game, you really have to give it to GCU's mid laner Fly.
He had a super good game 1 on that Corki pick, able to go deathless and get a ton of kills. And then he did have a couple rough games over the course of this series, but so did a lot of players. The big thing, of course, was the fact that he had a huge Game 5 on this Orianna pick. They threw a ton of jungler attention, and he did a really good job surviving throughout it. So even though he was heavily focused once Tempo Storm realized that their win condition was Selfie kind of popping off, for the most part, he had a great game. And there you see the score lines in those 3 victories that they had. 8-0-5, 5-0-6, and huge DPM for the first 2 games.
Yeah, specifically on the Corki pickup, and then the Vladimir game where he kind of ran away with it against that Zed matchup. Very good stuff coming out for Fly. Once again, we just say these are a multitude of styles that this guy can play. The Corki is very high DPS mid laner, the Vladimir skills well into the later game, and then the Orianna was on protection duties for the Kog'Maw in the last game.
And like I said, the important thing is understanding the role that you're kind of working in within that game. You saw how many mid lane ganks that they threw there, the multiple roams. He died once when they had a 4-man dive coming in, but that's pretty understandable given the amount of resources the enemy team is investing to getting Selfie a lead.
Yeah, and even though they showed a lot of things there in the mid lane towards GCU, Fly got the Player of the Series award, but of course it was a team effort, and I would like to welcome Rakara, the Kog'Maw, to the broadcast following their series win over Tempo Storm. First off, I want to say congratulations. It was a really close 3-2 series. How did it feel to be in that tense Game 5 situation?
I mean, there was a lot of pressure because going into the match, we thought we'd have a little easier of a time winning over Tempo. Obviously, going to Game 5 was pretty stressful for us because it's either do or die because it's semifinals, and if you lose here, you don't make it into promotion, so it's pretty stressful for all of us.
You had a little bit of a rough series, some good games, some bad games, and then your 5th game was the one where you really popped off hard. Was this something that you kind of stepped up to the moment, or was it just this kind of team comp that you got with the rest of your team because you got that Orianna pick this time? It was the first time you got your hands on it, as well as having the Thresh. You felt like the Kog'Maw pick was best for the comp, or was this like I'm going to step up and carry game?
I think for me, for Game 5, I felt like it was do or die. So I don't know, the adrenaline kicked in and I went ham. And it just seemed like for the first 3 or 4 games that Tempo was playing super heavily around bot side, and it was something we didn't really expect or have much practice against. So it caught us a little off guard, and I had to give up a lot because I wasn't used to all the pressure. But as the series went on, they seemed to gravitate more towards mid lane, so it got a lot easier for me to be able to play to my potential, and I was able to bust it out Game 5.
All right, and then talking about some of that mid lane focus, what was it like for Fly? I mean, we talk about how much he got ganked in the 4th game. They did that really kind of aggressive Rek'Sai pathing to get the first blood onto him, and then they snowballed kind of through that. And then game 5 again, they started throwing a lot of attempts to kill him. Is this something where, as the Kog'Maw who's doing pretty well, are you talking to him being like, you need to calm down, we'll be fine, just like I'll be able to carry late game as long as you do your best to hold on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously mid looked pretty rough from like our team standpoint, but I think Fly has so much experience in the game that he knew, like, as long as he's soaking pressure and giving me time to farm up, that we'll be able to win pretty easily in the mid to late game with Kog'Maw, especially versus their team comp, which had a lot of tanks. And my team just played really well around me, giving me all the farm, trusting me, and like trusting in me to carry the game later. So I really have to thank them for that.
And you mentioned the fact that your team was willing to play around you. You split time with MASH last split, and now you're coming into your first Challenger Series final. How has the kind of the team communication been? You're working with a bunch of veteran players. You know, Fly coming in from the LCK as well as Mad Life, and you have Solo who has his own experiences in the Challenger Series as well as some LCS experience from Santorin. So kind of just as a fresher face on this team, how has your overall experience been playing with these guys?
I think since last split, it got a lot better. I got a lot more comfortable with the team. It didn't feel like I was the only rookie this split, and I get to talk a lot. I feel like I can talk a lot more, more comfortably. Whereas last split, I struggled a lot to find my footing on the team. Where, like MASH is a great shot caller, and a lot of people know him as a shot caller, so I really respect him, and I learned a lot from him last split. I feel like this split, I'm really implementing it into my play, and it's proving that it's working really well for our team.
You're making it to your first Challenger Series finals. It was a tough best-of-5 series going down to the last game where you were able to bust out the Kog'Maw and hard carry. So I got to ask Rikara specifically, how are you feeling going up against United?
I think it'll be a close series, but I think we have the edge.
All right, well, I think that one United has the advantage over the other, so we'll have to see how that pans out next week. So I want to say congratulations first off on the close 3-2 victory, and good luck in the finals next week.
Thank you.
And with our series complete for today, let's take a look at the updated bracket. With their win today, Gold Coin United advanced to next week's finals, where they'll face off against yesterday's victor, E United, in an all-United affair. We'll see who's going to be able to take home the title of the 2017 Summer Split Champion.
Very excited to see this, even though Rikara said he's pretty confident in the matchup. You got to say E United did look like the better team. I mean, they did have a little bit easier competition. Big God Jackal is not quite able to stack up, but there are a lot of things to look at here if you're GCU, some potential blueprints to try and beat them. It did feel like they almost need someone else to carry. They have this very objective control style game, and they try and win as a team. But sometimes if you get a lead on them and they can't set up all this control and you get into a scrappier situation, that might be a way that you can kind of break down all this communication that they rely on.
We talked to Licorice yesterday. He said it was going to be a 3-2 in favor of Gold Coin United, and well, he was correct. So he's predicted his own opponent. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a doozy of a matchup, regardless of how these teams actually wind up playing out. A little bit more solo lane strength, or a little bit more individual player strength we touched upon in the matchup between E United and Big God Shackles yesterday. Gold Coin United, a lot more team play. So it's going to be something that nobody wants to miss next week.
I think the big thing to keep your eye on, of course, is Dandy. He had a monster performance in his series, able to pop off very hard on the Kazakhs. And that's something that we didn't really see at all out of, Tempo Storm here. So this is a very different look that Gold Coin United is going to have to prepare for. Yeah,
so that's going to be next week, of course, and that will do it from us here tonight. So on behalf of myself, Mark, and the entire Challenger broadcast crew, thanks for watching the semifinals, and we'll see you next week for the final. Get some Burrow down here. The Ignite is been used already, and first blood goes over to Revan. From the bottom side, a fight has been broken out. Santorin is around the area. Quas is going to come in with the Hero's Engine. They're going to get a teleport now out of the Gnar. They can go down onto the Orianna. The command shockwave is used to pull Wiggly back underneath the tower. And these are the things that we talked about when he was subbed in, that he was getting caught out of position a little bit here, but you can't really fault him for this one. They lock down the Santorin and Mad Life. Mad Life has the flashback. Command shockwave lands on everybody in the back line. The Gnar against the wall is massive, and they don't even need a shockwave to clean this one up.
They're going to try and CC him up. He gets into the pit. He
steals it. He steals the Baron. Decent amount of damage onto Rikara. Mad Life is still in the play. Command shockwave lands. Victor's down. GCU win the fight. GCU are going to be taking game number 5.